Hello, hello. Here we go. We're live. Tick tock. Time to rock. Good morning, good evening. Wake the fuck up. Go to bed, wherever you are. How's everybody doing today? We're going to be talking about, do demons cast out demons? Yes, of course they do. Um, First, I'm going to play something and let you listen to it. It is Derek Prince casting out demons. But I'll wait for some people to get in here. Oh. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing fine. We got here. Let's see. Here we go. Eric Prince.
I'm going to lead you in a prayer in which you will have the opportunity to humble yourself, to come to Jesus, and to affirm that you've met the conditions. You understand? I'll put in your mouth the words. You renounce the occult and every kind of contact with satanic power. You'll forgive every other person who ever harmed you or wronged you. You'll release yourself from every curse over your life, and you'll have to do that in faith without the understanding. And then you present yourself to Jesus as a candidate for deliverance. When you've said the prayer and met all the conditions, the last thing you say is Amen. Okay? Amen. And when you've said Amen, don't do any more praying. It's very religious to pray. Sounds good, but as long as you're praying, you're keeping the demons inside. You understand? They can't get out past your prayer. Don't speak in tongues. Speaking in tongues is wonderful, but it has the same effect. It keeps the demons inside. It's like when the ambulance or the police car goes down the road with its sirens blaring and its lights flashing. Everything else gets off to the side.
Did you hear what he just said? Listen to this.
Kick him off with everything you've got. Don't spare him. Hate it. Listen, no sin to hate the devil. It's a sin not to hate.
Hold on here.
Do one very simple. Begin to breathe out. Expand. And you find that when you said Amen, don't do any more praying.
Listen to this.
It's very religious to pray.
Don't say Amen.
Sounds good.
Or,
but as long as you're praying, you're keeping the demons inside. You understand? They can't get out past you.
Yeah, don't say Amen.
Don't speak it.
Amen is the first and the last word spoken in the conjuring of Lucifer. In case people didn't know that.
In tongues. Speaking in tongues is wonderful, but it has the same effect. It keeps the demons inside.
Hear that again, one more time. Speaking in tongues is wonderful, but it keeps the demons inside.
And when you've said Amen, don't do any more praying. It's very religious to pray. Sounds good, but as long as you're praying, you're keeping the demons inside. You understand? They can't get out past you. Don't speak in tongues. Speaking in tongues is wonderful, but it has the same effect. It keeps the demons inside. It's like when the ambulance or the police car goes down the road with its sirens blaring and its lights flashing, everything else gets off to the side and lets it go past. That's how demons get up. Make way for them. Release them. Let them go up. Now, I said faith without works is dead. I didn't, but the Bible does. Okay? So don't stand there passive when you've said the prayer, waiting for something to happen. Do one very simple thing. Begin to breathe out. Expand. And you find if you have a problem, in a short while, it will be more than mere human breath. That's what you're on. Now, when that happens, you might become undignified. You might not act in a very religious way. If you decide to be dignified and religious, you'll lose what you pray. So your option. I suggest you turn loose and get it out. I've told the people the devil is no gentleman. He comes in uninvited and he usually has to be kicked out. Kick him out with everything you've got. Don't spare him. Hate him. Listen, no sin to hate the devil. It's a sin not to hate the devil. To be passive and indifferent is sinful. Okay, those of you that want to say this prayer, would you stand to your feet right now? We don't have more than about 3 minutes. All right, now we are praying to Jesus, the deliverer, not to Brother Prince. And I would like you to say these words. They're all taken out of the Bible and what I have taught. Okay? Lord Jesus Christ, I believe that you are the Son of God and the only way to God. That you died on the cross for my sins and rose again from the dead. I come to you now for mercy and for forgiveness. I believe you do forgive me and receive me as your child. And because you receive me, I receive myself as a child of God. And now, Lord, you know the special problem that I have. The demonic influences that torment me. Lord, I want to meet your conditions and receive your deliverance. First of all, I forgive every other person. Whoever harmed me or wronged me.
I'll get you guys wrenches here in a minute.
I forgive them all now. Pause for a moment and quietly name the person to me. To yourself.
So this this is Derek Prince.
Going on. Lord, I have forgiven all these persons. I have laid down all bitterness, all resentment, all hatred, and all rebellion. And I believe you've forgiven me. I thank you for it. I also renounce every contact with Satan, with occult power, with secret societies, with anything in Satan's territory. I repent of being on that territory, and I turn my back on it now. Also, Lord, if there's a curse over my life, I thank you that on the cross you were made a curse, that I might be redeemed from the curse and receive the blessing. And I claim that now, released from the curse and entering into the blessing. And now, Lord, I want to come against any evil spirit in me that occupies any area of my personality. I want to tell you, I hate them. They are my enemies. I will not make peace with them. I will not compromise with them. They will have no more place in me. I turn against them now, and in the authority of your name, Jesus, I command them to leave me. I expel them right now, in the name of Jesus. Amen. All right, no more praying. I'll do the final prayer, you do the letting go. Begin to expel right now in faith. Now, Lord, as your servant and representative here this morning, under the authority of the local leadership, I take dominion in Jesus' name over every evil spirit that has been renounced, and I command them to go now. In Jesus' name, release these people. Go from them now in the mighty, all-prevailing name of Jesus Christ. I affirm that Jesus Christ is Lord over this gathering, that he has defeated Satan, that he holds the keys of death and of Hades, that all authority has been given unto him in heaven and in earth. Satan, you are subject to us through the name of Jesus. You have to obey us. You have to go from these people. You have no options. The Bible says you must leave. And leave you must, Satan, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Time for me to get set up for therapy.
Well, that was interesting. How many contradictions did we hear there? Don't speak in tongues. I'm going to show you, I'm going to read to you why. And many of you heard this, some of you haven't. It'll be Acts 2, 1 through 7. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all with one accord in one place. And suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues, split tongues. That's not fucking obvious. Like as of fire, and it set upon each of them, and they were all filled with the Holy Ghost, and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. And there were dwellings at Jerusalem, Jews, devout men, out of every nation under heaven. Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. Here's the trick. Here's the one right here. Verse 7. And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, Behold, are not all these which speak Galileans? To the lay person, that would be nothing. No big deal. Till we go to John 3. And Jesus says, the spiritual Jesus, because there's two Jesus in the Bible, which most of you know. Jesus answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, this is verse 5, except a man be born of water, which is your mother's embryonic sac, and of spirit, which we all have, every one of you have the Spirit, not the Jesus Spirit, but the true Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, you must be born again. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof. And you heard in Acts that the wind came rushing, and it blew in, but can't tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is everyone that is born of the Spirit. Right there he says, marvel not the Spirit. Don't marvel the Spirit. You marvel the Spirit, you don't know which one you're getting. All these guys were marveled because they were all speaking in tongues. tongues is demonic. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Nobody can hear that and tell me that. What? First, you have to have an interpreter, and you see people speaking in tongues by themselves. The trick of this church is, here's a good example. Two old ladies in the church. One speaks tongues, and her friend or her sister is the interpreter. So they could be saying whatever they want to get done through the church, whatever they want to get done. Because you can't understand tongues. It's blah, 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 gobbledygook. Bullshit. Now, a lot of people tell you no, that, that's their spirit. That's the spirit they got. So, you don't know which way it comes from. You don't know which way it goes. Marvel not the spirit. Which has been a big deal for me. Because I've had some things happen. It's hard not to be like, holy shit. Wow, what the fuck just happened? So now I'm going to tell my story of what happened to me. Hold on here. Let me read the chat real quick. Wield it, buddy. Wield it. Hey, Dojo. What up, nephew? Okay. On May 18th of 2016, I was sitting in this home right now. I just left my house after a big argument, and I came over here to my buddy Jason, and he's like, just chill out here for a minute, man. You don't have to go back home. You can stay here as long as you need. Cool. About 10 in the morning, I hear, Captain and Captains. I think somebody's playing a trick on me. There was no camera system here at that time. I was just by myself, smoking a roach on the couch, thinking, what the fuck am I going to do? Oh my God, my life's a mess right now. But I hear that, Captain and Captains. I'm like, what? I'm no captain. Who just said that? Who's fucking with me? I stand up and I walk about 10 feet and something touches me on my right shoulder. I don't know how to explain it other than this. It was a feeling of love that I never knew I was even deserving of. I dropped down to my knees and all of a sudden I'm crying like a baby. Like, what the fuck just happened to me? And then I hear a voice going, I love you. I'm like, I love you too. I said, he said something about, it sounded like a man's voice. It was almost like an effeminate man's voice. But I audibly heard it. Okay. Now, most people will tell you, that's not true, or this, that, and everybody's got their own experience. As I'm sitting there, he's like, I chose you. I'm like, you sure you got I'm thinking, are you sure? Why me? You sure you got the right one? Because I'm not really that good of a guy. As my understanding of what church and religion was at that time. I've never been in church. I never read the Bible. I've never been through any of that. I dated a preacher's daughter, like I've said in my testimonial. But, that was what it was. It's like dating a cop's daughter. So as I'm there, I'm like, why me? He's like, because of your faith. And I'm like, yeah, I've always talked to you. I knew he was real. I knew it was real. She, it, he. I don't know what it was at the time. And I said, my faith? What? Why my faith? He goes, you have blind faith. I said, well, yeah, I do. I did. I knew that I had blind faith in that. I knew he was real. It was real. The spirit The maker was real. What it was, we still really don't know, to be honest. I said, yeah, I have blind faith. I love you, you know, of course. I said, why blind faith? He goes, elder faith is taught. Blind faith just is, which made total sense to me. The faith of the church is the faith in the 501c3. The faith of the spirit, y'all know what that is. Things started happening to me, synchronicities, things that nothing's ever been bad. It's never. I've quit. After I started getting what I was getting, it took 3 months. I got the Bible downloaded in 3 months time frame. Now I'd underlined. I just went through the Bible and started underlining things. I didn't even know what I was underlining. I had no idea. Up to about 3 years, 2 or 3 years after that happened, I'd see something on a video and I'd be like, oh, that's good. I need that. You know, and I go to that spot in the Bible and it was already underlined that I did during that 3 months. Now, fast forward to 6 years, almost to the day, 6 years later, I'm sitting in my truck, in my shell of my truck. I have a bed in it. I was getting ready to go to bed. But I was listening to a Kabbalah tape. I'm sitting up with my back against the side of the shell. And my hands are out. And I've got my fingers open on both sides. And I'm just calmly relaxed. And something touched my fingers. Its pinky touched my thumb on both hands. Then it was to one hand, and then I felt something, you know, where your neck and your spine meet. I felt something grab me there, and it flipped me upside down and was spinning me like a seal does in the circus, spins a ball on its nose. It was spinning me. I started laughing. As soon as I started laughing, it tossed me up into the air. Now, then I look down and I can see through my shell, and I can see myself sitting there. It happened so fast I hadn't really had time to react, and I never told anybody for like. I told my friend Cindy. I told her because we talk about everything. I can trust her. She's not going to judge. Oh, that's an evil spirit. You got the demon. No, she ain't like that. So I know I could trust her. We talked about it, and then I told a couple other people later through conversation, and they told me a similar experience or something that happened to them. I told them about that. But it happened in the same place 6 years prior. I left, was gone, came back, happened again. No, it was 5 years, not 6 years. Pardon me. 5 years later. Now, I liken it to, I feel from what my experiences are, I feel the spirit orbs are us. And then, because people heard me say there's the bad them, the good them, and then us, divine spirit. I believe these orbs are us past or us present, maybe. I don't know. But when somebody dies and they see themselves laying on the table, but they really haven't died yet because they're seeing themselves on the table, which we never die. But I was seeing my avatar. I was thrown up out of my avatar and could see myself. And most of you see my videos where the orbs are on the TV or on the monitor and they're flying around. It looks like snow outside. Now I can talk to those orbs. I got video of me doing it and tell them to switch directions. And immediately they do it. So what I feel is that's us. These apparitions are the good them or the bad them because they're not in spirit energy of an orb. They're in the energy of what they knew they were manifested as. They manifested what they knew they were, which is a body. That's my personal opinion. That's what I feel. That's what I feel as I can communicate with one. And the apparitions, I've had them on video. I can see them in the video, and I'm talking to them, and they just stand there. They don't move. They don't do shit. And then my friend Cindy, I was talking to her today, and she's like, "Well, they're not allowed to communicate with us," which I'd heard before, and I just never really registered till she said it. Kind of a confirmation. So now let's get to this Jesus thing. You're welcome, Jojo. That's right. The greatest trick is that he don't exist. Dark Communion, what's up? What's up? I'll wrench everybody up here when we start having a panel. Now, most of you are aware, you're in tune, you know what the fuck's going on. You know that Jesus is Lucifer. It says it in the Bible. It says it in other other writings. Mainly, most importantly, it says it in their own writings. So what's happening is these priests, preachers, ministers, bishops, whatever you want to call them, they're casting out these demons like Derek Prince did here. You always hear them cough. They come out, and it's a deep deception. It's a deep deception. I got another story I'll share with you about tongues. Here's why I'm so against tongues. I had a girlfriend in Alabama. Lisa was her name. We lived together, and she always seemed jealous of the things that were happening to me. Things like she wanted it to be her. She wanted it so bad that the false spirit came to her and gave her tongues. Well, I was new in my walk. This was 2018. Yeah, this was June. Yeah, June, July 2018. I had the house, I had a barn where I worked out of, and then we had like a little one room house, like an old, it was almost like a one room schoolhouse. And that was her space. I walked out of the house, go into the barn, and I hear her speaking tongues. I'm like, what? I just read in the Bible that it says you don't speak tongues unless you have an interpreter. So I confronted her about it, and we got in this argument. And I'm like, you know what? I don't like you anymore. I don't like what you've become. The past couple of weeks, you've just changed. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but now I'm seeing it. 3 days later, I was in jail. I was in jail for domestic battery. I got out of it. It was supposed to be. It is what it is. Actually, I got out of it, and the judge put a restraining on her from contacting me. So, it worked out very well. But there's my experience with the tongues. If that spirit wants to put you in jail for shit you didn't do and kick you out of your house, she sold all my shit, took my truck, trashed it, went to the landlord. I bought this house on contract, beautiful home. Bought it on contract. She went to the landlord and had my name taken off and hers put on. She told a bunch of lies about me. It was all meant to be. It happened, no big deal. So there's my spirit. There's my experience with speaking in tongues. Pretty fucked up shit. So I'm going to copy the link. Let people come up and talk about it. I'm going to read some here. Let's see what we got here. Hello, man. How is everybody today? Let's see here. Joe, Dark Man. Sandy Night. There she is. There's my friend Sandy. There you go. Carnal Christ versus spiritual Christ. Really simple. Colorism and sexism to keep the people divided. Of course, of course. No, I would almost agree with that, but my experience with it in the only part they talk about, the only part where people are speaking tongues is fire comes from the sky, and which is also demonic because Jesus says John and another one want to punish people for casting out demons in Jesus' name, and they're like, "You want us to call down fire from the sky?" And he scolded them and said, "No, you don't know what spirit you worketh in, by casting down spirit or casting down fire from the heavens. Um, you don't anymore. That's the good thing. It's the split tongue I'm worried about, right? There you go. Cloven tongues, split tongue, cloven tongue. Oh, let's see here. This is StreamYard. Hold on, I'm getting the link. There you go. There'd be the link. I still haven't figured out how to give people wrenches on here, so I'm on this. On this. All right. The link's there. The Irish has lifting. Okay, cool. That's wild. That's wild stuff. I never heard of that. No, never heard of it. Hold on here. I'm trying to get on my. I want to do this. Can you see that? There's 3 faces on that cat. You can tell that's this guy. Then you have this. Pagan Trinity exposed. There's their commercial, their thumbnail. If anybody hasn't seen it, this is the blue blood cell. You see the star ref in there? This right here, this is right here by me. I thought about that, Rebecca. Actually. Hey, Cindy. Salama. How's everybody? How y'all doing today?
Peace, peace. Much love to you, Phil. Sandy, much love.
Hello.
Alma, this is a good friend of
How's it
mine.
going, Phil?
I'm doing well. How are you? Well, we just got done talking. I'm doing well. How are you? How's your...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? I can hear
I
you.
don't hear you.
You don't? Turn your... Is your volume up? I seen your comment down there, Salama. For real. The cloven tongues.
I can
Right?
hear you now.
Okay, cool. Salama, this is a good long-time friend of mine. Sandy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've known each other years, so I just
Nice.
want to introduce you to Sandy. This is my friend Salama. Good woman here.
Nice to meet you, Sandy.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
So what's your take on this, Salama?
On the speaking in tongues, or
Just the whole thing, the demon thing, the casting out demons,
right. Well, I must say, because I was gonna type it in the chat, but I'm like, nah, I'm too lazy to type, so I might as well hit play. Because for me, I don't focus on demons anymore. It's like, if you don't mind, it don't matter in my reality. So I don't really focus on
True that. Yes.
you know, because if
I
you
know.
like, if you give that too much of your attention, then it becomes your reality. So I'd rather not even,
Right.
think of it, or yeah. But I know they they exist. So
Right. No, I agree with you 100% there. Totally, I agree with you. Absolutely. Here's why I did it, because it seems to be a subject that's come up the last couple of weeks, if you notice a lot. And this spirit of these people have of Jesus, that's a false spirit. So we know who they worship. So that's, my mission's a little different than a lot of people's. That's why I'm doing it. So just to give you the background of why I'm doing it, respect to your reason, and I totally understand that. It makes a lot of sense. Totally. Cindy, what do you got to say about it? Sandy, Miss Apple.
she eating her apple. I hear it.
Hey, Paula.
Sorry
She's on
about
it.
that.
You're all right. I said, well, come on and talk
I
with
cannot
us.
hear Phil talking.
I don't know why. Everybody else can. Huh.
I think he's talking.
I can hear you, so she might have to bounce out and bounce back in.
Yeah. What's up, Paula?
Sorry
So
about that. My husband had an inopportune time to blow his nose.
No worries, no worries. Hey, Dojo.
How's it going, Phil?
What?
You knew I was coming. I thank you for sharing what you've been sharing. Peace to your panel. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Right on, right on. Hey, Sandy, can you hear me? I'm gonna. Is that better, Sandy? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Paula,
Yes.
what you got? Let's hear your. Let's hear your. I know you got something to say about it. Let's talk about
Well,
it.
speaking in tongues is the part that I mostly caught. I really never bought into the speaking in tongues thing because it's just babble. And like you said, there was nobody there to supposedly, allegedly interpret it. And that usually is the case. And I mean, even if there is someone there claiming to interpret it, the way I have spent my time here in this world, I don't trust. It's very hard for me to trust people because they're so deceptive. And I would think if it was real, I would feel that.
Right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
So
We had kind of
kind
had
of
the
with
same
Colombo
experience.
now.
Yeah, we kind of had the same attitude towards it. Hey, Bex.
What was you gonna say,
Hi,
Salama?
Phil. Hi, panel. Hi, Dojo. Nice to meet you. Hi, Sosoama. Hi, Paula.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, I
Um,
want. Oh, my
Go
bad, my
ahead,
bad.
Soama. You go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask Phil, what does he mean by speaking in tongues? Because I'm from a different culture, so I want to know what do you mean, or what is your definition of speaking in tongues, or how do you?
The Christian speaking in tongues. The almost sounds like a Hebrewic. Um,
Or you mean like in the Baptist church kind of thing?
yeah, Pentecostal.
Oh, okay, okay, oh,
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm speaking of.
mm, okay,
Yeah,
then I get it now.
right on.
I think no brought up a good point in chat, which that they spoke in tongues as a child and they thought it was the intention behind it, which made me think of the fact that lots of children speak they babble when they first are babies, especially like unique babbles. My brother came out before he was even once he started speaking English, he had his whole language that we had to try and adapt to, which was he'd wake up and he'd be like Kyle Kino, and he'd either be like yes or no, and if it was no, he'd be really sad, and it was just really strange. But my mom just adapted, and eventually it went away. But it made me wonder if babies at one point, if you lived in a multicultural society, could you give birth to a baby that when it first started talking, you walked into a room of people who could speak all the languages of the world, passed your babies around until you started understanding what the baby was saying, because you were actually giving birth to a baby that had once spoken a different tongue. But that's an aside.
Right.
I just think that there's something to be said about why, if there is demonic tongue, why it's demonic, and what the original source code or source was from.
Well, they say okay. I got an answer for that. They say it's from the third heaven, which we all know now. The third heaven is the dark abyss, which is also the prison, which is also really where the stars are locked in prison, the wandering stars. This is all what the Bible says. Is it what I believe? Eh, a lot of it makes sense. So they say it's from above, which we know that's where the demonic realm comes from. The demons come from. So it's actually demon language. That's my take on it. So, what do you think about it, Dojo? Where are you at with it?
Hey, have you ever heard of the Coriolis uh the is it the Coriolis? Not the Coriolis effect. It's when
Yeah,
this
yeah, the spinning of the yeah.
oh not the spinning, but it's maybe I'm saying it wrong. It's when the sun gives off this
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about.
right,
Yeah.
and all the electricity and anything I worked on, magnetic fields, all that went bleep.
The aurora borealis.
It's an event that happened I think in the 80s. A scientist wrote about it from Frisco out here in California. It's I'm trying to think of the word.
Aurora borealis.
No, no,
I,
no,
I did.
no,
No.
I
Oh, then
found
I don't know.
Coriolis effect,
No,
no,
that's the
no,
one.
Coriolis force. No.
It's
no.
Okay.
it's C though. It starts with a C. A scientist out of Frisco, he wrote about it because he had experienced it. It was in the 80s. It's when the sun let off this extreme burst, and we saw the northern lights over all the land masses. I mean, everyone saw the Lord in their skies. Um, ah, I can't remember the word. Anyhow, when I was researching that event, because what led us to discuss this is the event that moment this occurred in the Bible according to the wind coming through. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first chapter of Acts at the very beginning after the ascension. And so
Okay,
when this occurred, right, they call talking in tongues, they call it glossolalia or something with glossolalia, something like that. So I
okay,
agree with the panel that when someone's talking in Babel and we all don't hear the same spirit, then it can be a counterfeit spirit. I do agree with that. Although the event that occurred at that moment with the with the uh, with the people who were involved at that time, that event um, can be compared to that word I keep telling you. I'm trying to remember.
The Carrington event.
There you go, at the Carrington event.
Yeah,
There you go. Thank you very much. Okay.
you're
Now,
welcome.
with the Carrington event, I read from a researcher who's a scientist in Frisco that when it,
go ahead. My bad.
no, you good. That when it occurred, right? He was in his lab with some other colleagues, and right when it happened, he saw this bluish purple flame, like these flames over his colleague's head, right? And when I read that part, I equated it to Acts chapter 1 when the cloven tongues, the little flame part. The reason why I did it that way is they were in their moments. Both of them was experiencing this. It wasn't meant for me to say was it good or bad for either of them and their experiences, such as yours today. But it was for me to accept the fact if in fact that moment happened. So here we are now. We're looking at, is it possible that once the flames set over all the apostles' head that they all contended for the faith? What that means is that they all went out and tried to give their lives to the utmost fullest to the Most High, to where all of them were crucified and killed in vicious manners. After the fact of this great wind, no one knows where it comes or goes. And after the flame set. So it's not like I disagree with anybody. I'm just saying that before I yield, when somebody's moment is meant to be examined, maybe it's not meant to be examined slightly biased. Maybe it's meant to be accepted as their moments. I yield the floor.
Okay. I I don't argue with that. I I can agree with that. Um, because it is something unknown for sure. Definitely unknown. Hey Sandy, we hear you eating your apple.
Oh, I can probably hear you. I finished my apples.
Okay. So, she's on a detox. Mute up while you're eating though.
Yes, please mute up. I hear crunch, crunch, crunch.
I'm so sorry about that. It's like talking, trying to listen, and I'm eating.
You're all right, girl. You're all right. She's on a 5-day detox of eating 30 apples in 5 days or something. So she's eating the apples.
3 days,
3 days. My bad.
and then I'll rise again.
There you go.
The power of 3.
Yeah,
Venus at
yeah.
5.
Just mute up while you're eating, because all we can hear is crunch.
Will do.
Okay.
So he was talking about because the focus is on
The focus is
biblical
on whatever we
environment,
want to talk about. Yeah.
but he's talking
Are you
about
moving your phone around?
what?
Are you moving around? There's some.
No, you have static every time you
No,
talk.
it's you. Because when I mute you
No,
up,
it's you. It's our high vibe and energies.
No,
All
it's
right.
not Phil. I don't hear it coming from Phil.
Yeah, it's you, Sandy. Something. Are you moving around?
No.
See, I mute her up and it goes away. Yeah, I mute you up and it goes away, girl. So that's interesting, though, Joe. That's interesting. The Carrington event. I have to look into that. I have heard of it. I just never really researched it much. Didn't we just have something where you could see the aurora borealis? People were seeing it all over. Which you guys know my take on that.
That was luminary or weather events though affecting um the human body, it sounded like. I mean, metaphysically and physically, if people started speaking differently, if I understood that right, and some sort of like flames appeared, flame like things appeared above someone's head. It reminds me of there's some northern community in the high Alps in Italy that they say when the weather gets too bad, when there's like really, really bad stormy weather, that like there's a high incidence of violence, or I don't want to misappropriate, but basically people go crazy, and become like go out of their wits crazy. Like it's dangerous. Everybody's a dangerous to everybody when that weather hits. And
Yeah,
it makes me think of
Yeah,
that.
I know about what you're talking about. Yeah.
there's also the third Fatima. Is that how you? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The third
The
Fatima,
third
or
Fatima? No, I've never heard of it either.
yeah, these
No,
these 3 children seen. I'd have to. I'm not really familiar with it, but it's kind of like the same thing. This event's supposed to happen, and these children seen it in the early 1900s, and Mary appeared to them, which I believe also is not good. But
I remember. Yep.
okay, so you do know what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Let's check on Sandy here. Let's see what.
I'm
So
gonna say it the way I see it is something happened and they had a mass hallucination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's all I have on that.
Right on.
or it's correlated energy, what am I trying to say? Correlated like data collecting on their part, like some sort of Project Bluebeam, project whatever. Like it could all be a part of a part of some sort of weapon, some sort of technology that's been weaponized, perhaps.
Yeah. There you go. Hey Sandy, do you have earbuds? Sandy?
I'm
Do
sorry.
you have earbuds, Sandy?
You lost me with the weaponized weapon. What was weaponized?
Well, if there is some sort of weather making ability, right? So let's say there's something that's just designed to keep crops growing or keep keep streams full. If there was some sort of way to amplify that to see how it affects people, and that it's going to make them go crazy, then playing around with that kind of technology would be weaponizing it, knowing that it amplifies the something in the human body that causes people to be violent.
Mm.
Do y'all think that we can create or by the energy that we carry, is it possible that we create those lights in the sky? Because I feel like, man, the energy that we have, or the frequency, or what you might call it, it's so powerful that how do you say that? You know how they make bombs and all that. I feel our energy is stronger than that.
Mm.
And about the demons, one to go back to that, I feel like the only demons that exist, at least in my reality, is the ones we created with our wicked thoughts. You know, yeah,
Kind of like the fourth dimension. They say that's what that is.
the fourth.
You ever heard that? You ever heard that, Sama?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what you're saying. Everything that we've even drew as a little child, drew something on a paper, we created in the fourth density. Okay.
Right.
I got you. I got you. That
It
makes a lot
goes
of
all back.
sense.
It goes all back to our intentions, right?
Right?
We manifest it without even
Yeah.
thinking about it.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Because we know we're powerful, way more powerful than what
Mm-hmm.
we know for sure. Most definitely.
And that kind of feeds in as a reverse, like sort of like a reverse tarot card feeds into what I was saying. Because if they were taking energy from us to drain our capacity to then reverse it back on us in some sort of evil way, it's similar to saying we have that power, to be. So could one person be in control of that to the extent of causing an entire storm? Perhaps. I know I'm being like sort of metaphysical philosophizing there, but if that were the case, then, and those two things were related, then yes, some very angry person could literally cause a storm so great, perhaps it makes people speak babble. Do you think that's possible?
Well, I
Well,
do know that precipitation comes out of our mouth, and the energy that we're putting out behind it can indeed create a storm. So you're correct there.
Right? True that.
I'm just
Well,
caught with the wordplay. Um, with the you would one would think that for those who were at their moments, whether if it's a falsification in the biblical text or whether if it's a misinterpretation by a scientist in San Francisco in the 80s, we would tell ourselves that how long has this oppressor or poser, how long have they had the joke, or how long have they had the power to manipulate our minds to the point where society itself has fallen victim to each other? So when we say babble, right, that linguistics is based on those times and those moments. But we all get what you're saying, but you say babble. But when we say they turn to savages, that's where I'm lost in terminology, because when that occurred in Frisco, as well as when it occurred during the day of the Pentecost, those individuals went out to give their lives for the Most High, to where they died horrifically. They didn't go out casting or causing anything to anyone else. It appeared that everyone else has something to say about how they moved and what they talked about. It really boils down to like, why do you feel this discrepancy or this hatred towards a person? For what reason? And some lean back on, oh, this person may be this person may be that. But when we listen to the linguistics, it's the maybes don't make up for hurting that person's feelings, and the mights don't make up for not realizing that these people are gang stalking them. It doesn't to the person who's actually being victimized. So it's like, I don't want to be all long-winded. It's that when something is being presented as context or content, like Uncle Phil said, this is about the Pentecost and the flames and the woochoo woochoo boom. When we started just throwing the science, everyone on this panel is 10 times smarter than those people who allegedly walked in the Bible. We don't even walk in the same times. So it's like, I just want to make sure that we know that during this modern time, that we can't use the same linguistics when we're trying to like throw stones in those times, if that makes sense. I yield the floor.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I totally agree. Definitely.
And so now that we're smarter now, and the tech is just as smart as the average simple human, this is what Uncle Phil teaches me. This is what he makes sure that what type of you know what I'm saying? Because we're being fooled by the angels. Some people believe in angels. We're being fooled by the celestials. We're being fooled by the terrestrials. And some people flip tarot cards. Some people still do this and do that. When all the while we all can admit that no one's more greater than the Most High. Who, what, it, whatever, right? And so that's what dojo's about. It's like, I noticed that the longer I'm here, the more I'm learning than teaching. And so I don't teach as much, but Uncle Phil let me know that a lot of the stuff that I was teaching was demonic. He was finding shit in my delivery, and I'm telling myself this is coming naturally out of me. So how do you think that made me feel? That's what I'm trying to say. It's like when we realize that we've been so adapted to natural things, we start to realize like how immature we are spiritually. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Dojo. I appreciate that. Since we're on that subject, I want to read you something. It's, if you got a Bible, it's the KJV. Go to Psalms 83:18. The Most High. When you say the Most, I know what you mean by the Most High. And to me, I think everything's upside down. So to us, the Most High is up. To me, the Most High would be down, if that makes sense. It's really complex.
Well,
Cindy,
it's not really complex. For the Most High is not high, low, side to side, right or left. Most High is everywhere.
right.
Everything exists within God. Everything exists on the inside of the Most High. So if hell to be real, and for demons to be real, and for Satan to have fallen, all of that occurred inside the Most High. Nothing shrouds the Most High. Nothing surrounds the Most High. It's just like the Most High has no dimension or no directions. It's everywhere. It's like, I mean,
Right.
everywhere. Like the Most High is everywhere. You find that healing everywhere, to the point the depths of the ocean is like there's life down there. It's like the Most High. I mean, I know it's hard to determine these days because we're being attacked. So we're all left with faith now. I think that's what drove us to your panel, Phil.
Right on. I appreciate it. Wow.
Hey,
Yeah.
Phil, and everyone, I'm going to hop off for a bit and let McCoy or give a space for other people to pop up and build
Okay.
with you guys. And I may come up later. A pleasure to meet you all and see you all again.
Okay.
Thanks for having me up.
Let's see if Sandy's in
Love
town.
you.
Let's roll.
Is boy gonna come up?
Yeah. Sandy,
out.
there you go. Okay, that's good. I don't hear no chomping or moving around. That's awesome.
Well, my daughter told me that the mic was messing. It was
Uh-huh.
bouncing to its highest rate or something.
Okay,
It's
I
just a
got you.
little
Thank
shaky.
God for children.
All right, Sandy, go.
Well,
Speak
I
your
missed
piece.
out on a lot of this conversation, so um,
It's all right. You heard what I was saying
I
earlier
mean,
about.
like, um,
I put her
where
on
do
the
I want to
spot.
start? Well, you're talking about Babel, right? Earlier somebody was talking about their little brother was talking in some language. I'm a twin, so my sister and I would speak for her, but the two of us had our own language that
Hmm.
nobody else understood.
Okay.
But then she would tell me like what she wanted or what to do, and then I would go and do it.
Okay.
It was a
Well,
very
that.
interesting thing. And
Go
then the
ahead.
other question I had, Phil, because you're talking about in Acts and the Holy Spirit coming upon them and the cloven tongues and all of that. How is that relative to the Tower of Babel? Because they were trying to get out of the construct what they were building, and then the gods got pissed and then changed everybody's language in an instant. That's a program.
Right. Yeah.
So
Everybody here is on with this is the construct where avatars. I would say that everybody's on the same thought process. So.
and then when
I
you're
am.
speaking in Acts, well, who was that person really? Like historically, right? Some say he's Apollonius of Tyana because the stories match up similar with that. But then there's other people that say that that was Jesus. And then there's other people that say there was somebody that walked the earth, but it wasn't at the split of the two BC and AD. That was like a 300 or 500 year rewrite back to the calendar to change it because of a cataclysm that occurred and they wanted to hide it. So that's what the church did. But they wrote everything 200 and 500 years after the fact.
Right.
So people are sitting here hemming and hawing about Christ and the crucifixion and all this kind of stuff when in Roman times, in order for Pilate, if this story is true, he would have had to have permission from the Roman emperor. He couldn't just put his hands in a bowl of water and wash his hands of this decision. They would have killed him. So, the biblical stories are just older stories rewritten. So I'm like, the biblical narrative is important from the perspective of Jesus, his parables, the things he was trying to teach us. And all of it was like, which means it wasn't real. You say, this is like this. Well, if this is like this, that means that whatever you're talking about isn't real. But, the Christians today, they want to walk around and say, oh, everything in the Bible is absolutely true.
Right.
Well, who was Moses talking to at the bush?
Right. Him
Yeah.
damn
It wasn't,
self.
it wasn't God.
That's
And
right.
I
People
used,
talk to Hootie. It's like you said a lot, and I'm not in the position to where I can take notes. Because if I was, I would be able to keep up with you because you said a lot and you said a lot of valid points. And it's not a correction. It's just about that. If you're making a statement, that's one thing, but if you're really asking why, that's another. And so when we say that this so-called fictitious or fake person, Jesus or whoever the name is at that point, we'll say Jesus because it appears that he's the one who's taking a lot of ass whoopings without for no reason. So we'll say that it's fake.
Right.
When we say that Jesus is fake, is Pontius Pilate, is the Pharisees and the Sadducees, is the Roman Church, the Catholic Church fake. And so when we say that when we take archaeology into perspective with spirituality, we slightly get confused. Like, I get it. Like, we look at Baghdad, Iraq, that is the actual pinpoint of the Tower of Babel. So you can physically point out the Tower of Babel when it comes to archaeology. But does it tie in spirituality when it comes to what we're saying out of this book? It's like some of us get tripped up on what. How do I explain this? It's like when we really slow down and ask ourselves before we start, like, speaking from contemplation, we'll realize that, all right, let's really evaluate this. All right, so let's just say Jesus is fake and the Christians do got it wrong. How many Christians bother you or make or online thrashing us? Is where I get at. The way I see it is this: I've seen so many people take ass whoopings and get stoned for no reason, that I do believe in a Jesus, a historical Jesus. I do believe that there's a man who walked this earth who took an ass whooping and felt submissive the entire time. Now, whether if that's spiritually to any of you, or whether if that's just a metaphysical thing to some of y'all, it doesn't matter to me. I just know that from me taking ass whoopings myself, and people can't understand why, and I don't either. I have to say that this historical Jesus had to live, regardless of the fact if I say he didn't. I got to get rid of all this history, including the Romans, If the thing about the Bible, I call the Bible a Ouija board, because there's many gods in there, and there's only one truth, many gods, and all it's in there. Everything's in there. And so I've heard every concept. I've heard Jesus comes back riding on the back of the dragon. Some people see the flame, some people see the glory. I've heard stories about, we've all heard these stories. It doesn't, to me, what matters the most is if it doesn't make you feel well, right? Then it doesn't you don't have to value it. And when we make people work for our value, because that's how today works. If people don't respect you, they don't respect your value, because your time is your value. Breath is the spirit. And so no one can tell any of us that we won't pass away or we won't lose breath. I'm not trying to convince anyone. That's not what we're here for. I'm just saying that a lot of us just talk a lot of shit about what we really don't know. I yield the floor.
I believe that there was a man named Jesus who came and tried to speak reason and logic to us. And I believe that because I believe in you and so Amma and Phil and Sandy. We're real. You know, what kills me is that once we die, what if somebody were to say, well, Paula never existed, Phil never existed, Salama never existed, Dojo never existed, you know, Sandy never exists. We're real, and we are trying to help, just like Jesus. So, yeah, I believe he was real, and they want us to believe he wasn't. Now, whether or not he saved all of mankind is yet to be seen. But I do believe that the personage was real.
It's the actions. You know what I'm saying? None of us can say that, you know what I'm saying, that we've never took the actions to, like, lash out or to be aggressive. It's just the actions. Like, for me, I learned not specifically from the Bible itself, but just from the warmth. Like when he spoke about the cloven tongues and the day of the Pentecost and all that, we know when we start talking in spirit, because it's like it says, like, where three or more together, there I am. And we're talking where we all feel this warmth, to where some of us start crying, some of us feel like something's hugging us. That's the real holy. That's that spirit. You know what I mean? Now all the everything is to be tampered with. The word is going to always fail. You know what I'm saying? The word is going to always fail, because it's meant. It's like I just strongly believe it's meant to where it's like I have to, like, get away from. I have to separate myself from other people's beliefs, because no matter what, we can't get through life without saying we don't believe in nothing. You know what I'm saying? We all fall back on something. And if you're like me, right? I've been a gopher forever. I mean, I've been down every rabbit hole. We can really talk this out for like 8 or 9 hours, but only a gopher can dig their way out and tell you and talk about what the conclusions were. It's really difficult to like speak amongst so many smart and wise people. But I'm gonna tell you right now, for me, what works for me is that I know what she said is real. I know it's real, and it's like it doesn't take for me to prove it or gain from it. There's no reward in this for me. Some of us say that there's no promises either, but the promise is that we live on. Are you?
Sandy keeps muting, unmuting, muting, unmuting. What's
It,
are you okay over there?
on my side, it wouldn't.
And now I
The
can't
red
hardly
wouldn't
hear
come
you,
on.
honey. You sound like you're far away. But I can hear the crunching
My
still, but I can't hardly hear you at all.
Bill, I'm gonna go off again. I don't know what the problem is. I'm just
Wow,
vibrating.
yeah, it's messed up because we can hear the crunching really loud, but hardly hear your voice at all. It's like you don't have a good connection. Yeah.
I know it's really actually strange. Let me go off and then I'll come back on.
Yeah, hopefully that helps. That's what I was thinking she should do before. I don't think just going backstage and coming back up is going to be the answer. She
Yeah,
has to actually leave, and hopefully she has a better connection next time.
yeah, yeah. Realist McCoy. He says he don't believe in nothing. Well, if if and that's fine. I got no problem with that. I believe in the spirit. The only reason I do, and I didn't believe it would ever touch me, but it did, and now I can't deny it. I won't deny it, and I know it leads me, and it's powerful, and it's a hard road. It's not a road for everybody. You know, I'm doing things that most people. I haven't worked since 2016. I just been floating around. You know, so I mean I've worked. I do odd and end jobs, but I haven't worked in my career. So it's not for everybody. That's for sure.
No, it's not. And there's I'm around people who say that they totally disbelieve, but they're trying to find something to believe in, and it's really something that you don't have to believe in. You can you can it's it's like our natural instincts is fashioning our spiritual intelligence, our natural instincts. And most people's natural instincts is to defend. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean to offend, but it means to like whether to curl up and to defend themselves from being injured even worse, or to just pop off and swing back. Whatever the case it is, it's a defensive system, right? This is what we may tell ourselves. But when we look at the evidence, some of the evidence. Let's look at some of the worst serial killers. Look at some of your worst this, worst that. Some of us had master teachers that we entrusted, that they were leading us in a certain way, that got locked up for hundreds of years. Look at Dr. York. What was his last teaching? Ask any follower of Dr. York, what was Dr. York's last message? And his last message was the word. His last message was asking for forgiveness. David Koresh, homeboy that was eating people in his refrigerator. What's his name? Y'all know
Uh,
his Timothy.
yeah.
What's that guy's name? You know what I mean? And he held out all the way to the end before they took his life away. That Jesus is king. The last message of all these people, it matches the last message of the word. It really do. So I don't have none of us really have to dig deep or far to find the evidence that we're looking for. Sometimes it's the great delusion that's amongst some of us. Some of us will get a great delusion, and some of us will see clear as fuck. But it's something that happens. It's a quickened spirit. It happens quickly. It doesn't happen like if we have control or say so. That's all I'm trying to express, is that even on DMT or DMT, we come back expressing what we saw, but we're just, I mean, I don't know. So for us to say that we're demigods, or we're able to take what knowledge or wisdom that this place has offered us in a in over your faith in whatever it is, then that's not up for debate. You.
Oh,
Yes,
is
sir.
that my sister? Oh, shoot. What?
Jimmy, what's up, girl?
Hi, you spoke about Dr. Oh, what? I heard you mention Dr. York, right?
Uh-oh.
Now, he, now he has many believers, but it's the wrongs that he's done. He's done a lot of wrongs. Him, polite. Oh, the door. I have done a lot of wrongs, and hold on, and it's like you're seeking knowledge from somebody who make themselves out bigger than they're supposed to be. Like, like they are. I lost my train of thought as soon as my daughter knocked the door. That's so funny, isn't it? So, yeah, Dr. York done many atrocities. He given STDs and all sorts of. I can't remember what else to children, and people are still following this guy. I have not an issue with that, but I have an issue, but but I personally don't put it on other people, but you can lead yourself, and you can be a god to yourself. You don't need somebody to lead you into whatever, even though like he wrote a lot of books, but most of the books I heard is not his books. He got it from somewhere else, just like Ra and Nefer. Trying to think of a few names. So even though like people are trying to believe, you're trying to believe into something that is not even there, or you have to believe in yourself basically. And I think that's the message. I'm thinking. Like,
Yeah.
I know I came in on the deep end. I probably changed the subject.
No, you're fine. You're
No,
fine.
you're
And I
fine.
heard Dr.
You
York's name. I came up.
like something, whatever that person's name is with the something keys. He always has Bill Carson on.
Yeah,
He's a former Nuwabian, and the word of the people who believe in Dr. Malachi Z. York are Nuwabians. Nuwabians are the ones who carried out his message, but as the messenger, right? And as anybody else's message that we want to use for content or any other fashion, are we learning knowledge from these people's journeys, or are we chewing it up and spitting out the bones, like some would say? So when these people fail themselves, because obviously their journey has brought some type of realization, are we supposed to spit out the atrocities, or do we supposed to spit out what they've learned through their great journey as that moment? Like I was expressing when it came to the Pentecost. Some will say that I'm being a hypocrite because I wouldn't say that R. Kelly is one of the greatest singers of all time, and I wouldn't say that because of why? Because of the way how he failed. It's not my place to realize to it's not my place to bring to someone else's attention how this person has failed themselves, right? You say that we have to work from within, and many of us talk from within, regardless of what Christianity may have done to themselves. A lot of people who are Christians are praying from within. They're not praying from outside. We know this already, but what is the argument? Is, to me, I think that's the question. What makes it a problem? Even Polite with his dirty ass, we know what he did. I hear a lot of of of, bitter people speak about what's occurring that we can't do nothing about, but we can. But we can. The thing is, though, when we start, how do we know something's not infiltrated us then? See, that's one of the devil's greatest tricks, is to make you feel like they're getting along with you, right? Just to infiltrate you. And when the devil infiltrates you, it's on the inside. The same place that we're trying to say where the word is coming from, the inside. So I agree with you, Osun, but where I disagree with you is the natural things. These natural things are to me, they're possessive, and people feel like they can entrust these things with no validation. As long as we speak about it, we're gonna see where truth resides. I yield the floor.
What do you mean? Can you
Illuminati.
expand a little bit more on it? A little bit more? Oh, hi, Realist. Oh, she's
Illuminati
beard. He's
in
got
the
beard.
bucket.
Hiya. Oh, sorry.
Realist.
Can you expand a little more so I can understand to why what you're talking about belief, what not people not believing in themselves? Sorry, because I came in the middle of the talk, right? So you have to fill me in a little bit so I can understand where you're coming from on that one. You know what I mean? Because um people, right, normally they always say that how, right, you can find it within yourself, and about the natural life, right, you can live a natural life. You don't even need nobody to show you how to live a natural life. It's quite easy to be you can easily do that. I'm sure you've lived it before. Most of, well, I don't know whether you lived, I don't know, because I don't know you like that. I just know when I see you a couple times, because I knew you was growing stuff that is living kind of natural, when you're growing your own stuff, when you're trying to do allotments, when you're trying to do different stuff. You like sometimes, right, you have to start off very small. um right, they always talk about the revolution will not be televised, and sometimes, right, you have to make big changes for yourself and your family, and it's not about what's going on the outside and other people's doctrines. Like, people believe in stuff, but you don't have to follow their doctrines. I think that's where people get it all mixed up. But anyway, sorry, I'll just let you expand because I think I've jumped in on the deep end.
No, that makes sense.
No, you made sense. I agree with you. Made sense, and I apologize if you feel bombarded because you stepped in um midway. Um I guess my presence here on the panel is trying to keep us all standing on what we're saying at this moment. It's like if this is really live, and I'm sure this is a live stream, and we're all up here live, then we don't really have to cross contaminate each other's way, And I feel like that's the only way I'm able to coexist around people is when cross contamination isn't a thing. Um, but I don't want to seem like I'm being aggressive, because then here we go with the ego thing. And so which one is it? Is it me being within me, expressing myself as I am, or is it me being egotistical? A lot of us will say, heal yourself, do this for yourself, come within, chosen ones, this, that, and this. I hear all of this stuff, right? But no one has the solution. No one has the solution. And it appears to me that I have to prevent what happens to me on the inside by being more cautious of my surroundings, because the infiltrator has their ways. See, where I've gotten so far in my walk is that the only question I have is, how is the Most High, or this creator, able to put hate and demons and devils and fallen ones and all of this stuff upon us, and still be the one to just say that I am the Most High that loves you? So that's where I'm at. If you can explain to me why or why not the Most High is or is not that Most High, then we have a topic of discussion. But everything else is just demonology. I've done it. I've listened to the greatest of people, Malachi Z. York, everyone. No one's following these people, and no one's accusing you as to be a follower. But let's keep it gangster. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it simple. I yield. We got more people on the panel. You guys excuse me, man. The Valka Bomb be talking. But
You're good, bro. You're good. You're
hey,
fine. Fine.
thank you, Uncle Phil. Hey, praise, power be to you, Osun. But no matter what, it's like, is love all love, or is love partial? I yield the floor.
Hey, so Alma,
Yeah, I'm here.
were you? I still can't figure it out on the phone, but were you going to drop out earlier, or what were you going to do? I got Sandy here. I didn't know if you were still, if you
No,
had
Phil,
anything to
Phil,
say,
no,
or
Phil, let me go because I'm wondering why you wanted me up here. I really don't
well, because you
participate
come
in
up earlier. You come up earlier, and I wanted to hear what you had to say.
No, I told you in the chat, man. I was just seeing because Charles wanted to see how many could fit on the panel, so I want to see how much.
Oh,
And so,
okay,
so no,
okay,
I don't.
okay. I
Yeah,
got you. I got you.
I don't really participate in conversations when in regards to beliefs, man. I just go with what I know. You know what I mean? That's what time it is right now. So no, I'll make room. I'm out, man.
No, don't make room. You be the best person up here, for you know and we believe. So I feel that the person who knows best should be the one who takes the floor. Am I
Well,
wrong?
There you
I,
go, Willis.
I don't know about if I know best, but like I said, I only function right now, especially in these days. I only deal with what I know because I know what time it is right now. So
Yeah.
I'm just focused on what I know. I know I believe. I ain't got. I know I exist. I don't have time to believe in something that that all that energy. My energy is used for what I know. I have children that are depending on their father to know what the hell he's doing, not to believe in what he's doing. Who the hell has confidence in someone who just
Hey,
believes? I have
slow down.
I have
Slow down. Slow down. You sound like I said something wrong to you, and I believe.
no.
No,
Uh.
no.
Come on, man. I don't even know you to say
No,
anything
no,
wrong.
you don't have to know me. I just want you to. I want to hear every word you have to say, but I want to hear it calmly. But because it sounds
He
like
is. He is calm.
This is yeah.
But
This is
that's
cool.
his. He.
I'll slow
That's
down
just
a
what
little
you
bit.
hear is the passion in his voice. That's all.
Yeah,
I'll,
he's
I'm sorry,
I'll,
brother. I'm
I
sorry.
promise.
yeah, I'll slow down a little bit, but it's just this is just that's what happens when you know what the hell you talk. You just say what's so obvious to you. So no, all I'm saying is that I don't function on a belief level. That's how they were able to convince us of a lot of the things that we're doing. Believe in this politician. He's gonna change the world for you. So I mean,
right.
believe in this and have heroes and shit. No, I'm my own goddamn hero because I'm who I can depend on. I can't depend on anybody else. So I go with what I know.
Mm.
I know that we have an enemy, and I know that he has tools that they use, and belief is one of those. See, like let's use the LGBT. They're trying to convince us that it's a man can be a woman. See, that requires belief. A child knows that makes zero sense, but you have to spend time convincing that child that that is. See, so no, I don't function on that plane. So that's all, man. I go with what I know. So
Can I
Right.
tell?
That was powerful. That was very powerful, brother.
I'll give you one example that I always use. If you were asking for directions, just a simple example. If you were asking two people for directions, one of them said, I believe that if you go this way, you should possibly get there. Or if you have someone else who says, I know if you go this way and then make a right, you'll be right there on the left. You're going to go with what you know, or the person who says they know. That's
But
all I'm going to.
that means you believe that person who said they know.
Is it
No,
trust
it doesn't
or is it
require no, it
belief?
doesn't require belief. It's just having information. Having information is not believing. It's just knowing something. You now know where you're going. It didn't require beliefs. It's added to my knowledge. He now informed me.
Yeah. But
So
Yeah.
it's
but you gotta believe me, right? Because I might be lying too, even though I say I know. Like, look, if I tell
But
you
do
something,
we use?
oh,
But do we use the word believe there, or do we use the word trust there?
Yeah, there you go. Because
so I
to
mean,
me, like the belief is being interpreted as dependent, and none of us want to be dependent on something, especially a strong father like McCoy. You don't want to be
Mm.
dependent on anything. So you prefer not to believe in anything. You prefer to know everything, because I mean, believing makes you dependent upon something. I get
Yeah,
it.
trust feels like a stronger word. Yeah.
yeah, but people don't trust nobody. You hear what they're saying? I don't trust nobody.
well,
So
in these
I
times,
need for trust.
that's just a result of these times that we're living in. But trust is a natural, innate ability that we do have,
Yes.
because we don't think people naturally are wicked and evil and liars. That's
Mm-hmm.
something that was taught to us. Children speak the truth from birth. I know that they're taught how to lie. So because we naturally wouldn't lie. So we expect we're shocked when someone lies to us. That tells us that's not normal, you know.
Right.
So lying is it's that's the result of the environment that we're living in. But lying is not normal behavior.
I knew it.
Right.
See, I knew it. I knew. I didn't believe it. I knew you was knowledgeable enough to drop all those gems everywhere, those rubies and everything. Did you hear what this man has just said? I mean,
Oh,
that was
bring
super,
it. Yes.
that was super fire. I mean, it got my eyes watering. I was over. Yeah, I love.
McCoy is the real McCoy.
Uh, Paula, here you go, Paula.
Phil, are you? Oh yeah, I hear you. My bad.
I'm here.
Phil, did you see the back chat? You have to be logged in on the account or on your YouTube account.
Yeah, I got it. I'm
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You
Dojo, I did hear you speak on the Most High and the Creator. Now, see, those are things we have to believe in. Where is the Most High right now? The Most High can watch us while our children are suffering. The Most High can punish a whole nation for the sake of one being. What kind of God is that? I wouldn't punish all of my children because one of them did wrong. What are they going to learn from that? So, I mean, you could take that Most High, the Creator, God, whatever the hell it is, and you can burn it and blow it in the ashes in the wind. It doesn't exist. God does not exist. And if that God does exist, he's not a God that I would worship, because he's wicked and perverted like the ones that he allowed to rule right now.
can
Everything you said. I had the same roar. You know what I mean? Some of us end up to be Daniel. Some of us end up to be, Jonah. I had the same roar. So that's why I can agree with you. It's some of us in the natural body, but I brought up the natural things earlier. And the natural things doesn't just equate to how we eat and how we think. It equates to how we perform, because spirit is everything. And so by you telling me that I can take what you said and then put it into a place, that's up for me to believe, coming from a man who don't have no belief. So what I'm saying to you, Mr. McCoy, if that's appropriate enough to call you, is that what you know is set for you to know in your natural body. When it comes to how you speak of what you know in your natural form, it jeopardizes your spiritual body, which is in spiritual intelligence. So I can agree with you, because I roared the same way, and to the point where it took what it took. Isolation program, this and that, is like you literally feel like you hear the stories of people when they tell you that the world is against them. You hear these, I guess you would have to be one of them to know that this story is true. That even in that disbelief book that you guys talk about, that even the truth was a person that walked in truth. And so when we speak of spirit, I'm not trying to tell you to believe me. I'm just trying to tell you to take it easy, guy, and just breathe easy. You know what I mean? And most importantly, stay independent, because belief to you is dependence, and that's what belief is to me also. I got to a point where I couldn't depend on even myself, but something still took place. Some of us been through the same type of accusations, or we'll say family undone this to us. We'll say our friends undone this to us. We won't say what we undone to them, but we'll say what these people. It's like I'm just trying to express from the inside out, Mr. McCoy. That's all. But you're right though. Don't depend on no man's doctrine or dogma. You
can I
I
add?
want to add to that if we needed to know about anything written down in any book, why weren't we already born knowing it? And I know they erase our minds, but if we were meant to know it, then we would. And that's how the realist is the realist, because he's been down the same road as me. And we've read all those words that conflict continuously. But you know what we know? We know what we were born with.
You're right. Well,
Yeah.
that doesn't explain spirit. You're not gonna learn how to be
That's
spirit.
your spirit. That's your
Hold
spirit
on,
that
hold
knows
on.
that, I think.
Mm.
Who gave you the terminology spirit and who defined it for you?
That's true too. Well, he's got me there.
My breath, me breathing right now and knowing what a dead body
Okay, you called it breath.
terminology. Yeah,
I'm asking you about spirit. You use the terminology spirit. Who taught you that term and who gave you the definition?
the Holy One by giving me my breath and explaining to you what spirit is right now.
The Holy One.
Hmm.
Who is this Holy One?
The same one who gives you breath. You can question all you want. The answers are going to be the same from coming from me, because I'm not questioning you. You're questioning me, and I'm only
No, I'm
answering
not
you
questioning
appropriately.
you. I'm not questioning you. I question the English language. That's all I questioned. I did not question you specifically. That's why I asked you about the term spirit. Did you create that term? No.
No,
I asked you.
you
I
asked me
asked
about the
you.
spirit. You asked me about the English language. You could have stopped right there. If you're asking me about a language that we all speak, here we go back to Babel, or here we go back to the native tongue. That's all I can say. It's linguistics. And so it's like, how else am I supposed to communicate with you if we're not the same spirit, all on the same path?
All
We're not.
I asked. All I asked was who gave you that terminology and defined it for you. The English language, the ones who created the English language, the Webster's Dictionary, who put it also in the Bible. That's all that I was asking, was who gave us that. I don't want nothing that they gave
I
us.
said
I'm
breath.
not.
I gave you the answer. Then you're going rampant again. I gave you the answer, bro. I said breath. The
Okay.
same keep you breathing.
All right. If that's how you define it, that's fine.
That's
I don't argue. I don't
cool.
argue and debate with
We
anyone.
don't have
All I do is
to be
that's why I was in the chat, because this is not a conversation that I normally would partake in, because it's not an area or a subject that I even think about.
because you're looking for logic. You're asking me
I'm
to
not
make
looking for anything. I'm not look. Oh, okay. I'll correct that. The only thing I'm looking for is a way out of this wickedness. That's it. I'm not looking for
that right
anything.
there is the valuable question. That right there is a spiritual question for everyone, because all of us can take that into our own walk and journey and say F everybody else around us. That was valuable. Speak value in spirit. That way we all know that it still helps us all. Some of us ask us to have the answers for everybody, and no one has the answers for everyone. You're a person who will teach me that. And so I'm telling myself, how can you be so wise and on some occasions be so simple? I don't know, but I'm asking myself this. It's like, I can tell that you've known the way, but then you've been distracted by something by the way you talk. So I'm just telling you, great brother, that it's not me or my way that's making you talk that way. It's what you decide to say. I want to speak against. I yield the floor.
I'm really impressed by you. You just now met me and you made that assessment just based off of a couple sentences that I've spoken. That's good for you. You must have real insight. Me, I know nothing about you, and it is not my job to know anything about you. But no, I know I can learn from you, and that's why I was satisfied sitting in the chat.
Perhaps, great brother. I yield the floor.
Right on. Here we go. We're gonna get Sandy up here. Somebody dropped off. Solomon dropped. Solomon dropped
Oh
off.
yeah, so I'm up with. Is she coming back?
I don't know. Hey,
But
Sandy.
yeah, I want to follow that with how I see it, and I'll keep it short. I believe that we were born with everything that we needed, and we didn't need anything added unto us. And now the thought is trying to leave my head. So basically, we're supposed to come out of the Bible, the Old Test, the New Test, and now the now test is to take everything we learned from that and check it with who we were when we were born. And if it weighs, then we're in the now test. But as long as we haven't learned the first or the second test, we're never going to learn the now test. because we're stuck in the past, and the time is now, not yesterday. And so that's where McCoy is as well. He may not use those words, but that's how I describe it.
That's a good
I've
description.
studied, I've studied it for over 20 years, both books, myself. Didn't believe a damn thing somebody told me it said. And when I realized what it really said, I came up out that motherfucker. Up out that bitch, because I don't need it anymore. It's basically a cane, a crutch for those who still need it. But once you can walk, you throw that crutch down and you fly. And that's all that McCoy is doing. He's trying to show you how to fly. But if you're not ready to fly yet, you're not ready to fly yet. And I didn't even know I was going to say that. So I think I'm done now. In all love, because I love every one of you.
And that's the moral of it all. Is when someone says that they love you, that is the moral, and that's the word. The word is love. You know what I'm saying? The word isn't anything else other than that. And it appears that some of us who believe in DNA, you might as well believe in love. And if you say you know what DNA is, you might as well know what love is. I get it. I no disrespect at all. But make people work for your value before you build a relationship with them. Due to love. I mean,
Yes.
it's just really that simple. I'll always show you my actions. But at the same time though, right? What they call easily get what those people think that's easily gotten or easily retrieved, they don't consider value at all. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the aggressor, I'm not the opposer, and I'm not the poser. I have not said one scripture. I haven't used the Bible not one time. Neither did I focus on the Bible or did I focus on Jesus Christ or any of these things. But when we hear this stuff back, those who have been chosen to hear what they needed to hear are going to hear it. And everybody else is not even going to play the video back in the first place. That's the same thing as seeds falling in so many places. It's not the fact that you need the book, the tangible book, because the word is born with you, such as the great woman said on the panel today.
Yeah,
That
we are the word made
we are
flesh.
the word made flesh. You are, yes, yes, indeed. And so
We
it's like
are the word,
I,
abracadabra, made flesh. Yes.
I really don't want to impress either, because then I feel like I'm being impressive. All I can say to Mr. McCoy is that I respect you. Um, I heard what you said before you left the panel, and I didn't mean to give you an open invitation as if our spirits can cross swords. I didn't mean to do that at all. And may the olive branch go to Uncle Phil. But Mr. McCoy, we all find this answer at due time, and for some apparent reason, it seemed like some of us don't realize that that time is not even up to us, because some of us would say time don't exist. I don't have the answers for you, guy. I really don't. This has been a great one, Phil, because normally
Yeah,
I don't come out of the shadows. I
I
can
know.
do
I
that.
thank you.
But I appreciate all the elders and all the ladies who are enjoying the panel. Um, no offense and no harm done with me.
Everything that was said needed to be said to somebody. So that's all we're doing here.
There you go. And that's the greatest gift to give somebody, is to know that your word means value. Are you?
Hey, Sandy. Is she there? Sandy. Hey, Sandy. She's new to this, so do her mic settings.
Well, it says she's unmuted, but I don't hear anything.
I don't either. There she is. Hey, Sandy. Sandy.
Sandy, Phil is calling you in case you can't hear him again.
Let's see. I don't know what kind of phone she has.
The kind that sucks. Probably a cheap one because they hoard all the money here.
Yeah, who knows?
Hey, there's a question I can keep the conversation going
She's
with.
on. She's on
So,
her laptop now. Okay, she's on her laptop.
I'd
Okay,
like to ask Dojo a question.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Because though he's not quoting scripture, he's using biblical terms. And when Christ came to set the captives free, where do you think he came to? What is this place that we live in? Where are we? Do you know? I hope you're there. Okay.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I mean, I always tell people give yourself a little space before you just quick to answer. So you gotta allow me to hear you.
Oh, no, I know. Just let me know you're there and you heard, and then now we'll give you space. I believe in the same thing.
This place is something else, huh? Because if anybody it's hard to talk for the fact that I know there's mothers out there who've made bad decisions when it comes to birthing children. But the closest thing that you'll have to this creation story would be a woman. And so when they tell you, let us make man in our image and let them have dominion, it only goes to let you know that obviously the woman is present, not no girl, not no little girl. There had to be some divine women with spiritual intelligence to realize that inside of a man is a woman. And I don't mean to I don't mean to say that this rainbow pride or this gay factor is to be forgiven. We all heard the whole story of all this. So when you ask me like about this place, I get choked up like you do. It's like I learned what love is here to the point where I learned that love isn't here. And then I had to relearn that love loved here, if that makes sense.
But the question was, what is here? Where is here? Where are we? I see what you're saying, but the question is, where are we? He came to set the captives free. So where did he go to set the captives free at? Where are we? Do you know where we are is actually the question. Do you know where we are?
We're in a creation story.
But where does the creation story start at? Starts at the bottom.
When you start to realize that when you have whether nightmares or dreams, because it appears that whether in the biblical text or in logical terms, people always have these encounters with their whether deja vu or whether or not the so what I'm trying to indicate is that the same answer you're asking me, it doesn't resonate with you. It's like I can say, oh, we're living in hell. I can say this is hell and we can transmute it to heaven. I can give you all the answers that you're looking for, right? But it doesn't matter because the question doesn't matter. It don't. What matters the most is how what matters the most is how we protect.
How can you go to where you're going if you don't know where you've been?
Because we never end
That's
up.
the foundation. First, you have to know who you are. These are the rules that I learned in this world. First, you have to know where you are. And then you've got to figure out where you're going and how to get there.
Where you are isn't the same place where I am, is what I'm trying to indicate to you. And I whoever philosophically spoke that to you, that's fine with me. But I'm not
No,
looking.
those are my words. They're mine.
Yeah, they're yours. They're yours. Where I am, I'm in the kingdom. Rest assured. Rest assured. And I can tell you there's nothing but battles around me. That I'm in the kingdom. I don't
Well,
see.
then you could have just said, this is how my brain works. You could have just said, well, I'm in the kingdom, and you must mean where someone would need to go to set captives free is a prison or hell, you know. And so you could have just said that. I'm a person of few words. I try to say a lot with the least words possible because they're powerful, and I I know that we need to use them
Gotta
wisely
hear
so
better
that
than you
people
have to
don't get
listen.
lost in the word salad.
Word salad. Yes.
You know, like the all the word salad coming from the TV screens, you know, they say all these words that mean nothing and they're just fillers. And so I just get right to the point. So you could have
You,
just said, oh, I know what you mean. I know that you're saying that right now most of us are in hell
no, I'm not saying that. I haven't
and
condemned
that you're not in hell, you're in the
hell.
kingdom.
Hell.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. You should really realize what you're trying to say. And this is the reason why I don't cross contaminate with people. I don't try to contaminate you with what I believe or what I know. I haven't condemned no one to hell. And I'm trying to be as short-winded as possible. But it appears that somebody always got a foothold with them. And so what else do you have to say? Maybe you feel like we're living in hell. If you want me to believe that for you, I believe that for you. Maybe you believe that you're living in paradise. I believe that for you. Here we go again. Mr. McCoy,
People are waiting for Jesus to
I'm
come back
curious. I'm
because
curious as where is this conversation going? Pardon the
they're
spell.
waiting for someone to come set them free because they are
Who is
captives. Because,
oh, the
They
same
can
people
only set
that
themselves free.
who is
well, they
waiting
don't
for
know that.
who's waiting? You're speaking about somebody to give yourself elevation. Please explain who you're speaking about.
What?
Please. You say they are waiting for a savior to give yourself elevation when it really don't come
No,
from.
they are waiting
So
for
who is
Jesus to come
what?
back.
Wait,
What are you
what?
talking about? Calm
No, I'm
down.
asking you. What are you talking about?
Hold
No,
on.
ask you, please,
Well,
please.
if you can't understand when I speak, then it's not for
He's,
you to know what I'm talking about
Oh, here we go.
because,
Bullshit. I'm just asking you a simple question.
oh,
And
no, you're not. It's a trick
it's like
question
there's
because
no
you keep changing the rules. So
how am I
I'm out,
not because
Phil. This guy is a real piece of work. Love you, bro.
okay, back. Whoever that was,
Doja is good. Doja's good.
you know, it,
Here,
it is all good, Uncle Phil, because like I said though, unless I come out of pocket, then there's no reason to feel disrespected or
no,
feel
you're fine, bro. You're fine.
I'm asking it's like really
I know
though.
what you're saying. I know what you're saying. How
Many
about
people got to
this?
grasp on something to elevate themselves. If
Yeah,
you haven't learned how to elevate yourself from self-improvement, from spirituality, from whatever, from inspiration, from vibration, from numerology, from all the bullshit and all the demonic, all the shit that you guys talk about, no matter what, you haven't learned it for yourself. If you can't elevate yourself from the inspiration that comes from within you, then why do you need something or someone to talk about to elevate you? That's a simple question. It's a very simple question. And to me, that's hypocrisy because you speak on people who don't have anything to say about you, but you need to say something about all of them to elevate. That's what I call hypocrisy. I yield the floor.
you're good, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Sandy made a good point. She's in the back chat. She's getting her mic worked out. She is. She's saying we're in a construct and we're on lockdown.
We're all saying something. That's the point. We're
Yeah.
all saying something, and it appears that it's easily to detect who's working for who when it comes to what we're saying, because nobody is pressing or nobody is trying to infiltrate nobody with their belief system. But it appears that if
Right.
nobody has nothing to say, if you have something to say about somebody's belief system, it's that's the catalyst. That's the launch pad. It's like make yourself the everything. Make yourself the value. This is not ego. This is called observation. I'm finally realized what these
Mhm.
spirits are all about. And it's kind of like,
Mhm.
damn. It's
Thank
like
you.
it's like you have to figure it out for yourself. It's like, I don't know, bro. I don't
No,
know.
you're good. You're good. It's just me and you now. Let's talk about this because I like to I like what you're saying because it's the way I feel. Everything you just said is exactly how I feel. People need to lift themselves out of their own, so to speak, misery.
Here we have it. Like I mentioned on my own little channel, that as long as we run enough out the mouth, that's how the devil enters you. Because we start saying stuff like we know what we're talking about, like we know, but yet and still we haven't showed the respect for the person who's on their great journey. If somebody is on their own great journey, that already indicates that they're in their own environment. It's really that simple, whether logically or creativity or with creation. Everyone is in their own environment. Everyone is left up to the illusion or some would say the delusion, or some would say they have found their way. You know what I mean? So if we're here in the lost world, then that's what it is. But it's not difficult to realize this and trying to not play, but this is not a jousting match. This is not a fucking jousting match. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody's like me, but I'm so sick and tired of you YouTube motherfucker. I'm so sick and tired of YouTubers. I'm so sick and tired of it because it's really simple to cut your camera on and let your voice ring out. Let your voice sound out. Let your truth speak. Because I can honestly say before I yield the floor that we can have all you truthers who proclaim to be a truther or a demigod get on the panel real quick while I'm up here. Get on up on the panel. We're going to see how long the truth resides with you before the truth resides in me. Because I'm going to let you know from the facts that, right? Nothing you can say can waver me. Nothing. Because just because you haven't found your way doesn't mean that we're all lost and you are found. That chosen shit is beneath me. Period. I yield the floor.
You said it the other day, YouTubians.
Fucking YouTubians. It's simple.
Yeah.
It's like really though, it lets me know how the Black Mirror really works though. But yet the person who has the least subs, the person who has the least views, the person that the people talk the most illogical or evil shit about, right? That's the person with the most of the most compared to them in order for the person to validate what they're saying. It's like you think you're slick. All you sorcerers, all you witches, all you warlocks, all you demons, all that shit, all of you are not slick anymore. You're not. So when it comes to your walk, I'll let you be, because I'm not the one to crucify you. I simply ain't. But you guys make me out to be the one to take you off. You know what I mean? That's just so funny for me. It's like everybody, no matter what, I can ask anyone up here with no malice at all. Step on up to the plate. Let's have a discussion in regards to this and partner spells, right? But no matter what, though, right? They're going to need some type of trick. They're going to need some type of science. They're going to need some type of logical validation to say why they're even up here talking. You have to learn to stand on your own. That's the problem with me and the rest of you motherfuckers, is that I've learned to stand on my own. I yield the floor.
You're good. You know, we've talked back and forth. We've had some there've been short conversations, but you know where I'm at with a lot of things.
I know where you at, Uncle Phil, because the way the moments have panned out. You know, Ty Bortsoff and all that stuff that we encountered, whether if it fell short on you, it didn't fall short over here. I was with that man when he was on his deathbed. I was with that man when he just knew he had. I was with Ty, literally, him and Mark. Look. This is why I keep trying to tell people that what I'm about is not the same thing, and I'm doing everyone a favor by staying to myself, whether small, medium, or large. You know, I just feel like I feel I let
You're
you
good, brother. You're good. I love you, bub. I love you.
You see my mama, you see my aunties, you see my uncles and my cousins, you see how many people died around me. You seeing all because you have a chance to not come to me, but you've showed me that, like, wow, okay, look, bam. And I'll give anybody that opportunity. The point is, though, is like when you start holding a person like myself accountable for correcting you when you're wrong, you can't hold me accountable for that. Not you, Uncle Phil. I'm just saying per se.
No, I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. You're good.
Like, I've learned enough knowledge to where I know that if your heart is corrupted, then how much knowledge do you really know? You know what I'm saying? All you people who talk about kundalinis and all you people who talk about shamanism and healing the earth and all this bullshit,
It's
right?
all worldly. It's all
It's
worldly shit.
all fucking worldly. It's all natural things. It's
Yep.
all natural things, but the natural things are to deceive us. You know what I'm saying? From
That's
within us.
right. That's right. I'm with you.
All I know is Uncle Phil is that look, I apologize to the great woman who was up here. I'm not trying to press or impress any of y'all to say this YouTube stuff is just it's phony. You know what I mean? It makes people seem phony to the point where I'm one of those people as well. But I'm not trying to like I don't it's like who defends YouTube? You know what I'm saying? So right?
Right.
I'm not trying to defend you. I'm not trying to defend YouTube with any of y'all. But if y'all was in front of me and we was facing the same taxes, facing the same community, facing all the same stuff, I guess it would be easier to get my point across.
Well,
But
you've been speaking some good shit here recently. I've been listening. I comment. You know what I solid. It's solid shit, and it's valid. It's validated.
it makes
People,
me feel like I'm cheating a little bit because it's like I'm not getting to the point. Meaning that like
you're
what
not telling them what people
I
want
don't
to hear.
concept and say this is what I'm speaking about. When really I'm like everyone else. Let's see how it works out.
Right. But people want answers, and we can't give the answers because really nobody has the true 100 answers, only except what's within you.
I don't have everybody's answer. And I'm
I
not
don't either.
trying to sit here and say that Jesus has all y'all answers either, even though the Bible says that he does. So let that be clear that no one came up here thumping the Bible. It's like, but it's like the what's in the Bible gets the validity from the actions of the people. It's like all the actions and all the way everybody's, even the world, everyone. It's like no matter what, we sit here and say and that this book is fucking fake. We say it's like we all attack the book, but the book ain't doing nothing but just sitting on the fucking shelf. You know what I'm saying? And it hasn't done
Right.
anything to anyone. So it's kind of like I said before, I said it again. It's a Ouija board. It's a fucking Ouija board, and you can really see how people respond to when you start tampering with it, I guess. But I'm not trying to speak biblically. I'm just trying to say, like, I'm not trying to
Well,
say.
let me speak. I'm going to speak biblically. Here, I'll speak. I got something to say, and then we're going to let the new people that come up speak. For me, what my mission to do was to show the truth in that Bible. That was my mission. Show that the Old Testament God is Satan. Show that Jesus is the same as the Old Testament God. It's all the same. Now, it's in the scriptures. And if that's the living word, like people say, and that's what they believe in, I'm here to prove it that they are following the demonic world. And that's really the whole point of this stream. It's all within you. The demons, the everything is all around you. Have I ever been demon possessed? No, I haven't. Have I had demons influence me? Fuck yeah, I have. Who hasn't? Um, but I've done what I've been set out to do, and that was to show in that Bible the contradictions, all the points that really have no point, all the things that there's two Jesus in that Bible. There's the spiritual, then there's this fake, false, uh, uh, condemn you to this hell, so to speak. So I'm mission accomplished. Now I'm still working through it, but I'm there. So I yield.
No, you're doing a great job. All the fallens, all the Nephilim, all the demigods, all that bullshit come from that one book. Whether
Yep.
the highs or the lows, it all comes from the same book. And it's like, damn, that's why I say that book is a Ouija board. It's exactly what you must.
Woo!
Hey, Mind Eye, what up, buddy?
Man, Blue Reed. What's up, y'all?
Much
Much
love,
love,
brother.
man.
Hey,
Hey,
mine's eye.
y'all been real say
Real?
oh, yeah, real on target. Like everybody, every single soul, man. Much love, y'all.
Much love, brother.
Dojo. Tell them again, man.
Who was
Hey,
all
Bex.
Manzai? You who you up here with? What's happening, Manzai?
Hey, I'm up here with y'all. I'm up here with the great man. It's hard to find the real people. I found
Right?
I'm
y'all ass though. What's up,
I came
y'all?
back up as well, Dojo. My name's Bex. I've watched you. I'm not like I've watched
What's
you. I
up,
don't want to sound
Becky?
creepy there. I'm like I've been yeah, to your lives and stuff. Yeah. And I was up earlier. I go by Rebecca Broom in the chats.
I
Nice to
I
meet you.
actually
That's
turned
right.
Rebecca on to you there, Dojo, so she could get a little more.
Oh man, Joe
Where we're
Cool in
going.
the business.
Joe
What's up,
Cool.
Joe Cool? Hey, just that name, bro. You got me with the name, man. You hear me? That's best. That's the greatest partner, man. Salutes, Joe Cool.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, everybody? Yeah, I've obviously been listening, and I'm just like, wow. Just like everybody
Hey,
else, but it's good though. You know what I mean? Because these are
okay.
conversations that I feel are always swept under the rug. Why? Why don't we actually conversate,
Mm,
have a good dialogue and communicate about these things? Because everybody knows that at some point, for the most part, when we all go 6 feet under, everything materialistic don't go with you. We all
mm,
know that. We know that. But
yep.
nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to expand on it because in our minds, we understand that everybody is on their own journey, right? And we leave it up to everyone to fend for themselves on that journey because nobody wants to actually talk about it. It's no different than a mechanic. How are you going to learn to become a mechanic if you don't actually go get taught to become a mechanic to work on said vehicle? So
Mm-hmm.
we have to talk about everything, even the harder things in life. We have to talk about it to learn from one another so we can
Mm.
grow and go along that journey.
Right.
Oh
So I
man.
so this is necessity. These topics I feel should be out more often.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and hey, you just said a mouthful, cause hey, and I like your background too, man. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, the flying manta ray.
Yeah, man. That's speaking a lot of value. You know, like say it's a reason for rhyme and say where we do all of this talking is how we doing the walking. You know, where people will say, "Oh man, you talking about it, but you ain't walking." Like say right here is where you can start walking. You know, it's like say the person that cause one individual, I can only tell you my truth, and that is a lot of you, cause it's my truth. You know what I mean? Just like where I speak, it's my tooth, it's my teeth that's, it's my mouth that's speaking my truth. Where like, and I see this is where, like, say, a lot of us in the world we won't grow because it's that one sum or one little click, you know, where they'll downplay your story, and then they'll take it and act as if that's what they was thinking, or they'll take your truth and lie to everybody else because it's your truth. You know what I mean? That's the thing
Oh
with
yeah. Yeah,
the
that mind
individual.
manipulation. Yes.
Yes, yeah, it's like I'm gonna downplay these people so I can go over here and upplay myself, like, or look, upload. But like Dojo
Mhm.
just said, it's like where people will turn on these cameras and do all of this stuff. Like whoever you feel taught you, this person caught you. And it's like
Yeah, yeah.
where they
Because
continue to teach you.
there's always somebody looking, right? There's always somebody
Mm-hmm.
looking to devour, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they prey on the weakness. Yeah,
Mm. Yeah, they prey on the pearl
absolutely.
eye, the
Yeah,
pearly eyes.
You
Where?
know what? It's ironic because just the other morning I was
Mm-hmm.
on with Richie. I don't know for those who know, Richie's 007 channel, and we
Okay,
were
salute, double O.
yeah, we were kind of speaking on this. It was a little different area, but in the same premises. Is that if you look at the ocean, right? Even behind me in the picture, there's all kinds of creature.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one thing is in the ocean, one of the main ones that's known is sharks, right? And here in the
All right.
world, we call it a shark tank, right? So, now, why do we do that? Well, why do we call it a shark tank? Because
Mm.
there's sharks who think as sharks, who act as sharks, who go out into the world as sharks, looking for other sharks and or the weaker, fish to prey on. So, but everyone isn't a shark, right? So you
Okay.
had jellyfish, you had squids, you got all kinds of other fish out there, but the sharks are always the number one predators, so to speak. So it's like, if I'm not a shark, but I'm learning, I'm growing, why are you just gonna come chew on me just because you are a shark, just because you are strong-minded, just because you learned to be a mechanic and you're at the top of the class and I'm in the beginner class, I'm in the novice class, if you were. Why would you just jump down me going, ha, look at that idiot that don't know what he's doing? Well, that's because I haven't learned yet. But why are you going to harp on me for not knowing?
Mm.
Right?
See, yeah.
Why are
Let's
you
get.
going to shark tank me? Why are you going to shark tank me? Because I don't know better yet? See, everybody is on
Wow.
their own journey. And everybody, there's so many fields, even in today. You got electricians, you got carpenters. There's so much, even within this one life. No
Yep.
one
Endless.
person, no one person is going to be a mastermind of everything that this earth has to offer. It's
Talk
impossible.
about it, bro.
So if an electrician goes to a carpenter and laughs at a carpenter, what point is that? He's a carpenter. He doesn't know the electrical. That's your field. That's your expertise. But you shouldn't
Mm-hmm.
rag on him for not knowing.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
think about it. If a carpenter's building a house and you got the electrician that goes in there and starts laughing, going, "Man, why would you build it that way? You should have built it like this. It would have made my job easier." The carpenter is going to go, "Well, I go by the blueprints, not what makes you easier."
You know.
Well, and
Mm.
on that note, when I was a property manager, the electrician actually was the best at hanging doors. My electrician could hang a door in like 20 minutes, which shimming a door in level and plumb is takes a bit of finesse. And so I'm not saying like because the electrician was an expert, they were also an expert at something else, but be careful you don't think you can learn from someone just because they didn't learn mechanics from a master mechanic, right? So really what we're getting down to
Mm-hmm.
here is what skills do we need to communicate, right? So that we can be having these kinds of conversations, allowing each other to get offended or feel
Oh,
something and
Bex,
grow and move past it.
but
You know what I mean?
but
Like,
and
Mm-hmm.
Bex, did you hear what you just said? Language barrier. Communication in itself is a
Oh my
skill.
goodness.
In
well,
Mm.
exactly.
order
That's what I'm saying.
in order to even communicate to somebody, you have to be able to understand that language barrier. And it's funny that some people will get upset, right? That they're like,
Mm.
why are you explaining the same thing in four different ways? Well, that's because there could be four different people in the same room who need to hear it
Yeah.
their own way. So there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with repeating yourself like that.
Mm-hmm.
I,
Mm-hmm.
But if Mind's Eye and I have a miscommunication right now, or you and
Right.
I have a miscommunication right now, right? Only we can sort it out, right? Only we are actually the ones that are directly affected by that. But however, we've joined this
Yes.
panel. right? Ideally, we want to grow from it, right? Now, in these times, I would say, and probably even leading up to these times, I think, when we're reacting from an emotional place, and I'm guilty of it, ask Phil, right? Like, I'm guilty of it, but we all are. So is Phil, ask me. Like, I'm just saying, maybe not the same situations, right? But, if anything, when we're having that emotional response to what someone's saying to us, whether it feels personal and is actually personal, like whether they're asking us a personal question directly, please answer this, or whether it's, a general question that actually then has us question, has us feeling from an emotional place, we need to defend something. Ultimately, that's all communication skills that, we can learn here, which ideally is part of the learning process. You know what I mean? But it's not required here. But clearly, if we want to build together, sometimes, trying to figure out how, how that works, right? How that kind of dynamic works. And rather than just chalking it up to a miscommunication, communication breakdown, it's like, well, how can I move forward next time together? If it's so be that, I've ever offended someone so much that they would never be on a panel with me again. And yet there's no way for them to get a hold of me because I don't have any content on my, that they could even comment on my channel. Like, I would hope that they would take the time to, find a way to communicate, right? If it was obstructing what they want to be doing, right? But that's just because I really value these spaces and I value everybody's voice and I value hearing people through. I mean, even when I had an altercation, when my, situation on Charles' channel, when I went and I watched the person who, I watched his whole thing. He went off. He talked about me being a pawn for the system. I listened to every word, right, that man said, because I wanted to see his perspective and why I had upset him so much. And I was offended and grateful, and appalled and ecstatic, you know what I mean? Like that I could, I could listen through that. Because for some people, 15 minutes into that would be like, oh, somebody's saying, oh, Rebecca Broom, she's a cyan, even the second time it said might be like, oh, I can't hear that anyways, this guy picking on me. Or even if I was feeling like that, I listened to the whole thing, right? So I'm not, I might be being passive aggressively beaten around the bush here, I know, like,
no, not at all. Because in all reality, what do they call that? Constructive criticism, so to speak. Like that in itself is another skill. Like there are some people, who don't get on, depending on subject. But like you pointed out, Bex, somebody was that, not saying that they were attacking you personally. I don't know. I wasn't there. But if they were, representing themselves as such and, bringing something forward to you, you didn't retaliate, is what you're saying. You took that as, hey, anything that comes your way, there's many different shields we can use, right? And the shield you used at that particular time to draw was constructive criticism. That way you could shield what was being thrown at you and not be reactive, but try to understand where they're coming from. And that is awesome. Because
it takes help in this community, though. I appreciate that, but I can't take all the credit. I did go into the next live and I did ask a question and I did see him deleting other people's comments, not mine, but not addressing mine. And it was actually Not No who said something very succinct, and I saw the point and I just yielded because I'm here for the people's hearts, right? Our minds don't have to be identical, right? Your heart vibration, right? Your heart vibration better be resonating close to mine, and we think that, and in fact, it's Dojo that taught me, even though I'm not practicing it very well, but he was so right when I was watching when you're not keeping everything up anymore, but something about, saying less means more. Right? Because like he said, the devil gets into our words. Like we don't mean to offend each other. We don't mean to be hypocrites. I'm the best at seeing my own hypocrisy, but not in the moment. It's 5 minutes later. It's 10 minutes later. It's 3 years later. It's 10 years later, standing next to someone in the grocery store, you had an altercation with, and you're like, do you remember me? And they're like, Becky Broom. And you're like, oh shit, you do.
Karen, how
I'm
are you?
sorry.
Hey, hey, JJ on
Karen.
the panel.
Karen's here. I remember you. Yes, I do.
JJO
JJ
Hey,
Organic.
JJ.
Organics.
Hello, hello.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Much
hi,
love,
JJ
So
everybody.
Organics.
speaking of
Rebecca, I'm sorry.
maturity,
Rebecca, you're very clear, meaning
yeah.
that some of us admire how well you can how well you can pull from your memory that fast, and that just that you're very clear. And as for the other gentleman who actually opened up the conversation with the shark analogy, I one thing about sharks and
Sharpens.
and the parable that you had delivered, which I feel that is fascinating, is that sharks they don't have in their anatomy to swim backwards. So if anyone pulls their tail, they end up dying anyway. So it's not in a shark's anatomy to swim backwards. So for them to go out for what I mean into what the vast ocean and be what a shark is, what we call a predator, are they held accountable for not knowing what swimming backwards is? And so
Mm,
it's they have something to the equation when it comes to saying tunnel vision. They have something to that equation. Fascinating that you use that example of sharks in the ocean. When I always tell myself that this natural knowledge is how I got to where I am, and I don't put that above or under anyone. But it's the natural knowledge when I started to realize there's an intelligence behind it all. I yield the floor.
hey, though, Joe.
Mm.
Uh, say one thing about that shark, and that's fire. You said that with it not swimming backwards, because like say where you get to the phrase or where we express, how the shark eats, we call it the shark bite. Yet shark bite, it translates as shock bolt. And I ain't never seen lightning strike backwards. So yeah, you can't blame them
Mm.
because like say going back is how we go forward. You know, like we got to go to the past to go forward. Like how you like where we walk, or just the simple motion of walking, you got to pull the left leg up to the right one so they can continue to say walk past each other. Back and forth thing. You know, Yet it's like say where you said the shark don't go backwards. Who could blame them, or who could try to poke jokes at that feature? You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even the shark eggs is they're just exotic looking. And when it comes
I've never seen a shark egg.
when you type in shark eggs, I mean simply they just something in regards to their anatomy. These things in the natural world, some will say the lost world, the anatomy of the structures is one thing. I don't want to get off sidetrack. I just feel like the woman who I was speaking with earlier when I told you that I've lived a life of there's no beginning or ending, meaning now I'm always in the middle of everything. I'm always in the middle, and and it's like that's I'm not trying to take that from the Bible at all. I'm not trying to say that's why hey, I'm the Alpha and Omega, but it seems like a dream. It's like we always end up in the middle. It never shows us in the you know what I mean. And so something or someone is tampering with our
Okay.
past present at the same time. I mean, Uncle Phil says it's just blue beam stuff or just green beam stuff. I just want the great lady to know that I'm always in the middle of something, and
Mm,
I don't know the answers to that because these are some of the answers
Mm.
that what I mean, the questions that I ask myself is like, why can't I just begin
You
something?
know,
Eh?
you know, Dojo, when you said that, oh my goodness, when you mentioned that,
mm,
wow. So I feel that when that happens for you or anybody else, I look at it as a pressure cooker. Because when you feel like you're in that position and in that point, we are being pressure cooked because as the saying goes, iron sharpens iron. You don't get a diamond It's we need to be pressure cooked so we
Mm.
come out of it better than what we were. And some, they get pressure cooked more than others. Now, maybe that's because some can handle it better than others. You know, it all goes back to, you know, the strength of our minds and what we allow to happen as well.
Mm. Hey, where you just said iron sharpen iron, like say even if the person going against your blade, say if they fold or lose their life to the iron that sharpens iron, you still sharpening them. Say whether you kill them or not, like whether you knock them out the box or not, they gonna learn from that burn. You know,
I saw
like
it.
say, hold on, uh-oh.
No, you go ahead, Mind's Eye. I can wait.
Okay, I'm about to wrap that up. Like say where you sharpen other people is just like shining, you know, where they learn, like say, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. you know, like say, and people they are so emotional where iron sharpen iron. We get up in these builds or we
Mm.
go on these live streams and people become very emotional. They become like a witch that you poured water on, they get to melting, you know, like so whether or not they fold or emotion is played or you seem like a bully, you still gotta sharpen them. You know what I mean? This how you
Well,
sharpen the
well,
pencil.
exactly. In that respect,
Let's get it.
everybody's emotions are completely different because everybody's personalities are completely different. That's
Mm-hmm.
like that's like my name in a sense, Joe Cool, right? Just because I don't speak a lot, right? It doesn't mean that I'm ignorant or unintelligent, or maybe I present myself in uh, in a different manner or demeanor, and my
Right.
information comes out different. But that's the whole point and purpose to it all, because everybody's different. No one's going to receive it ever the same way. So we
Mm-hmm.
have to have all of these differences and influences. Otherwise, as some have said, if everyone was literally the exact same, how boring would it be?
Oh, it's gonna be just like looking at me in the mirror, you know, and
Yeah.
nobody will notice that one, you know. Like say that's something you said that because uh I was listening to Delbert Blair, right? And say he spoke about where where you may seem different from everybody else. Say it's a good thing due to the fact that, like, say if it was all happening to us at the same time, then nobody appreciate or notice that something changed. You know. So if it all happens with, like, say you snap your fingers and we all get great, we still gonna be dumb because then nobody even see the change. They didn't even see the switch. You know.
Bingo. Exactly. J-
Yep.
just be
I land right there.
yeah, just because your light turns on don't mean everyone going to see it.
Yeah, like blinds people, don't it? Wow, too much of it.
Well,
I
well, well, well right.
But I
Well, think.
think
Go ahead, Bex.
I just wanted to say back to this iron sharpening iron thing here, because it's hard when I think what we have to understand is in the last few years, and probably way longer, but definitely in the last 3 years, we've come through a lot of information that underestimates actually how traumatic and calculatingly traumatic this has all been on our psyche en masse and personally. And sometimes if we didn't have these personal strifes amongst us, we might be so desensitized because the truth is so absurd and abhorrent, that we actually need these dialogues to remind us that we're here because we care. right? And then in a perfect sparring match where iron is sharpening iron, then what we're doing is actually sharpening our swords should never need sharpening outside of our sparring, right? Like you're not going to just dull your swords practicing with your fencing team, so that if you're ever invaded, you've got to grab your dull swords and start war with the invaders, right? You've got you trust each other enough, and you've dialed in your capabilities and your strength as a team to trust that while you're sparring, you're sharpening each other's swords in the process, you know?
Yeah, but we gotta quit being the iron and start being the sharpening stone.
We have to really
We take
take
turns.
consideration when we say iron sharpens iron, it's
JJ's
friction
next.
that sharpens them both. It's the friction. And so
Yeah.
who or what causes the friction of both these irons crossing each other, whether if it's metaphysically or not. So when iron sharpens irons, it's the friction that does it. Meaning that in the spiritual,
Mhm.
that's what's sharpening us. Your
Hey,
I
hey, hey, Dojo,
go ahead, man.
Dojo, bro. Say, is that what Africa is? A friction? Say,
Be
the frick.
appearing to be. I mean, with the great spell, with the educational system, and I don't want to take too far of a sidebar, but appearing to be. We have people out there
Mm,
who thinks like Mind's Eye. You know what I mean? Mind's Eye isn't the only one who thinks the way he does. He's just very sharp. It's
I
just the fact
mean,
those who don't think like Mind's Eye, we don't try to. Our job is just get to spilling, and if something comes out the wrong way, people like Uncle Phil, Mind's Eye, they'll let us know that, regardless of the fact. And this is what you consider, what I consider partner spell, not a fruitless relationship. We have to realize that there are fruitless relationships.
mm,
Miss Rebecca was correct. Stuck iron sharpens. It is the friction. The same way how I'm not trying to quote the Bible, but the same way how he picked up how many rocks? How many rocks did he pick up? But only threw one rock to drop this allegedly this giant. Okay, so it tells us how much his sword weighs. It tells us how much the armor weighs. This is a giant
mm,
compared to a shepherd, and he picks up so many rocks. Let you know how he had to depend on belief. But the first rock that he thrown, it was the thrust that dropped that giant. It was the thrust in that rock, the confidence in throwing that rock. The first one, it didn't take the other ones. And
mm.
so, not only that,
Build
according to
efficiency.
the story, he runs over there and picks up the giant's sword and chops the head off. How was this skinny shepherd boy able to pick up the sword? So you're right. All of y'all are right.
Oh,
Like, but the real friction is of the
Mhm.
Most High. I yield the floor.
Yeah.
JJ, go ahead, JJ.
I got so many thoughts.
Speak 'em. Speak now or forever hold your peace, eh?
What I mainly heard
that's good.
was the friction between two people having a healthy discussion, even if they disagree. If it's iron sharpens iron, or if somebody's more schmelting while somebody is passionately heated up with their testimony, their side of the story, it's maturity. And sometimes it doesn't really hit right away. It can take 3 to 6 months or a few years. Every day, I seem to have a moment of reflecting back on what somebody said indirectly to me, and I was like, it really struck something. I've learned to let it marinate and see where it leads me, and I question every aspect of it, and not in a heated debate with myself or with somebody else, at least hopefully not, because that becomes like discouragement, like you're being criticized by an authoritative figure instead of a mutual peer of any age that wants to know and inquire about something.
Mm. Hey, did you hear that in your word, JJ Organics? Like where you said criticize, like say that's the criticism or the critter. Like they shrink you down to the mouse. They
Right?
shrink you down to any type of,
Yeah,
insect, squash you like a bug where you
that
accept.
was my upbringing. Of if I asked too many questions because I was curious and wanted to
Mm,
fully understand, I got put down in a place from my
Criticized.
parents.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. Like
Mm.
that's a mouthful. My upbringing was I didn't my daddy did 43 years. He did life. You know what I'm saying? And so my mama had me when she was 15. So I had all the freedom in the natural world. I had all the freedom. It was up to me to conjure or to manifest whatever that was. But Rebecca said a whole mouthful, and it's kind of like, yeah, it's not the it's never us that's trying to get the point across. Everything she just said right now got me like tongue tied. It's like I,
Oh, usually I'm tongue tied.
you said that you should be a publisher or something. I'm surprised you ain't doing narration for comic books or something, because you're swift, but you're accurate, and there's not a lot of people that I would say that have that knack about themselves. Really, sometimes I gotta teach myself, Rebecca, to slow down because I'm a fast talker too.
Mhm.
And so what I do is I tell myself these two things. I tell myself that no matter what, I'm the only person who can hear the voice in my head. No one else can. And the
Right.
second thing that I've done forever now, right, is like when I wake up, when I fall asleep and wake up, I don't open my eyes first. I wake up in my mind first with my eyes closed. And some people hear that and tell themselves that that's impossible, but it's not. I thought it was impossible, and it changed my life to wake up in my mind first, before I let my body just turn on. And this graceful space in between thinking and reacting was what I'm trying to indicate to people these days, that grace is sufficient for you because your strength is made perfect in weakness. And so grace is not favoritism, grace is suffice. And so it's like, but it's that space to give yourself that who. And so I
That's
think
what I feel like. Sorry, but I can relate to that. What you just said is what I feel like since I turned 40 in February. I feel like that grace or maturity of patience, peace, or just slowing down because my body needed to heal from so much that was going on. But waking up, I could feel myself awake before I opened my eyes. I can feel myself still, I want to say, in that dreamland, but I'm like in the between, but I'm not like astral projecting or anything. I've gotten used to it, but I'm trying to recognize what's going on or figure out what's going on. And it's this what you're saying, Dojo, is very relatable, and I can understand it.
I'd say
I just
this. I just want to
I
say one
want to
thing.
interject for one sec because you've got us a bit mixed up. JJ's been talking for a couple minutes. I'm Rebecca, and that's JJ. But she took over after I stopped talking. So um,
You're good. If those
yeah,
out there who know who I am, if you're listening, when you close your eyes, you're in the universe. If that I'm trying to make it make sense, but
I
just
get it.
closing your eyes, you're
Mm.
everywhere in the universe. Are you?
Yes, you are. You know what I
That
mean?
feels
That's the static right there.
that feels about right. And I'm like 40 years old and just now kind of finding, I want to say, it's a peace. It has to be a peace, a quietness, a mature steadiness of just now feeling and understanding that.
You got to put it all of say the pieces of that puzzle. You got to make sure that you put them in order for you. Like say, order is order, and this is where your nose smell it, you spell it, or you spill it across the pavement. Say whatever that we dealing with, that is your truth. Like say the blueprint that'll be to your spirit and soul. It comes from you. You know what I mean? Say it's just like where they talk about you know how you will see a character get shot up with bullets, and this is the shit where they gotta put it in the movies because you ain't gonna see it like this where we exist, how we exist. You gotta set it up. It's a setup, where we make it look good, and some people just can't believe it when they see things like car wrecks, train wrecks, where they see that stuff in their physical realm. So it's just like where your eyes will suck up all of that stuff you've seen in your lifetime, and you blow it back out. You blow it back out like I'm saying that because I seen the dude on the Mask movie. you know, where the dude that whose intent was, you know, say on the side of positive, which would be negative, like where he put the mask on, the mask was evil or, you know, negative, you know, but when Jim put it on, it was a whole different story, you know. Say
Yeah.
he didn't really harm people. Yet it's like you take this world in through the eyes and you blow it out, you know, because all of the stuff that you've seen, it could have killed you. It could have, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
It could have hit you up where you would have folded like toilet tissue. Because, like, say, some people's situation dealing with spirit is like the bulletproof vest, and then you got that's toilet tissue, you know. So it's just like that, being able to withstand what the world gives you, and you blow it out, you give it back, you know what I mean? And
Damn, I was
that's
fire.
your truth.
I was very fired, man, because I mean,
Let's get it.
I do my best. I deliberately ignore things. In my journey. You know what I mean? When I say
Respect,
journey,
bro.
right when I wake up, right when I wake up and I'm in. Well, you know what I'm saying? Everybody would say that we're in whatever, but right when I wake up, I deliberately ignore things. It's like, and some would say that's me. That's my arrogance, or some would say that's my me being egotistic. It's like, but
Hmm.
I'm 47 and I age very well, but it taught me what the Nephilim really is. And so when they say that the sons of God took the women of earth, it's basically saying like some OG ass niggas, like you know what I mean, still healthy and still young looking, but yet attractive to like 22, 25 year olds. Like I wouldn't date nobody under 35. It just don't feel right. You know, but it's like I'm what it is like your your my journey is telling me everything I need to know, and me trying to like I don't know. I guess me trying to put it out there for critique, it messes something up when it comes to the relationship with that person. You know, it's like I'm up for constructive criticism, but I'm not up for humiliation. There's a difference. The words can be used lightly. Um, but yeah, this was a good one to Uncle Phil. This was a good one. We have Rebecca up here. Rebecca, you need hey, I don't want to say what you're very hey, you have a connection between consciousness, not your mind, because your mind is the container for your consciousness. Your all is, not the all. The all. No, that's not how that works. All is. You're you have a you speak right right with all is with no mind, and not a lot of people have that. I'm not trying to sound
Mm.
or call you to a fold or something. I'm not. I'm just in. I'm not trying to sound like
Hey,
source,
you right.
but you
It's
have,
like,
yeah, and that's why you talk really fast. I can imagine how fast your mind is everybody's mind is a nebula. But they tell you what a nebula is, like a
mm,
yeah, everybody's mind is a nebula, and your
Ooh, that's
pineal
like
gland is
my
nothing but a
other
dark
icon.
hole. A black hole is the pineal gland. There's no light there. People put light there at the pineal gland when it's really the black
hmm.
hole.
Hey, 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 let's pause right there, because you know like you can't spell the pineal gland without the pine, right?
Yeah.
Uh, don't
So like,
don't
look, the pine, y'all.
Hmm.
We are pine.
the pine cone.
Like say from the genome all the way up to now to the flesh. You know, like say from conception of birth, like say that's what that little sperm thing is, you know, with the tail, like say where you can't, like say it's just a little white head and it got the little wiggly tail, right? Yet the head is of pine. It's a pineal gland. So you are tied to the very tree that's growing out of the earth. You are a living tree. We all come from pineal. I'm glad you said that, bro. That's why they, you know, gave you Pinocchio and say um the fingerprint. You know, that's the rings inside of the tree. The fingerprints that's
You're all
that.
is.
Hmm.
It takes one to enter the womb to create your mind which is the container for
Mm-hmm.
consciousness. But all that other stuff that you thought was discharge, all that other stuff that you thought that was just pissed out and washed away, that's not true. Everything
Oh
created,
man.
your body is created by everything else, and it only took one sperm cell to create your mind to bring you here. That's a 0 point. Nothing. No,
Mm,
there's nothing else that was washed away. They tell you millions of this, and only one swims up. No,
mm,
they seldomly forget the fact of where does those radiation scars come from. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
We're dealing with we're just dealing with this stuff that I don't like to keep rambling on. Bonzai, I'm sorry.
Oh, you all right, bro?
I mean,
You all right? That's what this is. It's the conundrum. You know how sometimes the drummer, say the stick will fly up out his hand. It'll fly up out her hand. Like sometimes we
Mm.
fumble. Sometimes we, forget.
yeah.
You feel me? Look, at
Mhm.
the same time, you are not perfect. And I'm telling you, at that time where you are not perfect, you are perfect. Because that's what your body
Hmm.
is a knot. You know what I'm saying? The whole body is a knot and it's tied up. And that's
Yeah,
you are not perfect.
yeah, and to kind of bounce off that,
Let's get it, Joe.
I hear, other, channel creators out there, and I do get it. I'm not saying I don't, but I get that, when they put out content, they want to
Respect.
be focused. They want to be on point, keep that train going down one rail, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. However, we have to all understand that everything is connected to everything. So when you talk about babbling in a sense of going on, see, the thing is, I look at that and go, no, don't stop. Don't stop the train from going where it's going. Allow it to ride, because it's connected to the same track. Even though the tree branch is going out over here, if you follow it back, it's connected to the same trunk. So it's okay to kind of go off subject sometime, because it's going to come back to the main trunk at some point. It all flows from there. So I say just let it go. Let it roll on, because
Yeah,
like you pointed
hey,
out,
what's
like
happening
you pointed out, yeah, you're
for you, bro?
juggling.
Who's that talking? That's Joe Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Cool, yeah, you live up to the name, man. Spoken like a prodigy, brother. Spoken like a prodigy. You got me over here like, and you know when you grin and the back of the little knots in the back of your head hurt because you're grinning. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got my camera on. I mean, my camera's off, but you got me grinning where the back of my head is kind of like so. Hey, hey, bro, hey, you fit up. You speaking like a prodigy. Hey, keep it cool, man.
Whoa.
Hey, keep it cool. Mine's eye. Hey, it's
Yeah.
good for your presence, brother. I don't have a chance to be up here with some of the great brothers. When I say great brothers, I mean that we've been in these same trenches for many years.
Mhm.
You know what I'm
Ooh,
saying?
the trenches, huh?
You know, and so it's like they've known me. There's been times where they've seen live streams of me living in Denver. I lived in Aurora. I lived in Dallas. I'm here now. But it's like no matter what, they can't lie to themselves like I can't lie to myself. It's like something's woven there. But yet at the same time, when
Mm,
we say something that's woven means something was stitched. And a nigga like my
Mm-hmm.
come from the whole cloth. So it's kind of like,
Mm.
you know what I mean? You have to realize that there's gonna always be there's gonna be a tear.
mm.
There's always gonna be a tear. You.
Uh-oh.
It's a
Wheats and
question.
tears.
Here it is. Here it is. So the real question is, why do individuals lie to themselves over that terror?
Uh-oh. Terraforming
Uh
or
oh.
the avoidance.
Oh. Keep going.
you know like say the race that we're all in is really the nightmare that most of the world is running from. It's like, damn, shit, I didn't shook like imagine little Andy, and they've put it in the TV and showed us. Like, I couldn't have imagined you know, say 10 plus years later, they show the same child that played Andy in that 80s movie Child's Play. He's in the 2000s still running from that fucking Chucky doll. It's like who can run the fastest from they goddamn nightmares? You know what I mean?
Can't you just
That's
turn around and punch it?
Oh wow.
say that again, Bex.
No, it's
That,
JJ.
that was me.
Oh,
Just,
okay, you got it, JJ. Say that one more.
can't you just turn around and punch it?
You got to. You
I
got
actually
to.
had a literal, my own
Mm,
dream with the character from The Ring. If you ever saw The
Wow,
Ring.
with the hair everywhere, the
Hmm.
hair from face.
mm,
Yep, that creepy little wet
Wow.
little thing. Um, I was at a family house walking around outside in the daytime, and I felt safe and fine until I turned around, and in one moment this thing was following me, and I turned to ran, but it was like I was stuck in mud. And in an instant, I was like, okay, fine. So I turned around and just punched it.
Wow.
And I have those
Hey,
moments from time to time in a dream setting. And
me
I
too.
woke up and I was like, I'm still sleeping with the light on. But damn, I stopped
Wow.
myself to have that moment. The
Yeah, that's
grudge
real.
mm.
was more disturbing than the ring, but still.
But the
Yeah, because
setting
they
itself
had the little that
is the
little noise with it.
you have so
Yeah.
many people who you have so many people who's never done mushrooms, DMT, psychedelics, but they
Me.
they speak of these settings that they speak of these like it's the same setting. It's like we don't those who of us who've abused psychedelics, whether DMT or anything else, we cannot lie to ourselves and lie amongst
Mm,
those who's never tried it. That the settings are exactly the same. I try to bring that setting to people's attention. Like,
mm,
let's speak from that setting, and then we'll really realize like this is this is a great thing. Mine's like y'all going in, man. But she said
Hey,
me. I feel like uh my
yeah.
setting my settings aren't my settings. I have to. They call it being egotistic or being just like super aggressive, but it's not that. You have to
mm,
take in my settings. One, I was born and raised in California, and I'm 47. And two, right, I
Respect.
was left with so much freedom. Like I was a latchkey kid. I was left with like 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 the world was like literally like
You
everything.
you
Like,
I
you
worked
you
at
was running wild.
I was running wild, bro. Everything was wild.
Mm,
Out of all of it, right? It's like some of y'all will believe that, oh, I was just slick enough to get away. But I never
no.
played that part. I never played the part of,
mm,
oh, you were slick to get away. I was always trying to be the like, you know what I mean? And so this is what brings me to the Google shit. Like at 47, I remember when ITT, the Institution of Technology, was bringing AOL CDs and shit to the hood. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm adventurous naturally. You know what I mean? And it's like when the technology got involved, that's when a lot of this deception really got involved. It's like, oh my goodness. And I just know that there's no goddamn. I I just don't want no one to I just
wow, bro.
want to favor the fact that I might be right in some circumstances. I'm just trying to like I'm just I'm just harnessing my moments, man. Like yo,
Hmm.
You
harnessing.
remind me,
Hey,
I used to
you
work
got him.
latchkey. Sorry. I used to work latchkey my senior year, and then my following year, I did latchkey. I was watching the kids, and you remind me of this kid. His name was Philip, and he had his friend. His name was Zaid, and Philip was a young black kid, and Zaid was a young Chaldean. And these two were very spirited in the sense of they would get in trouble because um,
mm,
my supervisor, my boss, there's like three or four of us working latchkey. I was the newcomer. I was always going to be at the bottom of the totem pole, but they were telling me, watch for this kid, watch for this kid. They do this. And there was nothing wrong with what they were doing, but it was more of the timing, I guess. They would drag their feet, be the last ones to sit down. They would be the first ones to get up and just burst full of energy. And I'm sitting there going, there's nothing really wrong with what they're doing until they actually start antagonizing another kid and bothering them. So I eventually became slow to respond. And I liked these kids because of their energy, but they did get in trouble sometimes that crossed some boundaries that this young kid Philip being in because he was um, always in trouble, but not with me. Of it one day, he looked at me, this fifth grader who is black, looked at me and I'm white, and just said, "Man, you guys are always yelling at me because I'm black." And it hit me hard. I was like, there was such a diversity in the schools that we worked in. It hit me hard that I was so upset I started to cry. But I was upset more than anything. I said I needed to walk away. And I was like, that's not why he kept getting in trouble. He was just free spirited. And it just hit me so hard that one day. And it still does. And I want to say half my family, it's like a quarter of my family, my relatives are black. And I don't see that way. But it was from a fifth grader to give me that experience of going, oh, I had to go calm down, come back and talk to him and tell him, like, I know you're a fifth grader, but I respect you and I want you to not get in trouble, in a sense of why we keep saying you're in trouble. It has nothing to do with your color, but that free spirit sometimes aggravates other people who cannot handle it. But I was trying to tell him how much I enjoyed it. And that's kind of like Jojo, sorry, Dojo, you were talking a while ago, and in the comment section, I said something to you that I understand what you were saying because you to me sounded passionate, and you have a very, I would say, like loud passion for your truth. And there was something in your story that I could relate to and understand. And I think some other people took it as hostility or religious Bible thumper. And I was sitting there going, but I didn't feel it that way. And I was telling Joe Cool is my better half, and he's in the other room. I was like, I like Joe. I can relate to you and feel your passion and not see it as like a Bible thumper as some people would. So there's
JJ,
similarity.
I was just going to say I appreciate you all you saying that, because I was going to say that sometimes though I think people that you would use the word passion, because I think that in our plights and in our exercising and in this over this world that where people are so quick to get offended and then feel like we're all judging, say, the left or the liberals or whatever for being like, oh, your feelings, but then here we are pulling the same stuff over here, when really what we have to learn to understand is that righteous indignation and righteous rage and righteous anger and passion against a mutual enemy is something that's going to get heated. And to take the religious doctrine that we've been given, or the doctrine that has any one of us saying, for whatever reason, that our pain and our pain of the stories that led us to here is more valid than the pain of somebody else, is just another trick, right? It's just another trick to distract us, right? And we all want our pain validated, actually. That's what has us capable of having other people shut us down, or people empathizing so strongly with people they're not even listening to people who are being like, wait a minute, I think we've been had. I'm using detransitioners as an example there. You can have a detransitioning man sitting at the front of a school telling people like, oh my goodness, this is really bad, I've done something really bad. And because that detransitioning man looks like a woman still, right, and will never look like a man again, you have people in the audience, right, telling that woman, that man, that they're a TERF, that they're a trans exclusionary radical feminist, they're a man, right? They're standing there saying I'm a man while they look like a woman. We're in super confusing times, right? We have people who've been raised to run around picketing abortion, okay, who've never been in a position to be pregnant. right? Before they're even pregnant, they're 12 years old, they're out there picketing belief systems. You
Right.
know, like it's pretty like so that kind of passion, like right now, I just got all passionate. I sounded like I was yelling at you. You knew I wasn't. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I can see
I'm
excitement,
like,
passion. I
To
can
be
see
but
quite,
that's where
quite honest, Rebecca, I thought the lady who was speaking was you. With what I mean, I honestly did. So beforehand, I just wanted to tell that lady that she spoke something that I can see in my future. So, ma'am, that whoever was speaking all that stuff right now, it's like it's really up to them to allow themselves not to be deceived. And it's like out here in California, right? I'm a specialist or at the school system. I even before I had the page that I have now, I collapsed the page. I gave everybody my government name, my social security, so they can check me because my information comes back as who I am to the politicians. It comes back in 2 days, which is kind of like phenomenal for the school systems in California. And so here I am. Here I am I'm a kindergarten. I get kindergartens and first graders. I have a class of 30, right? And the first thing I teach all my kids, right, every day is to help the janitors because the janitors is what make this go round. It's not the principal, although
Right.
the principal is black as well. What I want to say without being long-winded is that you spoke something that you didn't know of. It's similar to how when I was speaking to Mr. McCoy, I was speaking some shit that he didn't know that I knew of because that's the word. And when you were saying all that, right, it brought tears to my eyes because it's like I deal with this all day with what I mean, with tutors and site leads. I'm telling them it's like when you're dealing with children, just like in this. I mean, somebody asked me, well, what I mean, this place is the kingdom because I'm telling you how these children act. You know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with these, you have to have this. You have to have this laid back observation because you can't. I've seen the faces of these kindergartners and first graders. I've seen where I'm held responsible because I allowed them to take it this far, not them because they're free spirits. And so it's like very difficult to find somebody to speak the same way that I know is true. I know that's true. That when we're born free spirit, but we need to learn some type of intelligence spiritually because it's like these children, right? Being a specialist, meaning that I have 4 site leads under me and they have classes. We're at the school, at the elementary school. And some of you say, this is the passion of Dojo talking. Nah, motherfucker. If I gave you my first and last name and my social security number like I gave the DOJ, which is the Department of Justice, right? If I don't fear them, why should I fear you? I'm speaking to the lady who said something about how it goes. And in my reality, I'm with the children. I'm in the kingdom. And I see so much fuckery. I see so much deceit. I see so many little kids they look me in my face and they call my name and they just knock their milk on the floor. I see so much shit that I
Oh,
gotta
it's
let
gotten real bad in the last.
I gotta let it go because these people and their parents love me. Some of their parents are fucking Nazis. Some of their parents are
Oh
Black
yeah.
Panthers. It don't matter to me, but their parents look at me in my face when they come to pick up their children every day. They look
Yep.
me in my face and they thank me for like taking care of their children, knowing that I'm gonna sacrifice my life for their children. So it's kind of like this internet shit, right? It's just what it is. But when it comes to the children of God, right? I'm there to make a decision when I should correct his children through visual expectations. I yield the floor.
Yeah,
Woo! Woo!
I can hear all that because I worked in schools from my senior year. I graduated in 2001, and working latchkey to then working in the school I graduated from with special needs at a high school level, and then for a year I still was doing latchkey. So I saw this wide range of age and the changes that have happened in 23 years. And I haven't been in the school since 2012 because we had our kids and I got very burnt out from taking care of other people's kids. I wanted to take care of my own kids as best as I could. But again, I can hear that emotion and that passion inside you then
Makes
dealing
sense.
with the turmoil. I mean, you're dealing with really young, innocent minds that just this world is just so, I want to say, hell bent on contaminating and changing them. And the parents actually look like they're more confused on how to raise kids and letting somebody else do it.
Mm.
Facts. They try to make it. They don't let register that some of the parents like there's a male woman. She works for the post office. There's a nurse and all that. Some of these single parents, they need the programs that
They
I
do.
for. You know what I'm saying? But some of these parents take advantage of the programs and leave
Yep.
their children because school itself, whether if it's an abomination or whether if it's spellbounding, whatever y'all may want to say what it is, school itself is 8 hours for these kids in
Oh
California.
yeah.
It's 8 hours.
I
You leave your kids for an after
say
school
12.
program, it's even more, but it reflects in their minds. It's like no matter what, if I have 4 tutors under me, that's 22 kids per tutor. I see what's really going on. And then when I come on this online stuff, it's like I'm battling.
I,
Am I really battling for the way of my mind? Because it's like I'm not gonna sit here and cast or pass judgment on something that my life has been simplified. And I hula hoop in front of these kids. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
These kids love me. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like I see how what some would say is the darkness. It's not really darkness. It's innocence. It's innocence. It's just like they're so
Mm.
innocent, and I can see them contemplate in their faces. There's sometimes I speak to kids and I have to squat down because I'm 6'3", and
Yeah.
they start crying and stuff. And I tell myself maybe this is for a woman to do, but it's not. It's
No.
a man should always be front and center for the children. A woman
Mm-hmm.
is a
Well, like
nurturer.
you said, some of them are from single families and most of them are raised by their mothers. So you are a great example of
Yes,
being a
they
father
are
figure.
who you are, but they
Mm-hmm.
are out here. They are. And then I come up. It sounds like I have a lot of rage, but it's a lot of
Passion.
people being so irresponsible, and
It's a
that like
it
they
is an irritation of those that take advantage of a system that was there to actually help those that needed it. It's it's taking
Mm.
something that was like good intentions and people are like, "Well, I want some of that," even though they didn't
Mm.
need it, and
Mm-hmm.
they just like put it through the ringer, and the system gets corrupt, and there's so much confusion because of toxic people.
yeah.
Mm.
Mm.
But
Toxic. Woo.
maybe
And
we
do
have
you
to get
know? Do you know where that drive, that that rage, that passion comes from, Dojo? I can tell you that drive passion that you set forth being around these kids is because you subconsciously or consciously know that the reason that you have to do what you are doing is because of family division.
Fact,
Mm.
a very big facts because there's like a lot of pardon my words. There's a lot of like border hopping people who got their children in the program. There's a lot of like Portuguese people who are single parents who got their people in
Hmm.
in the program. But it's like they can. I've encountered all of these encounters. These are incidents. I have to write reports for all these kids, and it's like I've been written up and damn
Wow.
near crucified for the fact that they accuse me of not letting them be. But it's like the paperwork must precede you in the court of law. I repeat that.
Yeah,
In the court of
we
Mm.
law,
have.
paperwork must precede you. So that's how a lot of these people, these businesses in California and the education system. I'm in the education system. I get paid by the state. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And it's kind of like, and I only work part time to give myself the rest of the freedom. What I'm be so open is because the woman who spoke about the the encounters. I see these things with all these children. I can just it's so much that if they wear it on their sleeves. Your child will
Mm.
always reflect you from the inside out. It's like I'm with all these kids and I'm overseeing everybody else's kid who's a tutor, and so I noticed that these children reflect their parents and what they learn at the dinner table first, although their parents leave them in the program for 10 hours a day. And it's like these are the brass taxes. You know what I mean? We can't blame nobody for this. I got this white man's kids. I got this man who worked for Caltrans. Everybody entrusts me with their kids, but yet on the internet, I'm the devil. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, to me, I get all of it, and I tell myself like, wow, what do I make of it?
Mm.
Like I really do. It's like somebody asked me before, prove it. And I gave them my first, last name, my social security number. I'll cut my camera on while I'm at my school site, which is the elementary school. I usually go from elementary school to junior highs back to elementary schools. In my district where I'm from, because I work with the state, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that their curricula is what I teach. No, because I work for a program which is outside the curricula, meaning that I have to use my creativity. I got to use my logic. I got to use my inspiration in order to fucking grasp the attention of these children, whether from kindergarten through 6th grade, 8th grade bus in every day. And I got to show them the respect for the janitor. I got to, and at the same time, I take the flat from teachers and principals. But it's like the person who supersedes me, he said, you bring synergy to this. And I didn't know what synergy really meant, but there is a thing called synergy. It's when you are that 0
That's
point.
right.
You're that
Yeah.
zero. You make it all happen, because like neither
And it's
side
hard.
can disbar you. Are you?
And it's hard when that somebody recognizes that you're the synergy or the center point, you're doing
Mm.
the most, and almost like you're doing all of and vibrating from you. They still put that burden and keep it on you, and it takes a long time for somebody else to partner that vibe, that energy, to also do that I want to say that good of having that passion to care for the kids and to choose every moment your response and not a reaction, because younger kids, they see reactions, they're more emotional of that criticism of hardship of coming down on them, where if you respond and you're slow to speak and you're understanding, that's that positive ripple effect. And a lot of teachers, supervisors, administrators, the burden is always handed down to somebody else beneath them, and that's a negative ripple effect that just when an administrator sees an aide or a teacher that's low on the totem pole being that example, they really want everybody to be that way. They want to be that way themselves, but it only takes one year to feel burnt out in the school system, because there's so many, I'll say there's a few layers. It feels like many, but it's a few areas where it just crumbles and it falls, and you become
Ooh-wee.
very sourful. It's not sourful.
Well, and that's where I might want to sort of interject just with what I was thinking about these sort of breakdowns online, and maybe having a little, holding space for the actual maturity that most of us might operate at some of or all of the time, right? Like, I know I'm 51 years old this year, and I've done more maturing in the past decade, but definitely the past 3 years. It's like an exponential curve that I'm really proud of, but proud also to have left a lot of things, I don't know, unresolved might be the wrong word, but it's been a hard path to get to that. But I also have a real appreciation for some things people might call immaturity, or a joie de vivre, that just goes with the territory. So if
Yeah.
we think about what might happen to these kids if they didn't have you, right, and then you take them and flash that past into you when you were a kid, right, and now flash forward to the now, and those kids are all running around the internet. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
Running around the internet, right? Trying to communicate, and unintentionally hurting their classmates because they didn't have a dojo. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
and maybe, you know, and maybe not realizing that even ourselves, especially when we're around minds that we might want to impress, you know, around hearts that our friends really appreciate, you know, that we might get even a little more heated.
Mm.
And then that devil gets in, you know?
Yeah.
I've noticed that with adults. I've noticed that with adults recently, dealing with even neighbors who are dealing with their adult
Yeah,
children, and they're
yeah,
so loud, and it sounds like World War III. And I knocked on the door to, and it, indirectly give it, like break it up without physically being involved. I was just at the door because they lived above us, and it was this mother who looked like my age, with her daughter who's in her second year of college, who was going to be late for her flight to go back. And they're just so, well, mom's being calm, but she's being antagonistic, and the daughter is so emotionally overwhelmed. I could tell she was happy to be home, and she wasn't ready to go back, but she had to go back and face her responsibilities. But it was in so many words, it was this emotion that I picked up on, and they
Mm.
needed to have a break from each other right before the daughter was leaving. I just stood there in the hallway, and I was like, I was just concerned, and I looked at the mom with no judgment, and she just started talking to me, and her daughter went inside and shut the door, and it calmed down, but it was still these big emotions. It's the same way as a toddler,
Mm.
whether they're 2, 4, 6, or even an 8-year-old child. Big emotions they're trying to understand. To adults, myself and anybody else, big emotions take over, and it looks like immaturity. And it probably is, because a lot of my experience of being a better um, staff person in the education system was reflective on the fact that my mom became detached from me growing up, and she let the school systems have more reign on trying to raise me. And I had both parents in the family. I was just reflect back going, my mom was done, and she shut me down and wouldn't answer questions, and I was just left to my own thinking and feelings, and I didn't have what my brother had, who was the oldest. And then I reflected on that to become a better aide, because I wasn't a teacher, I was a support staff, I was an aide in the schools, to eventually be
Mm.
going through these turning points, because most of the other support staff people I was working with were women, were twice my age, like I say, old enough to be my mom, and they were so petty. We were working in high school, and they literally thought they were in high school, and they were playing the cliques, they were playing the high school drama games. And I'm just sitting here going, well, then that's just life. You're either going to mature and grow out of it, but you still have to deal with it because other people haven't matured and grown out of it. And some of it's rooted into your upbringing, and some of it gets stirred up when you see another child going through the same thing, and or you see it on the news, or you see it on YouTube, or you hear somebody else's story. And it's like,
Mm.
I chose when I was 20 to not be like my parents. I remember saying to myself at one point, I don't want to be like my parents. They were closed off, and there's burnout, there's being tired, but then I learned that you can just step back and regroup. You can't be there for everybody, you can't save everybody, but when I feel a moment of I'm called to go ahead and step in, I don't have to do anything, but sometimes just take a step forward, and I'm physically present for someone else to see me and whatever energy is probably coming off of me. A lot of times
Mm.
they step back and regroup, whether they're a child or an adult. Because I've watched my kids, Joe Cool and I have 2 kids, they have special needs. And when they were coming into like being 8 and 10 years old, it became more noticeable when they were playing with kids at the playground. And these kids instantly took it as a weakness and would start to subtly taunt them. But I had training, I knew what it looked like, and I didn't
Mm.
let my kids get thrown to the wolves. I would watch. I'm I'm a few steps away, I'm watching and paying attention, and these kids kind of know. These kids are more familiar with recess aids.
Oh, they know.
We're homeschooling our
Mm-hmm.
kids since day one, but most of these kids go to school. But they know what the look is when an adult's not paying attention to when an adult is paying attention. But I would do a
Mm.
subtle head tilt to side eye and listen. And if I saw and heard it cross a line, I would call my kids over. And I would say to my kids, loud enough for the other kids to hear, we are going to take a break because I don't like what's happening. And I left it at that. And those kids were like, they had the fear of God in them for a second. Like I was going to look for their parent and start talking to their parent about something. I'm like,
Mm,
no, children are very smart, very
mm,
keen. I said, we'll give it a few minutes and we'll try again. Loud enough for the other children to hear it.
mm,
Nobody was in trouble. It was just a break to regroup. And I said,
Mm.
okay, go ahead and go try it again. But that
Yeah.
other child usually knew I was watching, even if it looked like I didn't, because I wanted the opportunity for anybody to try and realize what they're doing and have a learning of growth and understanding, even in the smallest moments. It didn't work every time. Sometimes those kids were just mean. And I said, absolutely not. We're done. We are leaving. And it struck, I could see the look on the kid's face. If I actually said, we are leaving, like my kids were in trouble, but they weren't. It was just my stern voice and the follow through. And then the kid is usually left there to play with himself again. And in those moments of trying to take a stern, not punishment, but a positive follow through, but it was a stern decision of stepping away and regrouping.
yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, JJ, I can totally resonate. Say, cause I do say, I work inside of the school system
We
myself. You know. Yep. Shout out too, though, Joe. You know what I mean? And I experience it, every day. The school is just a smaller version of what the world is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
Come on.
say the school it translates is the skull. So where you in the skull, like say all of them little people, you become a mandated reporter and things of that nature. Yet you do see it. You see it and like Dojo said, you gotta say be able to, balance the scales if you coming from say a place that's very vivid and, true to its own existence, say dealing with something that might label you, point at you, or say, hey, don't do that. I had to learn how to say incorporate the true me into my workplace without scaring, all of the people because it's just like that. It's
I had to do that for
you got to
myself.
follow the rules.
Yeah, because I felt sometimes I was compromising my morals because I was also being played by my coworkers to be an scapegoat.
Hmm.
And I
Yeah.
had to, by my second year of being an aide with like four or five other women that were playing this dirty game, I had to isolate myself
Mm.
to not socialize with most of my coworkers because they
Yeah.
were just toxic and they were playing me as an scapegoat.
Oh, why you say that? Why you
Mm.
say?
Oh,
I heard you
they,
mention. Look, I heard you mention. And I'm gonna give it right back to you.
okay.
You mentioned contamination. And people do they contaminate by say having a toxic vibration where say toxic it translate is talking slick. You know how we could be
Slander.
rude and spit at somebody or you do spit as you talk. You know,
Hmm.
so like say where they whisper or they do all of that fishy kind of stuff inside of environments. Yeah, these are the toxic people. They talk slick, they whisper,
They
you
do.
know.
They would mosey up to our. The teacher was our supervisor, and I wasn't
Hmm,
a shop talk kind of person. I wasn't a very talkative person in general. I was very helpful. I was very supportive. I
okay.
followed through with what the teacher did. So I want to say, by the book, I looked like a goody two shoes. I looked like, 'cause I was 20 basically, and everybody else was 40 or 45. So they've been around the block a lot
Mm.
longer than me. And, but they would mosey and be chummy. They would talk about whether, they all had kids. I didn't have kids. I was 20. They all had older kids. They had family life. They were single moms. They were divorcees. They all had a lot more in common. So they were chummy. But the toxicity of some of these minds that I was working with, which were mostly women, used me as an scapegoat. Like I was doing all of this follow through with what the teacher asked as being a suck up. And so it was a twisting of words of slander that would eventually, they would play me like a ping pong or monkey in the middle, kind of
Like a
to
fiddle.
get me to overreact to something as if, it's just very, Mean Girls is a documentary, not just a movie. That movie,
Yeah.
Mean Girls, how they play somebody to emotionally freak out and be upset and be like, see, I told you.
Basically,
See?
Karen.
And it's a facial look, it's the whispering, it was a slander thing. I didn't know what it all was back then. I just became so upset with everybody around me that I started to feel like I hated people.
Mm-hmm.
And it pushed
That's,
me to be like,
hey.
I needed to go talk to somebody, and my mom and my dad were dealing with their work issues. So I didn't have anybody to talk to, even though they had similar frustrations in their job department. I was like, fine, I'll do something better. I have insurance because at the time, it was 20 years ago. I took myself to see a counselor just to talk about it. And I sat there and I talked with this, male counselor for like 3 months. And I came to the understanding it was this game that they were playing because he actually let me talk. He asked certain questions. They don't really stand out now, but there was just how he actually listened to me and, figured things out of where I was coming from and what I was dealing with. That within 3 months, sitting there talking to somebody from the outside perspective, who luckily he wasn't a young guy himself, gave me some insight to what was going on at the time. And that's when I started to respect my workers, my coworkers, even though they were playing dirty, but they never hurt the kids. That was a boundary that I was like, okay, as long as the kids are safe, everything is fine. They can stay and do whatever. I'm just not going to talk to them unless I have to, which was all work related. And I became friendly about it and not a robot. But it was a learned, heavy, heavy learned situation. Happy person again and
Mm-hmm.
enjoyment. And I enjoyed working with the kids. But I was, for about a year, I was angry, sad, and almost like panic attacks of
Anxiety,
understanding what was being done to me.
affliction, yeah.
Yeah, the
All
complete.
of that. Say where we deal with the children and say that is your lifeline. That's what'll protect you. Because it's all about the children. That's what I tell myself. Because
Hmm.
I work amongst them. We all do. The world,
Yeah,
the children is under us. You know, so like if they feel like you not helping or we don't see them. It's just like that. That's an orphan. I don't care what child it is. If the child is little tiny and they feel like they got more sense than their parents, then they feel they didn't surpass you. You might have to do a check in and reassure your little you. You know, yet it's just like we'll all become orphans. Our own family will try to take us out this month. Like that, own daddy. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
yeah,
check this out. After
Go
hearing
ahead.
this, this is for Dojo, you minds, even JJ,
Let's get it.
because of the school systems, right, that you work in. I'm gonna see if I can pull this together. I'm not gonna say the name because I don't want the stream to get taken down. I don't know if that'll happen anyway.
Respect.
But
Respect.
I'm gonna say a phrase that most would understand where it came from. The phrase is, "Give me the children, and I can change a nation." Right?
We'll
Mm.
just say the decade,
So
1940s.
they said, "Give me the children, I can change an entire nation." Now,
Sound like the
what
Pied
what
Piper.
what you were just
Pretty
saying?
much.
Well,
I got you.
I'm just gonna say it came from Germany,
1940s.
and essentially it was someone in superb power who said this, and I kind of go with what you were saying there is orphans, right? Now I'm really gonna try to bring this together. I really am. The school system of today, the world in which we live in today, is obviously not of the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
I
It's
disagree.
completely it's I'm not saying it's completely different, but you'll hear where I'm going with it. Back at that time, generally speaking, the male would go to work because he made enough money, as the woman would stay home with the children. That generally it worked out that way. You look at today, it takes both, generally speaking, again, the male and female work in ungodly hours, ungodly jobs to even support the roof and standard bills. Where are the children? If you really look at orphans, all of them, because they are in school for 8 to 10 hours a day, if not longer, in after school programs, after school, because why? The parents are all at work. And by the time the kids get home, the parents are getting home, the kids are wore out, the parents are wore out. Now everyone's just eating to go to bed, and they do it all again. What I meant earlier about the division of the family is that is what's going on. They have been taking away the children from the parents, and they did it just it's insane if you really look at it that way, because you Dojo, you Mind, you JJ, you are technically the parents in the schools, because when they go home, there is no parents there. They're all wore out from working two, three, four jobs, be
It's
it a
very
single parent
few
or the other
parents.
Hmm.
one.
There's a lot of caregivers.
Wow, bro. Whoa.
But
So I've respect. I got so much more respect now, especially nowadays, for people like Dojo, Mine, and JJ.
Right
It's a
back at you, man. Real talk.
Yeah, right back at you, brother. Because when I bring that to emphasize, they separate me from the conversation. Like everything he said is very powerful. Like here in America, the two largest states make up your curricula when it comes to what the country learns, and that's California and Texas. And so, regardless of the fact of how we all put bread, make our bread and butter, right? He has so many. He has met so many validated points that some of these people in the program, they do everything by the book. And so when it took years for me to get where I'm at, for the fact that not folding for the kids, but here I am at one school site, and these kids are so infiltrated that they already have, which I would call a tutor, correlating with how society is, so that the kid is snitching and saying it's just everything he said is true. This is what we battled against, and it's kind of like
Hmm.
even before we have a chance to, before y'all have a chance to say y'all manipulating the kids, we, although I'm paid for writing lesson plans, right, and I'm paid for writing lesson plans outside the curricula of California. That's what STEAM is. It's so difficult to realize that, man, these parents, I look at parents, and as a 47-year-old man who's looking pretty healthy, the parents, it's like they expect so much from us because they feel
oh
like
yeah,
the program,
miracle workers.
they do. And so
mhm.
the most thing that settles with me is like I asked
Hmm.
every child and every, because I went from one site which was in elementary school all the way up to fifth grade, to junior high as a substitute because of how the respect level. It's a thing with me. It's like I'll walk off anything for the respect level. I don't have to work. I choose to work. I get bored at 47, and so it's like the being with eighth graders and seventh graders. It was a different vibration. I was able to like take the vibes of y'all here on this panel and everybody else onto the playground or I was playing soccer with them. It was different. But then when they secluded me to kindergarten to first graders, I kind of had to like idle down with the. It's even hard to talk to first graders or to these people's children when I'm so like I don't want to say I am, but I talk better when I'm talking to somebody who can understand me than a little kid. And then to look at me to see 6'3", 2'1", it's just baffling. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Hey,
uh,
no, but
really quick, Phil. I did want to let Dojo know if you didn't notice. I did put my email in the comments section. You might have to scroll up a little bit, but yeah, hit me up. Like JJ mentioned, me and JJ are married. We do have kids, so
Our better
we,
half.
we definitely kind of have our streams once in a while. But yeah, we'd love to have you on our streams as well, Dojo or anyone else. Mine's I. My email's there in chat, so hit me up, and we can always put stuff
We can talk
together over
behind
there
the
as well.
scenes. We don't have to do a live.
Yeah.
I seen your invite this morning, or when you mentioned me. I was asleep. I didn't get up till 9:30. So pardon me.
Oh no, you're good. I think that
That's
I
for
think
this Thursday.
yeah, that stream
Okay.
is particularly
Anybody,
for this
everybody.
Thursday. That's already sent up. That's for
Okay.
anybody, literally
Okay.
anybody.
It
Kind of
says
like this.
old vintage world. What did I phrase it? I named it as going. It's like a vintage movie review because some of these vintage educational films are from the 40s and the 50s. They're so relatable. I've been watching a few of them this week, and I'm watching this mom deal with her two children arguing, and they're like the same age as our kids. And I'm like, this is 1957. This just happened 2 hours ago. It's
Mhm.
1957 now, and I'm watching this 30-minute film that was more based on selling the electric kitchen, but it was so relatable in every 2 minutes of what was going on in this family dynamic of like, hey, let's play this and let's talk about it. And if
Mm,
it goes wherever, it's a subject to at
yep.
least start off of
One thing
because
I
Let it
one
roll.
thing I've noticed on these YouTube streets is a lot of people are like they minimize or dismiss a lot, like the language. Like you guys have been
Oh
saying,
yeah.
kids. You guys have been saying kids. To me, I've been sitting here like God. I can't take it. The kids are baby goats. So they got us calling our children baby goats.
it's
Yeah, and then
Uh-huh.
as soon as I started thinking it, you switched. You started saying children, and then you went back to kids. And I, did,
Oh my
Hey,
God,
Phil.
you're confusing Phil so bad. He's like, is it a baby goat or is it a child?
right.
Look,
Well,
look. Hey, it's
no,
all
sometimes there's no
synonymous.
difference. Sometimes, if my memory
You
serves me
know,
right,
Uh,
I would rather have a bunch of kids. Goat
no
wise.
children.
Children
Say
were like,
children translates as cauldron.
oh,
mm,
And
ugh.
like say this is where that's like uh oh my goodness. I ain't even about to go that deep. You
go,
Okay,
know what
well,
I'm
go,
saying?
my guy, go,
go,
bro,
go,
go, bro.
come on, man.
It's like
We all
that's
can't
that
swim. Teach us to swim.
all right, look, you flying like it's all by reflex, you know. Like say if you know how to jump away from fire if you feel that. So shit, that's
mhm.
just like flying. You will fly away from fire. You know what I mean? Like say if you're not one with it, or it's just like jumping in cold water. It's the same difference. You're gonna have to be ready. You
Not
know?
if you're a
Mhm.
Michigander, you can do it.
Yeah. So like say that's just like I was talking about the frying pan, you know, the other day. The cauldron, the children,
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
you know. like where they talk about spirit cooking and things of that nature. This is where, say the tornado or the vortex genie, or say the being that you are, right? It's just like that. It's where you are in fire right now, where we end up pissed off, in states like being mad, pissed off, confused, fight or flight. All of those situations denotes to the fire that you may be burning in mentally, so this is dealing with the child and frustration, and the grown up, because the grown up don't realize that they still have a lot of growing to do. We are not grown ups.
That's
Right.
right.
Like it, like say a sucker is, say that's a curse. Suckers, it's a curse. Or how many licks do it take before this person pop? Like how many scratches or how much can this person
Mm-hmm.
endure before they break out in something like tears, or uh, um like you said, you mentioned the word, and I heard you, JJ, organics. You said contamination, and that's the waters of your mind. Like say what tears waters, say what's on your mind is like the whelps. Can't nobody see the whooping though that you may
Mm-hmm.
be going through. It's just like where they talked about the Titanic hitting the iceberg. You either saw it or you didn't see it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like that. Being inside of the fire is that of the cauldron or the pan. And they speak on the deity called Pan.
Mm.
Peter
And that,
Pan.
yeah, that's the sun in the
Mm.
sky. That's Peter Pan. And it, like say where he come flying around, like Tinkerbell say the moon will be Tinkerbell, but yet that daylighter had your ass in Neverland, or where
Right?
Peter Pan take him? He
Second
took him to
star to the right, straight on till morning.
yeah, he took
I
him to
hate
the
that movie.
star, and
I
that's
hate that story. I can't
ev-
stand Peter
look,
Pan or Pinocchio
everybody,
or
we
Alice.
all we all go to the sun like a moth to the flame, and that's where Peter takes you.
Mm. Peter.
And everybody think it's all bright and ditzy and all good in the sun. Yet we gotta,
Butterflies and rainbows.
at nighttime the children, if the overlookers ain't, letting them reflect what should resonate with their vibration as they grow and as they go,
Mm.
then we are putting them inside of a nightmare they can't control. Unless you the person reassures them, like a dad or a father that get their child that's scared of the movie they watching, and reassure them that it's all right and teach them what you know about these things.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I
and
pause
that
right there.
that reminds me of the movie The Black Cauldron back in 1985. It's
Wow,
been a
look,
long
never
time
heard
since
of it,
I've
bro.
seen it. It's been a
Mm.
long time since I've seen it, but that makes
Was that
that,
a
that makes
Disney
me want to go
one?
look at. Yes, it is. The Black Cauldron is a 1985 Disney movie, and my goodness, it's been a
Like
long
bed
time.
knobs and broomsticks.
Wow, man.
See now,
I
Joe
never heard of
Cool,
that.
he was
Really?
raised in a church
Oh,
setting that got to watch some of these older Disney movies that have a lot more with kind of stuff in it. I was raised not in a church setting with the moral kind of guidelines of just respect others, kind of like Jesus as another character, but
Mm-hmm.
didn't really know who he was. And I didn't like a lot of the older Disney movies because of the, I'll call it dark voodoo looking witchy magic kind of stuff. I
Mm-hmm.
liked some of the Disney movies, but a lot of the stuff that he tells me when we got together 15 years ago, and we were having our first kid. He's, oh, I used to watch this movie and I could watch this movie growing up because of the actress that was in it. I didn't like Mary Poppins either. And these were similar movies to that. And I'm like, you grew up going to church, reading the Bible, and your mother let you watch those movies? He goes, yeah. But then you tell me you couldn't participate in Halloween? That is very confusing to me for Joe Cool's upbringing.
Well, that just shows you what the church is.
That's what I was questioning a lot of with him in our early relationship when we found a church to go to that we went to for about 3 years when both of our kids were babies. And there was a lot of questioning that I did towards the church that we were going to as well. And they're like, it was like I knew too much, but I didn't realize that my question was also the answer. And so I just started getting dismissed again. I really wasn't criticized, but it was still a criticism because they dismiss you as if the elders of the church didn't know, but they didn't like the fact that I was questioning and the fact that if you participate in this, but the Bible says not to, cut down a tree and decorate it in silver and gold, then why are you doing it?
Right.
Well, it's family traditions and we like it.
Yeah.
It was very confusing. I was like, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. The traditions of the
So yeah, so
yeah.
something that I think we've realized, even though I did grow up under, the church upbringing, it was like the charismatic Pentecostal upbringing. Later on in my adult years, mainly being around JJ, there's something we realize, which is this: everything, everything basically on Earth, right, can be corrupted. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. You know what I mean? Their technology itself. They bring stuff out all the time and go, hey, for safety and security, it will be used for this. But what they don't tell you is the other side of the coin and how they can also use it. See, they always leave that part out.
Hidden in
And
somewhere.
and I think that what was it possibly built on the right setting and the right foundation, so to speak, of a church, when it first started, that, but has it been infiltrated and corrupted like anything else? Absolutely.
Right. You were bringing up the movies, JJ. I don't know if you guys have heard this or heard me speak on it or not. The sigils on your devices in your home. Have you?
Oh,
What?
smart TVs and stuff. Yeah.
Well, if anything, it can be your toaster. It can be your.
Yep.
You flip it over, and there's magic sigils on those devices.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sigils.
What I do, yeah, I just take a black marker and scratch them all out. Mark them over. But I was talking in the chat to my friend No here. We were talking about we were just talking about the relation to TV, and he asked me what I thought about children being affected by the movies and the television, and I said, well, first, know that the sigils in every electrical appliance is an invitation because through the electronics comes through, even if you're not aware of it, you're affected by it, just like everything else in this realm. Because I believe we're all high magicians.
Which
Well, hold on, Bex. I'll give it right to you.
Yeah.
Which, us being high magicians, once we know about it, we break it, and it no longer affects us. So
when you become aware.
When you become aware of it, exactly. When you know it, you can defend against it because you know it. We only are affected by what we are unaware of. That's why many of us don't have the demonic oppression There's more oppression than there is possession.
Well, and that's where it's
And
a good
fire. That's fire,
opportunity for.
Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil, that's fire. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's real fire because it say that if your your spiritual intelligence or your so-called earthly knowledge, if it don't match the Pharisees and the Sadducees, you don't belong in the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? That's what the
Yep.
word says. And the way
Yep.
you talking, Uncle Phil, it's like for those of us who have this curiosity that drives us to be like vampirish. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that we want to just keep learning and learning, right? It's like that's like definitely learn as much as you can, and I'll praise for you. There's a difference between me and what they call a prayer warrior. I always emphasize this is that
Mm.
the Most High have praise warriors or raise warriors, if you want to play around with the words, meaning that if you're in a position that you can't get yourself out of, I will praise you and the Most High that you're in that position, because it only takes the courage of a praise warrior to get you out of that position. Sometimes a prayer warrior will cast pity upon you, and pity is
Right.
world.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
That's an anchor.
It's not the
Mhm.
ego
Mhm.
either, but it's not pity. It's power, and praise warriors we carry power. I yield the floor.
I like
Well,
Mhm.
it.
and they
That's
also
right.
also hold on, Bex, and I promise you can talk. Taking gifts from people is also another way for them. They're giving it to you in just like a Bible. Somebody hands you the Bible. Well, you
Mm-hmm.
don't know what they did to that Bible. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
anything. It can be anything. It can be a
Yep.
pen. It can be anything that carries that spell upon you if you're not aware of it. Now, if you're like, I grab it, everything am given, I'm like, this holds nothing on me. So,
Ooh, hey, that's so real, Phil. Cause like say, that's all I hear the world saying is, "Ain't nobody gonna take this from me. You ain't taking that from me. You ain't."
I
But
I have
like
told I have told
everybody
my
can come and
kids
give to you.
I have told my kids
your
walking down
children,
yeah, our children, our youth, our offspring. I have told our
Leave it to
youngsters,
Phil.
Your
Little.
descendants.
our descendants, thank you. I have told our descendants when walking down a toy aisle and they look at something and the closer I get to it and they're like playing with it and they're like, "Can I get this?" And I'm like, I get a no. I don't like something about it. I don't just tell them no and walk away that we're just broke poor, we can't have it. I'll explain something to them if I'm sitting there going like there is something wrong with this thing. I can't see it in a physical, but I can feel it in us. And I just tell them, I said, and I look at it, and I in that moment it's easier to explain it to them. I'm just going, you're infatuated with it, but there's something about it to make you feel infatuated and more emotionally attached to it that it feels kind of like wrong to have it if you don't actually find it useful. So to feel
And
this emotional power drawn instead of practical or rational.
hmm
it's beyond that. They can play songs at
Mm-hmm.
frequencies only a child can hear.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
They.
Like they really can. Yep. They
Oh
had an
yeah.
app out when phones first came out where they're like, oh, the people would sit around a table and
Yeah.
play some app to see, and the kids would be like, oh, I can hear that. I can hear that. And, my brother would be like, him and his wife, they couldn't hear that. There's statues carved in Hindu temples that are designed to, for each different age cohort to see something different, right? So a child will see this, and a 70-year-old will see that, and a 30-year-old will see this. And, so this kind of, I'm glad you guys, whatever, I had 2 points to make before, but only one of them. And I know Phil knows me well enough because I would have been jumping right in on the whole vibrators and porn discussion. I would have been like, all right, we're talking electronics, people. Let's not just like demonize the electronics here. Okay. Because like there's so many levels to that infiltration, that
Yeah.
weapon, that have been miscommunicated to us as empowering,
Mm-hmm.
like, but with what power? With whom? Oh
Did you
my
say
Right?
goodness gracious,
bones when bone?
like,
Did you say
you
when
know,
out? Is that what you
pardon
referenced?
me?
Did you reference Bone Thugs and Harmony?
Mm.
You said when
Woo.
Bone. I might overheard you. I could have sworn
Did
you
I
said,
say bone?
yeah.
I might have. I'm not sure. But
It's
I,
possible.
it definitely is. It definitely is like I definitely that whole agenda, that whole it starts with Daryl Hannah in Clan of the Cave Bear. Like if you've never seen it, it's still we're like crows. We're like, I've never seen it, but suddenly, whoa, like it's an attack. So maybe that's
Yeah.
just we don't have to. I don't need to table that
And
discussion now, but
That might
but it
actually.
is a huge one of the. It's a great example to see
Mhm.
where uh, I don't know where
mm,
a standard in the world could be set such that we understand that a man in the forest, looking out for forest fires or whatever, could be all alone. I'm not a prude. I'm not a prude to understand what people could learn from actually what kind of sacredness could be expressed in some welcoming way beyond what we've been taught or whatever. Like I'm not trying to be a prude or anything, but like understanding that our baseline has that man alone in the forest looking for forest fires as a job in the first place, and not surrounded by community that respects the forest and him and keeps him company and, or even just like the whole existence of it reduces us to apes, which I'll tell you this much, ain't no ape in the forest, just letting some rando, do whatever he wants with her.
No, you brought
yeah.
She would kill him. Okay, ain't no Daryl Hannah looking fucking female ape out there. Okay, you know.
you said
But I yield.
and so it's like a part of me always wanted to experience what it is to like to hunt or to like trap your food, pray over it, whatever, or degut it, skin it, and eat it, right? And I watch Alaska on Disney sometimes, and I tell myself like, wow, some of these people out there, they're way out there in the middle of nowhere where it's very cold and there's no connection to the world, and they take the world for what it is upon themselves. So everything you said, I'm trying to gather as much as I can, but you're spot on. For me to live at the foothills in California, it's difficult for me to get along with the metropolitan areas, which is the city boys. You know what I'm saying? Whether if I'm going up north or down south, you know what I mean? But you're spot on. It's like where is the line in the dirt? You know what I mean? It's like some of us
Mm,
are like literally like wait.
Uh-oh.
No, it's like for instance, like you brought up the something about a Neanderthal type of person, but that drives my curiosity to where then who is this most high if that person hasn't became intelligent enough to where they know what we know. That's how I know I'm amongst supernatural beings. A lot of you are supernatural. You know more. You know majority of what you know so much that the regular society around us, whether me or you, they don't know that shit. They don't. And so we take these panels and we start kicking this supernatural shit, and y'all are very intelligent, meaning adaptation. But the whole point is like how do we decorate it for the rest of the world without being accused of folly? That's just I just think
mm,
you're great at
Mm-hmm. See, you called it, bro.
mm,
Like this is where you come into like say the play that we're in right now. Say the people themselves are the government. And yeah, every one of you got what you asked for.
mm.
You feel me?
Whether it was outspoken or
yeah,
not.
yeah, because where you ask, where you grant, or say where you make a wish, you better be ready for like it might not be exactly what you asked for.
Mm,
You know, it might be a twist to it, like that red line with the candy cane. You know, it might be a little twist to the wish where you get what you asked for. You just gotta be specific. You know what I'm saying? Because it'll hit your ass in the face like an ocean wave or like somebody slapping you. You know, and that's the truth. It'll knock your top
mhm.
off. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like that, man. Being natural. Dojo, being natural is knitting your road. It's you building your own, say, characteristics.
Mm.
You know.
That is very fire. It's like, I mean, naturally, the men that I see, and there's a woman out there also. She has her own little terrain and everything, but they're deep.
Okay.
They're in the middle of Antarctic. They're in Alaska somewhere, and so I'm looking at their great journey, and they're out there, and they feel the way we feel about these panels and each other. That's how they feel about being out there alone amongst the wilderness, because that's the last wilderness is really out there, out there. And there's this one gentleman,
Mhm.
right? He even goes and collects his own water and stuff, and he has like the furthest population of people from him is like a couple 100 miles. And so I always equate that to myself, because some people was like the Aboriginals, they'll tell you that this is what they would call not uncharted land, but uncorporated or something. It's like, let's not play games with the words. These people are really out there to where if they got a toothache or an abscess, they're not getting to the hospital no time soon. So it's like there's something about them out there. Do I ask myself, and I ask the Most High of me, like what gives them the same, the, you know what I mean, like Satan is dissatisfaction. So I asked, what gives them the satisfaction to find their peace there, and we're out here going to war over fucking bandanas and niggas running out of gas, people
Mm.
fucking smacking on crack and breaking into IHOP. Everything goes on in
Circus.
the city, but yet where these people are, and it's very very few, they're way out there, and they got to go with their own hands and kill their food. They got to take the guts out and take the skin off, and they compare the natural hunt to eat compared to us trying to make money and trying to survive out here in the cities. So when it comes to God, to me, to be just simple, I ask myself like what is the difference between with the convenience of things and these people who just say they don't want to be with the world.
Mhm.
Well,
Right.
honestly, you really hit the nail on the head there, Dojo, because in a nutshell, that is part of, I want to say, their agenda, right? Which is to dumb down civilization. They want
Mhm.
us to be, see that it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? We're all working so many jobs that the children are getting left behind from their own parents because everything is so busy, and they made everything so busy that they're giving out all of this technology to go, hey, since you're so busy, here's this to make your life easier, here's this to make your life easier, here's that to make your life easier. And what we don't realize is we're so busy trying to make our life easier that we forgot how to survive on our own. We forgot how to do the standard of living 50, 80, 100 years ago, where you would go out and hunt. You know, the man would go out for the day to hunt, the entire day out there to,
We're not
feed and support, and then come back. We don't do that anymore because that was their agenda, to separate in division and dumb us down.
Mhm.
we don't have to give up the amenities. You know, we don't have to have an either or. Nobody wants us in the forest or even on the farms, a bunch of people doing their nails complaining about no dollar store, right? We don't have to have McDonald's. Like, we don't have to have a heaven with no McDonald's in it, you know?
Mhm.
Like,
True, but they're definitely good. Like I grew up hunting and fishing. My dad had me
yeah,
out hunting at
but lots of people don't want to do that. Like, lots of people never wanted to do that. Like, we are like, we're many generations into lots of people not doing that and never wanting to do that and never needing to do that. In fact, we might have come from a place where that was something we learned to do to survive after the beautiful world that was created for us. You know, like, we either come from apes or we don't. You know, so I'm not saying that going back to nature or stewarding the land isn't part of our responsibility, or making sure that we're not taking from it more than it can replenish. But we also don't know anything about this realm we live in. What if every time a baby's born, 1,000,000 hectares are added to the side of it with every resource imaginable? We don't know anything. you know, like about this, except for this world is actually abundant. Like I can fly from here to my parents' house, which is like a 6-hour drive away. I have to cross an ocean in a ferry and stuff, but you know, just flying over land for 45 minutes, right? You can see hundreds of lakes and allegedly uninhabited space, right? So like this world is abundant, you know, with ruins of a way greater, way more massive population. No way did they do that in mud huts. Even if there were always people gladly living in mud huts, gladly living in log homes, gladly living with no electricity, you know, like,
Well,
you know,
truthfully, we don't even need the food, really.
yeah.
All the Tartarian homes, none of them have bathrooms. So we're more of an energy being than anything. We're gonna get that back. We're gonna get to a point where we're all 33 and good looking and
So yeah.
right.
But I'm not trying to confuse the issue. I'm more just sort of stating that, you know, like everybody has that right to move forward and not be stuck in this rat race. I think that's what I hear when people are like, I want to hunt. I want to feed my family. I want to do jigsaw puzzles. You know, we could even do them on a computer screen tabletop. We're so blessed now. You know, no one has to worry about losing a puzzle piece if they don't want to do the cardboard kind. You know, like
no, but it is a mindset. It's a mindset of freedom. You know. Go ahead, dude.
Rebecca just went in. She's spot on. She's spot on. She's spot on. She's like, I mean, I have nothing to say. She's really spot on. It's like I flew back when I moved to some of the great ones who hear me speaking. They've known me since I was living in Denver, and even before I went to Denver. But prior to living in Denver, I was living in Aurora and I was living in Dallas. Right, and when I fly, I always tell everybody when I get on live, like it's crazy. They talk about depopulation. When I fly to city, I see bundles of lights in one little location. Then it's desolate. It's just desolate land everywhere. And she's like, she's definitely spot on. It's like the system has constructed us to be in so many paradigms that it's like a lotus flower. You know what I'm saying? And it's true. She got me over here. Like, I mean, I'm laughing because it's really real. And I'm laughing because I want to interrupt her and say like, damn, you know what I mean? But it's really real. What it's like, we don't even have to ask ourselves, what do we do about it? Like, we're here. And it's, I mean, shit, she's right. She's right. It's like,
Yeah, true that.
Yep, it is
But
what
like
it
I was
is.
saying, it's a mind of it's a mind of not being trapped in this world. It's the freedom of your mind. That's the start of it. That's the beginning of it. What you seek, what you want is what is going to free us from this construct.
and that's fire because like not too many people question me about the 5D that's on the suffix of my name. And sometimes I tell myself like I want them to or I wish them to, and then I slide back. Like sometimes you gotta simmer down when you ask questions like that. Because what you said right now, like I've taken this little journey with me through Denver, everything. And it was like I was up against like supernatural things to where it felt like near death experience, to where it's like I was sharing this shit online, and to where I didn't know that some of the people who talk about the TI Max program, some of the people who talk about the isolation program, such as Uncle Phil himself, right? I didn't know some of these things mattered to us here. And so as time progressed, right, I was slashing out on everybody, just similar to everybody like Mr. McCoy who say, I ain't gonna believe in nothing. You gonna cross this sword or you're gonna be without. But what I'm trying to say is that like all of it came to like fuck. It's like I didn't like, am I held accountable for not knowing? Is the source of ignorance really not knowing? Because it's like I'm being quite honest. Like a lot of stuff that I've learned as I keep going, I keep trying to tell myself I've learned it all, right? When you ask me about the suffix, then I can tell you that it's like there's like, damn it, how do I explain it? There's really, it's like physically, man, physically, like some physical things happen to me, and there's people out there who express the same things, like maybe a collapsed lung, or you had a heart attack, or something that prevented you from dying. I mean, literally dying. And so it's like I know the simulation play tricks on our minds, right? But how am I supposed to take those matters? Like when I'm supposed to die in that situation, and something happened miraculously, and I did not die. And I'm not putting aggression on the word die. People die in simple things, car wrecks. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the fact that, like, I mean, how do I question what I've been through, in
So,
comparison to teaching
so,
it?
so, 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 Dojo, can you expand on that with the word fate?
Yeah. So 5D has a lot to do with that word.
Uh-oh.
It really do. It's like
Drop it, bro. Drop it.
some of
Now's
us
your
have,
chance. Everyone wants
yeah.
to hear it.
Fate and destiny has nothing. Fate and destiny isn't more powerful than what you can will. Your willpower is what we've been given. It supersedes fate and destiny. This is some 5D beings to tell you that they were supposed to die, and perhaps they did. And that's why when I was on the panel earlier with the lady, I was trying to let her know that being 5D, we're never an alpha and we're never an omega. We're never at the beginning or end. We just keep appearing in the middle of everything, because whether in the dream world or whether in the natural society, we're still bleeping in and out of middle things. And that's 5D. It's like some people try to tell me that, why do you express it this way? It's because, like, I tell my family, like, wholeheartedly, like, I died in Denver before I got back here to California. Whatever happened during the COVID incident, right when it fucking launched off, I was so paranoid because of what the news was showing me in Denver, compared to me having to take an airplane to Seattle just to catch a charter plane to Dallas. The news that they were showing me in Dallas wasn't the same news that they were showing me in Denver. And then they didn't come out to be the same news in California. This is the matrix. This is the simulation. And
Yep.
so at that same time, right, my like, I'm gonna die for my kids. My kids were left here in California, and I was way out there in Dallas. So it's like I had to, like, I'm being honest with you. I've had
Mm-hmm.
my body collapsed certain moments to where it's even witch doctors spoke up on it. But I'm gonna be real. It's like when I was supposed to be dead, I kept myself alive, and that's how I express 5D. It's like I was supposed to have died then, and I didn't. And my family, since I'm back here in California with my family since fucking COVID and all them lockdowns, they they're witnessing this 5D experience that I'm going through. So it's not, I don't need to express it to nobody, but it's a real thing when we start to realize, like, your willpower will beat death, if that makes sense. You can
Oh
you can
yeah.
hold on for so long that you'll wait to, it's just, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but your willpower is the strongest power
You
on
can
earth. I yield.
you can stop time. You can stop time. This is not medical advice, but I know that I survived a car accident because knew in the instant the only thought I could have was not like this with all my might. I thought of the good person who paved the road, the truck in front of me. I thought of everything. I thought of everything and everyone around me, and didn't want anyone harmed, and nobody invented any of this for me to be harmed. And, but if I thought I was going to die, I would have died. And that being said, just to expand on that, Will, because we're looking at the construct and the syntax of language and how it's been used and convoluted around us, like, will has been used as an active, it's called a passive participle in our language. So we say, like, I will go to the store, I'll fall in love someday, I'll finish this master's, tomorrow I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this, right? When in fact, it's an action unto itself, right? So, like, I will love, right? So I will love, I will life, right? So I could say that right now, and I could say like somewhere in some refugee camp today, someone threw down a mango pit or a piece of a yam, and tomorrow an entire plant grew miraculously, right? Like two soldiers have two guns faced at each other right now, and they're bending, right? Because I will life and I will love, right, out into the universe, and I don't need proof from anyone except for those two soldiers to look at each other in a miracle right now and be like, holy fuck, dude, like, let's shake hands, right? Because I'm
Right.
not pulling out the knife here, like, will is like, if you're so right on, like people use, my intention, it's beautiful, it's what you mean, right? It's exactly what we mean. But it's like when you said, is it ignorance? Like, technically, actually, they've told us that ignorance is passive, like naivety, right? When
Mhm.
ignorance isn't active at this stage of the game, it's half the problem in this world is people ignoring the people saying, read for yourself. Oh, I can't go to YouTube and learn anything.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like,
Ignorance is
yeah,
bliss.
ignorance is
Ignorance is
an
bliss.
active
Hey,
choice, right?
hey,
Like,
hey,
in the age of information, I get that it's confusing, but it is all about honing in that discernment. And that's why people yell. That's why so many people yell. I get
But
stuck in it. I'm not saying it's
what
why
is
everybody yells,
you
but
said discernment? No, I don't want to be. I don't want to interrupt. But when you said discernment, I guess this is where I'm at with it. It's like I don't have my own discernment in my walk. My discernment is of the Most High. And if I don't have if the Holy Spirit is not in me, then my discernment is flawed or contaminated. So when I'm saying, it's like you say a lot, but it's
Mm,
not like scenario versus
mm,
experience. So if I'm thinking
mm.
for myself, the scenario is going to always overbear the experience. I'm speaking from experience, but you're taking it in scenarios, as in actuality, maybe perhaps, but I don't know, Miss Rebecca. I just know that you drive me to think for myself to the point where I don't want to think for myself. So sometimes people say that those people who say that they're weak people, or they don't know how to think for themselves. But at the same time, most of us are blamed for thinking too much of ourselves. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. But it's like
mm,
you say a lot, and it drives me to think for myself to the point where I don't want to hear anything else. And it's like I don't know what to say. I just say that, like, you know what I mean? Like I guess take it as it is. I
see,
mean,
hey, look,
harm no
look,
foul.
look. We just said that word, though. Say ignorance, right? We gotta learn how to
Mm.
ignore things, like not saying you know, like just having control on, let's say, the ethers or the water or the things, because things is what's really thinking is, it's a lot of things, like a lot of thinking going on. So to say all those things, we just say ignorance, ignorant.
Mm.
Like, say, have
yeah.
you ever ignored ants? Say a line of ants walking through your house. Have you ever ignored them? Because if you did, say yeah, it got worse. The ants went everywhere. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
So
you gotta know how to work with them.
yeah, you gotta,
I think
Mm.
and this
You
is
gotta
tied
set
to
up
the
your
people.
boundaries of where they're allowed to go and not go.
Yeah, this is the
well,
people, like
exactly,
micro and
exactly.
macro.
Because otherwise the vacuum comes out.
Well, and nobody has all the answers. So I
Fuck
like
them up in the
that
vacuum.
they,
No,
they
I found the most natural source of deterrent that I can use around the kids, myself, the animals, and it keeps the natural, I call it the natural animal critters to their limitations of crossing the boundaries of, if you are inside the wood between the walls, I can't do nothing to you. That's your domain along with outside. But here along the counters, there's this white powdery stuff. You will die if you walk in it. And they're that's it. And they actually know what this stuff is because they stay away from it. And it's a natural silica powder that is of the earth that like doesn't bother us unless it's a fine powder, so you have to be careful with it so you don't breathe it in. But for the most part, I sprinkle this stuff everywhere and I freshen it up every few months, and we have like no bug issues. And I say that's like working with it because I'm not spraying toxic chemicals everywhere that we have to breathe in, live with, because I get headaches, and it's a poison. But this is a natural base something or other that made me just go working with nature to a certain point of boundaries and respecting them. If it's not in the powder, depending on what it is, we have little bug catchers and we put them back outside. We don't kill the bugs in our home anymore.
Yeah,
Hey,
get
that's
Even
that
fire.
block
Hey,
of
that's
sugar.
fire. Hey,
roaches,
Bonsai.
big spiders, roaches, palmetto
That,
bugs, because we live in
Have,
Florida now. I'm
have you
like,
that
seen the
no,
movie?
answers
Look,
Have you seen the movie
right?
when they had the mushrooms in a circle and they had the house built in, but yet their uncle or whoever it was a movie called The Spider Wick. That's what it reminds me of. She's talking
the
to
Spider
not
Wick
saying
Chronicles.
about, but like there's the element like borax. Borax reminds me of Spider Wick, and this is what it reminds me of. It's like, but I also noticed that they put borax in the bottom of telephone pole holes. So the people who go out to dig the telephone poles, the holes for the telephone poles, they put borax in the bottom of the hole because for some apparent reason the element borax, it causes scabies. It becomes the element borax is like a life organism itself. It causes scabies if you don't know how to work with it right. And so, I mean, I think it's very interesting how she went in. Movie Spiderwick, it's like it's really it's a good watch because it's like some of us had to it took a fairy or a goblin to spit in our faces for us to see within their realm. You know what I mean? And so forth and so forth. But I think that's interesting how she tell you that you can put natural things down that'll ward off natural things. If you have insects in your house, they're coming to clean it up. They're not coming to mess it up. I use the floor.
yeah, because most of the time we have spiders up in the corner, and this is something I learned from watching a fellow, I will say fellow YouTuber, but another YouTube channel because she had gone down the path of like healing and becoming more peaceful with herself. That she became more kind of in tune with nature, and she said spiders, they're just doing their thing. They're not there waiting to pounce on you so that you karate chop yourself because you're freaking out that the spider touched you,
Right.
and going like, well, especially
You just
when you
slapped
have
yourself.
gnats in the house, the most annoying little things that get in your eyeball is
Oh my!
gnats.
Look, look, look. The G, say that's silent, right?
Gnats.
This is the whole thing with like say natural. Go ahead, you can keep going.
Oh,
We'll keep.
yeah, I really don't clean up the spider webs in the until they got a lot of dust on them, and then they're cobwebs that I've been told. I said leave the spiders alone unless they're kind of big and they look confused and they're walking around everywhere. Scoop them up and take them outside.
JJ, look. I say like because we all as individuals and as a unit, we all represent a black hole, right? So if that bug gets close to you, like say this is a poisonous such and such. If you move the wrong way, it
Mhm.
don't want to be squished. You
Mhm.
know that phrase they be talking about, don't you tread on me.
Yeah.
See the snake on that flag. This is what that is, and it's like if that bug gets on you and you happen to move, it's like freeze, it'll bite the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? So it's either you or him, because this bug knows that you are moving like it is. So if it gets on you, it's lightweight bullying you. Like imagine a tarantula picking somebody up and throwing them across the room like you would if you seen it crawling across your arm.
I
This
visualize a lot of stuff. So when you said that, I went, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the bug will literally creep up on your back like, "What fuck you doing?" Like that's what
Mhm.
it's saying.
I have,
Like
it's
little
a
bitty bug
process
voice. I'll
to
smash the shit out
retrain
that
your
bug.
reflexes,
Mm.
because even my kids are like when you feel like that leg, their legs, they're like pricky, and it's like that pricky feeling just sends the
Hmm.
twitch, the reflex of flinging.
The funny
And
bone.
yeah, I'm just like, I can't help it. I didn't mean to do it. Because
Hey, you
a
become the
palmetto bug,
elephant in the room.
yeah, a palmetto bug fell on my arm inside the house, and I was like, what the fuck? And my arm straightened out, and it went flying, and we couldn't find it. But we
Yeah,
had no
we
idea
hey.
where it fell from. But it was the way it felt on my skin. I just naturally like tightened up, and my muscle became like a trampoline, as if it just bounced off of me.
Uh-oh, the locust like a grasshopper. Like
Yeah,
say the
when they're
the
on my clothes,
ignorant
it's fine.
look,
But when it touches my skin, I was like, ah.
look, that's like say the ignoring of the ants is why we don't know nothing. Cause we like we only know about the bug when it is one that then veered away from its colony and we smashing him. You know, like say the people that know better, they may not,
Mm.
yet they may. Cause it's like we just said, if that bug is you look up and he crawling and jumping all on your head and shit, it's like that bug wants you. It's like kill me. You feel me? That's what the bug. That's what the bug is saying to me if he get up on my face. Cause
Oh
I'm a soul slap me in him.
most of the
He
time
asking
it's
for it.
no. Most of
Yeah,
the time we live in an apartment
yeah,
complex that has exterior hallways. So the exterior hallways is nature to
hmm,
me. If you step outside, we have
yeah.
um, an automatic porch light, and there's always a moth or two up there. And I know that moths are blinded by light, so I look down so that it'll bounce off my head and not hit me in the face, because I
Hmm.
know what the moths. I want to say what they're doing. They're drawn to it, but they're blind by it. So they're just bing bonging around up there. They're not doing anything, but they hit me in the head all the time. So I look down until I get past the light.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And for clarification, we are in Florida. Just so everyone knows, that's why we got.
Woo!
Yeah, we down
The
here in
lizards
the
is like
tropics.
bugs out there.
I
Yes,
I
sir.
very much like reptiles and amphibians. I am like I see a snake and I'm like, oh, you're so cute, you little baby. Come here, come here, come here.
Lizards eat bugs, don't they?
Oh yeah. I said I'm not gonna kill you. Something
Mm.
else will. You're somebody else's dinner.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
the Galapagos Island,
Let me tell you.
Florida.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. And it's a true story, but you can believe it if you want. Like one of my kids by the name of Ernesto, right? He's an engineer. He's a first grader. He's very smart. He's so smart that he you can give him a piece of paper and some tape, and he can make a whole city and a car. You know what I mean? He's very smart. And so during Easter this year, during Easter break, he was, I mean, he comes back and it's like all these kids around me, and it takes time to like pop up on the scene, and then the school is shutting down, like some are going home or some are lining up, and he's like, he's calling my name, I'm like, yes, Ernesto. He go, do you know what happened over Easter break? I'm like, no, I don't know what happened. Right? He says that they were doing an egg hunt. He said we were doing an egg hunt, and me and my brother, we were pushing and shoving, and he fell down, which I can believe because in the cafeteria that's what they all normally do. I got to tell them to stop pushing and shoving. And so when he fell
Hmm.
down, he said, when I fell down, and a big snake comes up on my leg and bites me. You know what I'm saying? And here I am telling myself, like, whoa, wait, wait, wait. I'm trying to get myself together because I'm listening to him tell me this. And I have a lot of other little children around me. And I'm like, whoa, he's telling me something I told him, Ernesto, that's serious, Ernesto. You go to the doctor. And he tells me like he went to the doctor or whatnot. He kind of looks a little, you know what I mean, fatigue or whatnot. So later throughout the day, I noticed that he doesn't tell anybody else this encounter. And he comes back up to me. Uh, I'm not going to say what they call me because then it'll validate me. But he says my name, and then he says, "Do you know what else happened?" And I'm like, "What else happened, Ernesto?" He says that I was screaming, and my dad runs out there and jumps on the snake and stabs the snake and kill it. Right?
Chop chop.
The story was like I think I've told the story before to some of you, but it was a real story to him, and they live like in Tipton, where the foothills really meet the mountains, and it's kind of like the moral of what I learned from him telling his little story. and who it was. It's like he he's the same kid that I'll be sweeping under him. So some of us take breaks and we alleviate each other. Let them take their break while we take over their their class in the cafeteria. And as I'm sweeping, he's the same kid that was just say out of nowhere, because you're God. You know what I'm saying? Yada 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 yada. Me and my name. You know, and it's like
Mhm.
I hear some things that everybody say when they say it, but I don't hold them accountable, whether good or bad. But little Ernesto said some things about the natural things, like being bit by that snake, and he was willing to like uh, not fight back. And so his daddy came out and killed the snake with a knife, and I was left to believe that.
Mm. Was it poisonous?
Nah, most snakes out here in the in around Tulare, most snakes aren't poisonous. They have a description. I'm not a snake expert, but we have a place called Sicon out here. I know the word sounds crazy, but it's where, because like I said, we're close to the foothills, close to Yosemite National Park, and if we don't keep a boundary amongst ourselves, bears or mountain lions can come into Exeter or
Mm-hmm.
towns. And so it's like uh, me not looking like I fit in out here in the foothills makes it to where it's like I fit in perfectly, because I hear some of these kids true stories, and I trip out. You know what I mean? I trip out.
Some of them, in that area being close to the mountains, their backyards, a lot of houses, homeowners have put security cameras up, like a door, like the doorbell thing. They'll put it on the back door. Or they just have security on their backyard because it runs right up against the hills and the wildlife. They share these videos of bears or cougars, coyotes coming into their backyard, and I've seen some videos of their little kids are being stalked by the predator. And the parents were luckily nearby, but they were just astounded that the animals came so close. But I've also seen videos, unfortunately, where their pets were taken because they are so close in that proximity to
The nature.
nature of the untamed
Mm-hmm.
wildlife with the domesticated animal is,
The giants.
yeah. And
Damn, that's
Like say,
they
that's
shared
mm,
to bring awareness most
yeah.
of the time. It's not like they're deliberately trying to bring in the wildlife into their backyard to make a video for entertainment, but it's
Someone in
crazy.
Phil's chat. This is way. I mean, we've probably been on here 2-3 hours, but somebody in Phil's chat. It's been a while. They had mentioned something about how Walmart and Giants, or you know what I mean, how there's a correlation there because of the underground. Not to go too far left on the sidebar, but it's like I you know what I mean, I can stamp that because I live way out here, like I mentioned, like the mountains, the Sierra Nevada mountains is just a hiccup away. I can see them throughout my window. And so it's like I've had my encounters with giants. Like, I'm not gonna change the story. The story is the same, and it's been inside Walmart. But the two encounters that I had, they both felt like slightly different because the giant was slightly different. But I like when the technology field, when they start talking technological, when they start saying like your search engine, like Google or Bing or Yahoo, your search engine, like when you use a stronger search engine, like maybe Scholar or something else, then it calibrates your search engine optimization. That's how you optimize your search engine. And so it's like this is how you calibrate your how the algorithm is calibrating to what you're looking for. But when that person says something about Walmart, either that person either believed somebody else encounter or had the encounter at Walmart before, or right, they went to Google Scholar and then start asking about giants in Google Scholar. So they start asking these journals, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I don't have to make the shit up. You know what I mean, the giants use Walmart's for, I don't know. I mean, I was in Walmart with my wife and she was on the other side of the aisle. And remind you, I'm 6'3", but I can't look over the aisle, that what separates the aisle. I can't look over that. And so I'm on this aisle and I'm speaking to her on the other side. She's right over the other side. And I stand up to take the arch out of my back, and there's this big ass motherfucker, right? His shoulders are standing above the aisle. I mean, he had to been 15, right? And I just instantly just grasped and ran around, right? And then I looked her in her face. She looked at me like, what? And I'm like, you didn't see this motherfucker standing? It's just like there's something about frequencies in Walmarts. Lastly, before I yield, there was another time where it was this big ass, this big man, this big ass giant. He had a poncho on. You asking yourself how the fuck they make ponchos that size? I know, right? But he had this big ass poncho on, and he had these fucking Birkenstocks on and shit, and a big ass poncho. And you know how you walk through the plant section of Walmart to come in through the Walmart where the grocery. We were coming in through that, and this big ass poncho ass giant, right? He was splitting all of us. The people was all around, and I'm looking at people like, you don't see this motherfucker. And look, giants are very, very real, but there's something that just shrouds our visual. Like there's two encounters at Walmart, both of them. You know, I'm not on no motherfucking drugs. I'm just telling you, like they know how to walk. So like they walk this walk that you can't see them. Like you remember how Morpheus was walking on the Matrix, and he said, "She's a woman in the red dress." Remember how he was walking, and everybody was walking around him like they didn't see him. That's how giants are in our society. And I live next to Visalia, which is Valhalla. Don't let the language fool you. But there's giants like that. They're sophisticated. They're not primitive. They're not stupid. They know that we'll have a heart attack if they expose themselves to us. I yield the floor.
I got this right here, bub. Listen to this. When Moses sent those guys out to see the giants. Now, if Moses is from the fallen because he has horns now, and they're saying the giants are from the fallen, why was Moses' guys who were all Nephilim afraid of their own family? We are the giants. We were the giants. The giants are our family. I yield.
The giants is lost in the Tubal Cain story. When Cain was discarded from society according to this fake book, right? But if we keep digging a little deeper, use your nails if you have to, elbow grease. If Cain was discarded, some people stop and say, "Oh, he took a sister. That's how he found his significant other." And some people say all this, but when we dig a little deeper, we see that he ended up in the land of Nod. So we see that there's a whole civilization over here in the land of Nod going on prior to the Adam and Eve first and second Genesis story. And so in the land of Nod, right, Cain, it goes to show how Cain and his family, remember, those according to this fake book, some would say, right? Some would say that if somebody killed this man, then the curse would be upon him 7 times. So he lived. And where I'm from in California, right, there is remnants and evidence of Tubal Cain. And Tubal Cain is a descendant of Cain himself. Tubal Cain shows how Cain himself taught how to decorate yourself as an animal. Put on the deer as a horns and all this. Some say this is the ancient Baal or Pan. But when it comes to hunting, you would dress to disguise yourself in order to get that meal. And so Tubal Cain brought this to the land. When we really look at the Cain and Abel story as if I'm my brother's keeper, right? When the Most High allegedly says that Abel, you have pleased me, and Cain, you have not, but yet at the same time, the Most High is the same one that gave us both our instructions, and we completed those instructions. Who is the Most High to say that what I offered because you instructed me isn't good for you? That's why when you look at the Cain and Abel story, is Cain really his brother's keeper when the same sweat, blood, and tears that I put forth is what Abel put forth, but he was a shepherd of the sheep, meaning that he followed along. I yield the floor.
Cannibal. Cain and Abel. Cannibal. Good one. Good one, Jojo.
So essentially, there, Dojo. I, I don't know, man.
Well, I got
hold
you.
on, hold on. So I'm just, I'm
Gather
weaving
your
it
thoughts.
together
Get it
here.
together, buddy.
Oh yeah, because that's deep though. That really is
Absolutely.
deep because if you really think about it in
Yeah.
that sense, you got Cain, you got Abel. One was good, one wasn't. And he pointed out, is he really his brother's keeper? Well, here in that regard, I kind of say yes and no all at the same time. Because in a sense, can I be my brother's keeper? Sure. But is he accountable for his own actions and what he does with his value? Yes, he is. So if I'm given two tokens and my brother's given two tokens, it's what we do personally with those two tokens of value that will determine did we do it right. Because again, we're all skilled in many different things. So just because I use it over here and he uses it over there, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. But if you know you're skilled and you're given the tokens, are you going to harbor it? Right? Are you just going to sit on it? Kind of like the other parables? Are you going to sit on your value? Are you going to use it? Or it's how you use it is what separates the wheat and the tare, right?
Perhaps, perhaps, no, not true yet. Don't stand on truth yet, because it's like the same book that we denounce says that God is a jealous God, but yet at the same time, when the Most High told Cain and Abel, this is what you'll do, pretty much, right? It was after the fact that some would say Cain was jealous of his brother and smoted his brother. You know what I'm saying? When at the same time, though, we have so many herbalists, we have so many vegans, we have so many fruitarians, we have so many who say live like Dr. Sabi, live off the land. When Cain taught how to live off the land and Abel taught how to gather the sheep. So when we sit here and really think about it, it's like whose story's being really told the truth? It's like you instructed me to do the same thing that my brother, just what you instructed my brother, but you don't want me to pay attention to his mission. So he shouldn't pay attention to mine. And we didn't. But when we brought forth our offering to this Most High, it goes to show that you denounced all the sweat that I put forth in regards of the instructions, excuse the spell, that you had carried out for me. So when jealousy does strike me against my brother, am I my brother's keeper when you are the one who wrote the will? You are the one who proclaims, right, that everything comes naturally from the ground, from the earth. But you smote it, Cain and his lineage at the very beginning, as if we're not supposed to take from the earth, as we're supposed to take from the sheep. I yield the floor.
I said true because it's what you do with it. It's the earth is the plant, maybe the construct is the sheep.
No, I would say as a sinner, as myself, if the construct is to be the sheep, then blaspheme me. For the fact that how can I be someone who can truly understand how this occurred throughout this entire fake book, some would say. So, and the question is, am I my brother's keeper? When I brought to you what you asked me, and you denounced what you asked me when you told me to go get it in the first place. How do you hold me accountable? Because why? You have to give me some type of answer to say, you know what, Dojo? I asked you to till the earth, and when you went to till the earth, you brought back onions and potatoes, and you didn't bring back no fruit, no veg. You didn't bring back no fruit, no apples, no grapes. You expect me to till the earth, which is different than collecting sheep, those who are going to hear the word and follow them, right? So when you say that there's 99 and one lost, it's the same Cain and Abel story with the 99 sheep and one
Look,
lost. Who's the shepherd
look,
really
Jojo.
for? If he's willing to if he's willing to denounce you 99 people for this one person who say, you know what, I'm gonna stand on what I'm saying, because it's kind of like, you know what, I really wish I can save us all, but here goes ego. I must look after myself. Is that the Cain and Abel story? I yield.
Look,
Go,
look,
go
bro.
ahead, my guy.
Look, it's like, say, where you keep your brother safe, or say Cain and Abel, it translates as cannibal. It and say cannibal translates is canning a bull, like say your little your little brother, or keeping them safe is no different from, where a bull come bucking out that pen. The safe is, say, whatever you are in right now, and say we are all canned in the world. Say the world will be the can, and we'll be the bull. You know, and that's what everybody is. We're like,
Can
say,
the
you
word?
know,
Is it the word? To me, I guess it's just how I feel. If you know what I mean, keeping my brother safe is saying don't be too harsh on my brother, regardless of the fact if you're satisfied with what his offering is. If I
yeah.
was able, I would say, you know what I mean, regardless of the fact if this man took my life, you know what I mean? There's a trust factor there. There's something's going on with trust
You
in
see,
Cain
you
and Abel's
see,
story
see.
that put the most high. Some say the Project Blue Beam, Green Beams, right?
Look,
The trust thing. It's really is, because it's like, I mean, how
yeah, look,
I'm
look. Like, say, Cain and Abel. Say, with a Cain, you're able. Like, you would trust the Cain, wouldn't you? Like, say, and this is the fall. Like, say, because you may think that you can keep your brother safe, yet if we're not spiritually safe and or fastened, then it's like we'll all lose ourselves. You know what I mean?
the
It's
reason I
like,
at mind's eye is because those people who relate on the Bible, right? And don't get me wrong, it's a Ouija board, so trust me when I say I have one myself. When those who relate to that same concept, they will go ahead and tell you that this is something about, am I my brother's keeper, to where it's like, some no matter what, they'll tell you that God, this most high, won't put more than you can bear, this and that and this and the fourth, right? And that's not true, that the most high will put so much on you 7 times fold. Isn't that the same thing that Cain said, that after the most high told Cain that since you smoted your brother, I put these curses up on you, and Cain was like, I can't bear those. He said, since you cried out like a little bitch, right? I'm gonna put those 7 times, and if anybody kill your bitch ass, 7 times on them. All right. So I'm really thinking like Abel could have really saved us from this harshness of what we can consider father, right? You know what I mean? Because somebody say that they're praising the mother, and some say God the Father. So they say that discipline comes from the father. And so when it comes to the Cain and Abel story, it's like, really though, who's really in the wrong? Who's really in the wrong? Who's really the brother keeper? Was Abel supposed to speak up, or was that the wrong God in the garden? You know what I mean? I don't really know. I just know that, like, if I'm going to be held accountable for another man's actions, then I must have control of that man. I yield the floor.
Well, I think the big picture with the whole Cain and Abel thing is, if I recall it correctly, the premises was that when they both brought forth the sacrifices, right? What happened was Abel brought forth the best, the very best that he had to offer, is to where Cain did not. He had, but he didn't bring forth the best as a sacrifice.
According to
Abel
best.
did.
According to who? Who's best? I'm speaking for the fallen. I'm speaking for those.
Right.
But
I'm speaking for the
Cain killed Abel.
Well,
yeah.
that's the
yeah,
reason why, is because Abel brought forth the best, and the Creator gave favor to Abel for bringing forth the best that Abel had. And that's why Cain got jealous, is because the Creator favored
Exactly.
Abel bringing forth the best. As to where Cain, he held back the best. That's what I'm getting out of it. Cain held
Hmm.
back
Like,
the best he had to offer.
yeah, withdraw. Like, say, hand behind your back. Say, Cain was 50% and Abel was
100.
100. You know, like say the in between where you just add water to things. You know, like say it's big is a little word. You know, and like where you get grasp of these things, you know, because it's all in the spell that's coming out your mouth. Say where whoever, and it's so many different, you know, say personalities, whoever a ping on it, say
Mm,
whoever a ping on it, and it'll make say the most of senses, then that's what's gonna be sticky. It's gonna, you know, it's gonna stick, you know, and we all dealing with the unknown, say whether you know it or not. Like you could say, man, I don't know, but I know, you know, I don't know what I know, you know, yet it's like that's the same word.
That's the
The
same
the
word
K is silent.
you and JJ went in. Hey, you know what's crazy? None of us is throwing. It's like the whole time though. I'm sure like OG Philly probably be like you know what I mean? He'll be like, oh, these niggas is talking about this. It's like crazy, and we've been talking all this stuff, religiously, spiritually. It's like, you know, and I'm not trying to be the one who's saying that I you know what I
Respect,
mean,
bro.
like, you know what I mean. But it's like I appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? I don't really feel like there is that I haven't disagreed with any of the things I've heard from you and JJ at all.
Right back there.
I just want people to realize that, like me myself, you know what I mean, as I'm constrained. You know what I mean? Constrained meaning regardless if I go against the grain, like walking through a rice field, I'm constrained by the love of God. You know what I'm saying? I have no choice but to be committed. And some choose to believe and disbelieve. But for some people who don't believe at all, who even slander it, to talk so well about it, like ins and outs and stuff, you guys are well versed. And like I mentioned it before, you have to be as smart as the Pharisees or the Sadducees to enter the kingdom. Those of you who have a sweet tooth for curiosity, I yield the floor.
Right
Mm,
on.
that's
Go
right.
ahead.
Like say, uh, I still got Cain and Abel on my, like say
Imagine that.
hey, look, Cain and Abel is change in your Abel.
mm.
Like say, you know,
That's
like, and
fire. Fire like
that's
that.
every day. Like, you know, where we rest and wake up, like you're able to change. Like, you know, we all do what we do, yet say it's gonna count for you. Like say, it might, you know, get on to other people, and this is just, you know, it's like a bug getting on to you. You know what I mean? I remember even, hey y'all, I even made that correlation. You know, when I woke up, I was like, I said I got bit by a spider. Yet it was like I was talking about the sun, because the sun is just like a spider on the ceiling running around. You know what I mean? Um, and that's where, like, say that light is just, it's all on me now. So like where I speak from the points of view that I do, it might be, you know, hard for others or different, or, you know, if you're not in that zone with me, you might not pick up on it because the words, they change like that Transformer movie, you know, they it's so interchangeable, and it's so many other ways that people think or then put their own meaning on the word, you know. So it'll be hard or tough to connect, or it might go past you.
Yeah, and
You
with
know?
that being said, what is such a huge deal, right, is the influence of one's vantage point. right? Everybody is going to have a different vantage point as to
Mm-hmm.
what we're all looking at. You over here on the west, you on the north, you on the east, I'm on the south in Florida.
Mm.
You know, but
Yep.
we're all looking at it at the same thing at the same time, but you're seeing something different.
Interchangeable.
Right, you're seeing something different. And that's the point of having these talks, having these discussions, is to get out all of these different vantage points and ideas so we can
Mm-hmm.
all collectively go, wow, okay, and we can put that puzzle together a little more every single day. Now, at the end of the day, are we going to generally walk away with more questions and answers every time? More than likely, but at least at least we're growing, at least we're gaining by doing these a little bit at
Mm-hmm.
a time, putting that one foot in front of the other.
Hey, hey,
That's
hey,
super,
look,
super
that's
fire.
real.
You hear that? That was JJ speaking, huh? That was super fire. Hey,
No,
I'm gonna
no, it was Joe Cool.
Joe
That
Cool.
was cool.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, Joe Cool. Between you and I, great brother, right? I am a 0 point sensei, and no one's ever heard me say something like this. The only thing that's going to be understood or overstood of a 0 point is a vantage point. And no one's ever heard me say that. But you've said something that's highly valuable to those of you who like think that you're lurking or there's some type of mystery, right? What Joku has said amongst a 0 point sensei is very valuable, whether in the physical form or in the spiritual form. It's like you have to realize what advantage, you have to realize what this great man has just said. It's like, how do you express that to where it's like, damn it, look, that was fire. That was a Manzai. What he said is it's the whole my whole journey, bro. It's like
Hey, that's the link chain. That's, you know.
zero, we amount to nothing. We have to amount to something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to amount to something. So I work from the 0 point.
Mm-hmm.
And the vantage points comes, it's up to me to show my true character, whether if I stab you in the back or not. I yield the floor.
Yeah, bro. That's the center point. You know that's the yoke.
Mm,
You know,
mm,
when you get
character.
there, yeah, when you get there, you get to the sun, like, and you shine. Like, say, all of the stuff, everything is trying to be last. Like, if you realize it, that's what we all try to do, is be last once you see what it is. Like, say, all of the stuff that's, you know, basically basic, you can put it all where it's supposed to be, like, you know, and you can watch the lid on every situation where you can live your life, you know, say how you need to, because you will know about the basis from, say, 0 to 10 on every situation that you've met, you know. Kind of like they say, you're able to put up childish things once you become grown, you know. That's the capsule about everything on the
Ooh-wee.
world. You know, the top where you can put the lid on it and you know what the contents is, or say the capacity to whatever vessel that may hold, you know, whatever it could hold in it. You will know about the things. So that's how I feel with the world, and you know, where you can say become content and live your life how you will it. And I yield right there.
Yeah, and that goes back to even what we are talking about before. Someone mentioned a child's innocence, and I believe that was Dojo, and that got me thinking. You know, when you think about a child's innocence, you will hear certain phrases like the age of accountability, right? Well, here's the thing. I think that needs to be changed because one's age does not define when someone's innocence and or accountability kick in. It's when their mind and spirit, right? when their mentality becomes accountable for their actions, that's when it changes from that age of innocence to one's full accountability. Because it's intriguing to me that there's certain things out there. I'm only bringing it up, for a parallel. There's certain things out there, like at the age of 18, one can go on the battlefield, right? But when they come back home, they can't have a drink because they're 18. Now, how does that make sense? That don't make no sense. You can go out and die on the battlefield, but you can't have a drink. Even I don't. I'm like, that don't make no sense. So I think that there are definitely things where it's like, some terminology needs to be changed or shifted because.
No, it makes perfect sense. I'll tell you why. Because it's all about the trust. Because
Mm,
the more they've got us all thinking that we're this all caps name, like on your driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
But when you go to war at 18 years old and you get killed, they don't tell you, oh no, he's not that trust. Here's his trust family. Bury him, take care of his family, because he had children. But when he was 19, he had one at 16 and one at 17. That's why he had to join the army to go over and do what he did. Even if he died in an accident, it don't matter. But the more they killed, the more they gained on the trust. So they just lowered the age because you used to not be able to fight until you were of age in combat.
yeah, and here's the more ironic thing when it comes to that. Back when I did some college, I learned in a class that your prefrontal cortex does not even fully develop until you're 25.
There
Generally
you go.
speaking, 25 is when your prefrontal cortex is fully developed, which to me is that age of accountability, if you want to word it that way. So I've already done told my daughter and whatnot. I said the world under their standards, they might hold you accountable and all this stuff at 18 forward, but from me, I say 25.
Yeah,
Right.
it's hard to put a number on it. You guys are, it's the
It is. It is. Well, we were talking about the government.
well, the government and adults, adult politicians are adult people. And it's the same, the child in me or the child in them concept. You know what I mean? The children,
Right.
you when you correct them from their mistakes, which ones accept
Oh,
correction
toast.
easily, and which ones have a demeanor about, you know what I mean, accepting this correction. Like if you made a simple mistake, or if I sat there and watch you deliberately do that to that other student, these
Mm-hmm.
are accounts that are held up against you right in front of me, you know. And this is the same way you can take adults, you know what I mean. So it's like what it taught me is like Joe Cool is really emphasizing. What it taught me is that memory, whether if we use memory to think forward or to reminisce, that memory has a depthness to it, to meaning that those who chisel us in our lives, right, whether from the dinner table or at school, who we correspond with, that our minds are chiseling our memories in order for say this stuff is being held in a akashic or a memory bank. It doesn't matter. But I noticed that when those children who has to accept correction, even when they're wrong, and they deliberately did what they did that was wrong, it
Mm.
shows me this innocence in children, that it's such an innocence that they're not innocent, if that makes sense. Like they have this, like, it's like I've saw all of it come out of different children, and at the same time it goes to show that it doesn't matter. There's something that is that we're all born with, that has made the decision. It's like ma'at. It's like wearing the heart next to the feather. You know what I'm saying? And it's like saying that I knew you from the beginning, even before you was born. It's the same concept with the children and adults. But yet at the same time, the one that is wise, or the one who spoke with inspiration, they're held accountable for those the shallowness of the ignorance of those that they crossed in their path, if that make any sense. It's kind of like, what do we do? Do we just seclude ourselves, live a life of a novelist. Like, I don't want to do nothing with the world. At the same time, though, it takes bread and butter to make, you know what I mean? So it's really difficult to draw that line between the two when we know that there's adults out here who still think like little children. I yield the floor.
Hmm. Oh. Don't spare the rod. Don't spare
Uh-oh.
the rod.
Uh-oh. Let's get it.
I'm here.
That's why we're not supposed to spare the rod.
Sorry about
But
that. I was putting hummingbird feeder sugar water in. My bad.
you're good there, Phil. Well, we're just kind of soaking it in, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to let that molasses just run.
You know? Yeah, that mole ass.
Mm.
Like say, y'all know I'm still right there with the cane. I'm able
Ah,
I'm able I'm able with the cane. Like
oh.
say it becomes Candyman with the hook, Cain and Abel. Cain will be hooking your ass. You know what I mean? And you know, Candyman is a reflection, yet that reflection is you, dealing with Cain and Abel. Um, like say the hook thing or the cane, it bends, it's a hook. It's a hook in the hand where do they replace the hand with a hook. You know, the cane, the Cain and Abel thing, where all of this is eaten, like say, cannibal is a cannibal, you know, say like imagine looking in a can. Y'all done seen that type of vision before, like looking through the tube, the scope.
The styloscope, right?
Yeah, all that. You know what I mean? Like the eye is looking at it. Everything about you is the eye to, like where I be eating. Like everything you look at, the eye pick up, touch, eat it up, take it straight to the brain. Everything that you see it, the eyes, it do that. Just like you would go pick up something, touch it, and take it straight to the brain. So like um the hands, it's a form of eating, you know, like say where if you do get in fights and just like we can squash a bug and kill it, if you can do that to a bug and apply that to the say the man and woman, then that's just like where you beating them up, you are eating them up. You just ain't eating them up like a crocodile would, But that's like
You're
if
eating
you
them up.
beating,
It's the same. It's the same.
it's the same. It's cannibalism.
What let you
It's
know that
cannon eyeball.
dragon. Does that make any sense? That don't make sense to people when Uncle Phil say that his great journey is to show how Jesus is the dragon. And some of y'all have known me before Uncle Phil stepped into my life. Y'all know how I am with this dragon thing. And so it's really not. It's really like crazy because it's like how do I explain it? You're not left.
Dragon.
They say Jesus. The reason why Jesus compares to the dragon and it seemed like Siamese twins is because it's the same Cain and Abel story for that we were discussing. Mind's Eye Partner Spell,
Mm-hmm.
because the same Jesus story by him not doing nothing to nobody and then to be crucified between a thief and a killer, for him to save
Mm-hmm.
one and for him to banish one. We have to realize what Uncle Phil is telling us is that the same Jesus Christ in that book, right? They say that that man
Mm-hmm.
had never committed a sin, but he has committed all sins on the face of the earth in order for him to say that I take upon the sins of the earth to save everyone. So that makes him the most sinful person of earth. This is really simple to really realize in the spiritual
Simple.
world. When I go back to telling you that when it comes to him being crucified, because a cross and a crucifixion identifies two different things. One has a human body on it. The other one is just two pieces of wood. So when we talk about the crucifixion, right? Allegedly, by him being placed between a thief and a killer and him saving one, it's similar to him cursing the fig tree that you shall have no fruitless relationship with some of these people who walks amongst you. So when they say that Jesus was a holy man, to what regard? Because I know his father is what I'm trying to say, and I yield the floor.
So why would he save the one and not the other? If there
That
was two there.
that is a celestial question. Listen to what Joe Cool asked. Why would this person, this story figure, this Jesus Christ of Nazareth, because he didn't tell you he was Jesus Christ. Those people made him Jesus. He was Jesus of Nazareth. Back then, there wasn't a capitalist construct, even though Rome was trying to trying to build an infrastructure the same way. Everybody back then, they were called their last names where they're from. So Mary from Magdala makes her Mary Magdalene. Jesus from Nazareth makes him Jesus of Nazareth. So when he became the Christ, there's something about this character that didn't do anything to nobody, but yet the same character that's supposed to come back and do something to everybody. So it's like really a fine line to say whether if it's fake or not. How does it resonate with you when it comes to the spirit? Because really though, that's all it boils down to me. It's like I can sense 0 point sensei. I can sense, you know what I'm saying? And really though, according to the story, he did curse the fig tree for having not to bear fruit. So there is a such thing as a fruitless relationship, meaning that how is it possible that everything that Jesus stood for was the same type of parable or the same type of notation that Cain stood for, but at the same time, though, he was the shepherd? I yield the floor.
The cross. Acts 5:30, 10:39, 13:29, Galatians 3:13, Deuteronomy 21, 22, and 23, or verses 22 and 23 all say the tree, and even has Old Testament reference to it. So what the cross is the Saturn cube unfolded. It's the takeover of purity. It's the takeover of there is two Jesus characters in that Bible.
Yeah, some say that that it was Bar Jesus that was infiltrated. Some even say that it was uh, Judas in the Islam tradition or in their Bible they try or whatever they call it. They say
Right.
that it wasn't Jesus that was crucified. That Judas, the one who threw back the 30 pieces, when he ran out and crucified him and killed and committed suicide, that they call that the field of blood. When we start to research, really though, we start to realize that who's telling these stories. If this man ran out and committed suicide by himself, who was there to narrate his story? If Jesus Christ was mentioned about all these people who didn't even walk with Jesus Christ, who
Right.
are people telling their story? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I can let alone for John to be written, for John to have wrote Revelation, and Revelation to be found allegedly on the island of Patmos, right? Who would have known to tell us these things? So it's not really about the actual event or the moment of these stories, whether fake or true, right? You have to ask yourself, when somebody, do you know anybody amongst yourself, right, that's been accused of something that they never did? You know what I'm saying? Whether fake or not, it's just that's just how I see it. You know what I mean? And so when they tell you that this character say, let us get to the other side, it wasn't the fact that during that trip to the other side of the bank, that when they were on the water, that Peter and all the other disciples lost faith and they were scared of the storm, so Jesus had to calm their ass down. It wasn't that. They missed the whole fact of who they walked with. For him to say, let us make it, let us go to the other side, they should have known from here to the other side, nothing could prevail the person who they was walking with.
I'm about to piss a lot of people off right now. Even Jesus Christ is anointed. Christ means anointed. You only anoint the dead. This whole Jesus thing It was created to stop the true Jesus. And that's every fucking one of you. Even these people in the chat that don't like the Bible, or anybody who doesn't like the Bible, they're still a Jesus. Because he says in the Bible, you will do greater things than I. We are doing greater
That's
things.
14.
Every fucking one of us, because we're all
That
great. We're all 0 point.
it has
Yep.
nothing to do with the Bible.
No, I know, I know, I know, I know.
I agree with most of those who say, because I'm not looking at the chat. I'm actually enjoying the crickets and everything else as the sunset settles. But I'm like the rest of y'all. You know what I mean? If I'm going to be held accountable for what I have to say or what I think, then hey, I'm going to speak it. It's those who say that you held your tongue when it was time to speak that you should ask. You know what I'm saying? You really don't. No one's here to accuse you. No one. This has nothing to do with up and down or scales or levels to this
It's
shit.
true.
It really don't. It got something to do with just letting it out. Just let that shit out. Let that
Yep.
shit out. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, it doesn't. It doesn't. The whole Jesus thing, right? I trip out because when Rebecca was up here, and most people don't. This is why what I told Rebecca is very true. Most people don't keep up with their own awareness fast enough to recall. Remember,
Mm-hmm.
recall is something important. And like how she was saying that, do we go back to primitive? Are we Stone Age? Are we dumb? Are we simple? And so those are the same questions that I would ask myself when I would come across these people who speak the same way, slightly how I'm speaking. It's like, what is that? But so what the answers I came up with was that it's one or the other. Duality do exist. So it's either we were smarter, we were really smarter back then, and then we started devolving, or we were really stupid as fuck back then, and we started enhancing. So it's one or the other. So it's like Rebecca is throughout the whole hours, right? I still agree with what she's saying. And that's what I'm going to sleep heavy on. Because really, though, it's like either the Aboriginals can take a couple of lessons out of her cheat book, or they should really express themselves vividly. Because in one motion they'll tell you that this stuff is plagiarized, and the second notion they tell you that they're not from Africa, and the third notion they're saying all this shit. When really though, it's like if your ancestors were smarter than you, that's kind of like giving you an extra advantage to tell you that nobody was stupider, nobody was dumber than you then. They were smarter than you now. And that's when I slow myself down.
I feel like we have the same problems today as yesterday. So I don't think we're any better off or worse.
I would agree to that, but like I mentioned, to be 47 years old with the freedom that I had, right, we're not up against the same things. 47, we remember that our elders passed away knowing the internet or a screen for FaceTime. So really the experience all of us know something's changed. I was this isn't I'm not even a Bible that
Yeah,
sinning.
you're lagging really bad though, Joe. Like we couldn't hear just about anything you were saying. I don't know why, but your mic was cutting out.
It's okay. It's okay. I just
All right,
want
just mic check.
right on. I just
I can hear you clear now.
Yeah,
I
you're good,
I
man.
wasn't raised in the church. I wasn't raised in the church. You know what I'm saying? Some of us who are my age, we weren't raised in the church. But then when I tried to look at uh, uh, the whole little what we've been through the last few years, I really find myself like some people. I look at people like they're in a fantasy land. When I was growing up, we played in the sprinklers. We were able to drink from the water hose. Now all of us buy water and don't complain about it. When did all of the states start just buying water and not saying, wait a minute, why can't we drink water from the faucet no more? It's like and like for me in my walk, right? This whole little lockdown thing was martial law, but it was successful. They didn't really. I mean, I tried to equate that when I expressed the Denver and the Dallas thing. The news made it seem like in California that army motherfuckers with these fatigues and locking down railroads. It made it appear that it was martial law when they locked us all down, but it appeared that none of us stood up for what was occurring. So it worked. So when I look at Project Bluebeam, martial law, when I look at things like what people bring to my attention, I'm like, these occurrences are happening in front of us. And so it's kind of like I'm just like, I just trip out. Like, when did we not trust water that came from the faucet? As a 47-year-old man, I don't recall this ever happening. So something is changing. I yield the floor.
We've been under martial rule since the 1868. People don't even know it. That's why they're doing such things so easily. But I yield. I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, and that's where I would say, like, I'm not raised religiously either. You know, I've done my own investigation most of my life, and I do understand that, like, the idea of the things that we toss about, whether religious or not, that those things sort of are important to people, like, you know, the phrases that people know, beyond that. But I'm just saying, like, so that's where I sort of began with really, like, the things that really resonate with me. Like, in the beginning, there was the word, you know, which could be seen as data. I don't see where they say that he spoke it out, you know. The Eden, like email, you know, tablets, like stone tablets, like we have them in our hands right now. Like, I don't know where nothing new under the sun begins and ends, you know.
The art tell you is like, when we start to realize that, whether if it's alchemy, numerology, any of this stuff is demonology. And if you want to tip the archons, you have to read. You have to let them teach you. This is the reason why, like, we fall from our curiosities. It's like, you probably tell yourself what
I've
I'm talking about, but the archons
Yeah,
are
my
very real.
my curiosity hasn't fallen at all.
Right.
Yeah,
Like, to me, all curiosity is curiosity, and it's
yeah.
like, I'm gonna be real with you. It's like, when it comes to occult science, numerology, tarot card, all this stuff has something to do with, like, who are we really learning it from? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know I can use a medium and say, down with the man who taught you that bullshit, but, like, who taught him that? And it's, the archons are very real. Like, if you desire knowledge, they'll teach you all you want to know. You know what I'm saying? And some say that, no,
Yeah,
this
but
is
that's where the difference between being a medium, sorry to interrupt, but like, we recently read a short excerpt of, one of Manly P. Hall's chapters in his book, on over on Chuck's channel, and that was the Occult Anatomy of Man. And a good chunk of it was spent saying that, you know, you can become a medium in a weekend in a dark room, right? Like, anyone can become a medium in a dark room and learn all sorts of things. But to become clairvoyant is a path, you know, like, and so I think that that's sort of, that's the difference, you know, like, of a shortcut and hearsay, and something that's like literally like us sharpening our own swords, you know, and really getting to the core of, you know, doesn't matter what they've called it or what they've lied or told the truth about to us, but what we do and can hold in some sort of common ground, to at least until we have electron microscopes of our own, you know, make the best, and, you know, or access to our own macroscopes out into the realm, that we do our best to take what we can from that information and resonate with it, you know, like. And I don't mean that in a hippie way. I mean that in like a literal energetic, you know, vibration and frequency way, you know, like, and people will stumble. That's part of being human. You know, it's like, I was looking up discernment since I last spoke, and, you know, it was hard to find anything that has cern in it. Interestingly, concern, discern, right? But if it's even CERN, like the matrix maker, or the misused frequency device that maybe at one point was designed to be good, then discernment would be the act of like going against that program, you know?
I agree.
And I know for me, like most words, because of my faith in my purpose, right? Like in that no one can make me feel small, and nor will I be made to feel bigger than anyone. Although I have learned in the last couple of years that maturity does involve maybe opening our eyes to some abhorrent things that humans do, or that to other humans that need to be stopped, right? And we all know that we actually were already presented with a bunch of that crap, right? Be it war, be it whatever, you know? So if it had to be taken to the extreme for us to be like protective of children, for instance, you know, like what we don't realize as good people is that on the other side, there are people who are flipping, right? They're like lining up to go into someone's basement with a cloak on, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, I think if we are moving towards something, that any of this would have anything to matter. So, you know, my point is no one's ever been able to make me feel insignificant, you know, but, you know, maybe a bit of my dad's ego, maybe a bit of privilege in my early childhood, which was definitely not continued, and definitely taught me a lot as my father's family expanded. But my point is that, you know, humility is not being meek and small. You know, humility is actually making sure that you understand that the people around you, whether you know them or don't know them, they have purpose too, you know?
Right.
I agree. I definitely.
And yeah, so I yield.
I would say I've been put in situations from family or so-called friends. Let's say so-called family, so-called friends, coworkers. I shared that story earlier, where how somebody treats you, mistreats you, doesn't talk to you, does talk to you a certain way to make you feel small. They're pushing this energy on you to make you feel small and invalidated to them, but they amplify it to try and make you believe the world thinks of you that way. And I have gone through the motion of why did somebody mistreat me, disrespect me, disregard me, and not explain to me what I did to them to trigger them, whether I was a kid, I was 12 or 20 or 40. I'm sitting here going, why would somebody try and put that energy on me to make me go through this motion of trying to, what I ended up doing was try to figure out what was going on with them, for them to come at me to make me feel inferior. I would humble myself to see what was going on with them, but it didn't excuse their behavior. I get
Well,
quiet, I get self-reflective, but I'm trying to I get to the point where I'm like, what's going on with them? Because I can't figure out what I did, and they won't talk to me or
but
explain to me to be treated that way.
That's
So I know that it's not me, it's coming from them.
That's super.
but
The reason I say that's super fire is because you have to be aware of someone who makes you feel guilty about what they're doing to you. See,
Mm.
whoever's speaking right now is speaking that stuff, and that's why I know that there's demonic soul ties, whether if it's in numerology or demonic influences. If we're dealing with spiritual intelligence, whether in the physical form or whether who say who saw, right? Then people have to have a common source. When there's no common source to where how you make a person feel, they lightweight fall back on, like she's trying to say, discernment. But your discernment is flawed. Everybody's discernment is flawed unless you have the Most High harbor you. That's how I see it.
I
A fruitless
agree.
relationship,
I
I really feel that way. You know what I
Uh,
mean? I mean, exposing demons and devils is something that's really important to everybody. We are all vessels. We are all vessels. And I'm gonna be honest. It's like I have to realize that I prefer to be truthful than empathetical, and I prefer to be truthful and then before I be a people pleaser. A lot of we all agree on the same things, right? But it's like, where does the defense come from? That's why I say if you want to see a real demon, look for a demigod. I yield the floor.
I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you the biggest step, and this goes for everybody in the chat. I'm gonna show you the biggest step on how to cut yourself ties from these fucking demons. I wasn't gonna share it, but I was, because some people are like, that don't mean nothing. But I'm gonna share it right now. Here it comes.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna go to guests screen. So the layout. Put my camera. Damn. Feel like Chuck right now. Chuck got him upset earlier, didn't he? What the hell? They didn't have a ranch. Okay.
You see,
Oh,
you got a copy. You got a
Right
copyright strike.
No, you see this? You see the way that name shined? I'm gonna go real close. Benny is short for beneficiary. Right now, every one of you that has a driver's license, that has anything tied to this world right now, you ain't gonna get out of this place. We ain't gonna change shit until you separate yourself in spirit. Right now, you're all dead corporations, and you don't even know it. But when I try to tell people this, they laugh at me, or no, that don't mean shit. It's just a signature, or no, it don't mean nothing. This is it right here. This is it. This makes you the creditor and not the debtor. Period. That's all I got to say about it. Believe it or not, I'll show it again. Hyphen, Kent, my middle name, Krieg, comma. You can either write out beneficiary or put period. This is something I was shown from the. This is shown from the spirit. So, believe it or not, there it is.
Hey, this was a good one. Hopefully, I'm not stuttering and shaking. I'm about to go rinse myself off. This was a really powerful bill, Uncle Phil, and like, what you're showing is really on a vast scale. It's like they'll like a lot of people, and what I witness is a lot of people will denounce they would denounce love or something to love them in order for the way of the world to supersede. And what I mean by that is kind of like it's really interesting that we can say neglect this, neglect that, down with this, down with that, but we'll talk about numerology and astrology when really though, whether if it's Aquarius or Pisces or Gemini, we're all talking these different god, and we know these things. We know that we're talking different godly things and different fallen things. We're talking all these things, but when it comes to love for all unity, like for that one, for zero to say that's one, for that real love, that we will compromise that in order to say, you know what, I don't believe that, but I was born between Pisces and Aquarius. I was born a Sagittarius.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? So it's like who's really caught up in a spell when we ask ourselves that, wow, I'm taking part, I'm participating in the same path. I'm gonna fall back. I appreciate y'all. Uncle Phil, this is one for the books. Mine's eye. Becky, not Becky, Rebecca, Fire Bill, Rebecca, and Joe,
Yeah.
JJ, and cool, man. I don't know who she was. The one who can relate to me and my physical walk. I really appreciate you.
I think that was JJ. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much love, nephew.
And
Yeah.
so the dojo, I'm gonna throw my email in the chat real quick. I can't remember if you even got it, but that's my email. You can hit me up anytime.
I'm gonna definitely look. I'm gonna look forward to look back upon this. I'm gonna cool myself out. You gotta forgive me for saying that. Okay, I've smoked a little marijuana and I've drank a little alcohol, which is multiple. You know what I'm saying? But it's like people like myself. I take that serious. If you speak like me, the way I've spoken to y'all. If you come to me contaminated and you speaking highly of something that you can't prove to me, then I'm gonna take it like a grain of salt. So I appreciate you, and I hope you all have a good night, man.
Absolutely.
You
Much
too.
love.
You too. Be well.
Right back at you.
My man.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, Phil, I bet you didn't expect this evening.
This was
Of
great.
course I did. I always expect it like this. It's always been good. I haven't had a bad live yet. I don't think.
Nah.
Did Bex? Did you say he got a strike?
No.
Charles got one yesterday.
Did he for what?
He thinks it's for the music in the background.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't
There's
know.
there's nothing on here that isn't original, or it's all original. I
It
think
was a different. It was a different stream.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I don't know.
It's all right.
Well,
I only brought it up because you had mentioned that about the wrench thing, and I just wanted to, and it's set it on the stream, so
Okay, I got you.
everything's fine. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, I didn't hear him. I don't know. He's got 3 channels, so.
Three.
Yeah, he's got 3 channels. Charles was, all caps. Charles was spelled normally,
Charles was okay.
and
Yeah, he
then
was here earlier.
Free Thinkers. Yeah,
I don't know.
I gave him. I already gave him his wrench, Mark. He's got it. He just don't know it. So he just had to. He gets stupid over some wrenches. The only reason I give people wrenches, I'm either going to give everybody a wrench or I'm going to give nobody a wrench. But the reason I didn't give wrenches out because I didn't know fucking how.
I'm the same way.
You know, if so, Alma hadn't taught me shit, I wouldn't know shit. So
That's why I need tech support.
Yeah, me too. I'm computer stupid. Totally computer illiterate.
I'm techno challenged.
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't stick around, Sandy. Now I'll give you one. Did you get your
stick around?
Did you get your problems worked out there, girl?
Over audio?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, because she was definitely having a lot of audio. I'm not sure why.
It's always something. We had audio problems. Trying to pre-record videos for our stream the other day, we kept hitting audio or editing problems. It took 3 times as long to get a video done.
Yeah, editing and putting it all together, it's extremely. Yeah, the Thursday will be a little easier because it should just be the one film to go over, so to speak, and kind of just do a community chat like we're doing here. So it'll be more laid back, a lot more involvement.
Yeah.
But yeah, Phil, yeah, you can hop on Thursday evening too. I think it's set for like 9 p.m. Thursday.
Yeah.
That's Eastern Standard Time, so I'm not
Right
sure
on.
where everybody is in the world, right?
Most of the people I know, a couple's in England, so Alma's in the Netherlands, or most people are here in the States on this one. But I do have a lot. Somebody else might be live. I don't know. I got a lot of friends everywhere.
Yeah, and don't forget, Bex is an American.
She's quasi American. She's more American than some Americans, so I'm gonna have to give her that.
It's a state of mind, people. It's a state of mind.
That's right.
Absolutely. Indeed. Well, I guess I might as well. Well, not might as well. I actually do got to take off. I got to get dinner done and get a few things this evening going.
All right.
But yeah, it's been a pleasure again. Absolutely. And yeah, we'll hop on again another time.
All right. I'll try to make it Thursday.
Alrighty, yeah, it'll be great to see you.
I'm gonna head out too.
Nice to see you too. It's been a while.
Yeah, I kind of get tired.
Yeah, well, my cousin's passing, it really put a massive mental monkey wrench into everything. So it's I think it's starting to, I guess, get past it. So
yeah, just getting back into
So
fall
yeah,
in
we're
love
gonna
with things, feeling
get
better.
back into it.
Right on.
Alrighty, Phil.
Have a good
Thanks
night, bro.
everyone in chat. We'll hopefully see y'all Thursday, and
Thursday night. Yeah.
that's it.
Much love. I got my notifications on.
There you go. All right, y'all.
Bye. Bye for now.
Well, looky here.
And then there were two.
There were two. There's about to be three.
Excellent.
Sandy's back. You like Sandy. You like Sandy. We've been friends for quite a long time. I'll let her tell you. I ain't gonna tell you. She could vouch for my character. That didn't even sound right, did it? She can vouch on my character. How about that? Come on, Sandy. Let's get it. Hopefully she got her daughter. Her daughter's 17, I think. She got her 17-year-old daughter to fix her computer. Bring it. Come on, girl. There's the link. Bring your butt up here. Oh, yeah, definitely a stream that go down in the record books again.
Mm-hmm.
It went places I didn't think it would, but other than that, it's pretty much what I thought it would be. Definitely. People, there's so much truth in that Bible, and people get so fucking triggered by it. I just don't understand. It just,
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no reason for it. It's like, okay, I'm going to give a perfect example. If that book wasn't, if it wasn't meant to be for today, and if it wasn't, why would the enemy put things in there against itself? Now, I know that it's the enemy's book, but the enemy doesn't. It's almost like there's an agreement. There's two Bibles. It's buy is to, BLE in Old English is contract. Two contracts. So it has to have the truth, and it has to have their truth, or their lie, however you want to say it. It's also a book of the constellations in the celestial. It's many things. This book is 8 billion, however many people there are on this planet, plane T, on this realm, in the realm. It's that many books. Everybody will get something out of it. They've just been, what better way to fuck everybody than to make yourself the one, and then knowing you're false, then turn everybody against the book so they won't figure out that you're the false one. It's fucking genius.
Well,
it's genius.
They did it with World War II.
Expound, please.
Well, it kind of looks like maybe the bad guys won and claimed to have lost and infiltrated the country that was given credit for bringing them down.
Yeah, I got you.
You know?
I got you. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know what you meant. Yeah, exactly.
And then they
like
silenced people like you can't even say stuff like that. Right?
Right. Then they made themselves, the evil ones made themselves the Holocaust ones, which Holocaust actually means to sacrifice. That's what they called their sacrifices when they would sacrifice the Phoenicians. That's what they called it, the Holocaust. The Holocaust. In mine's I would like that one. Come on, Sandy. Bring it. Come on, get up here. See if your shit works. I want to talk to you, my friend.
I cooked up a shallot.
A shallot. What's the shallot?
It's like it's a red onion, a small red onion,
Oh,
but
okay.
even smaller and kind of often is in two pieces, like two garlic cloves.
Right on.
You know, like not as round, more garlic shaped. In that
Here
family.
she is. And here's Cindy. What up, girl? Let's try this again. Get closer to your mic.
Car.
Closer to your mic.
I'm in my car.
Oh, you're in your car. Ah, where are you doing? Where are you going? Where you getting me?
Yes, no,
Hmm.
maybe.
Okay. You sound a lot clearer. Maybe.
Clear but distant.
Yes. If you're not going to come up, I'll end the stream, but if you're coming, I'll keep it going because I want to talk to you about a few things. And I know Bex would like to talk about it. Cat, quit. Like to talk to you. You guys kind of have the same minds, so to speak.
Who?
Yes, you and Bex. I'm willing to put it all. I'd take both of you on. Come on, sock it to me. Give me everything you got, motherfuckers. Attack!
I do that.
No, I'm just messing with you. No, we always have good conversations. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around. Oh shit! I got something.
Back on straight when I miss so. I was so frustrated to get off.
Yeah, you're gonna have to step your chat, your live stream game up. You're gonna hang around here, eh? Hey, Bex.
Yeah, one thing for it, my daughter, I can't find it. So it's been a couple years. Any line online thing.
I hear you. I hear you. There's my guy. You work what?
I work one. Too many doesn't work for me. Energy being tossed around.
Okay. When you gonna be home, or are you gonna be home?
No, I have to run up to
Okay, you're cutting in and out.
just a second.
All right.
Hang on.
I'll wait.
Is mine die coming back up?
He knows he's more than welcome.
Said he's back.
Had to go eat. I ate while everybody was talking.
I'm eating right now, hopefully very quietly.
You're good. You're good. No problems. No worries. No worries. It's that time of the day.
Do you know Sandy from near you?
No, Sandy, she was living in California when we met. I won't disclose where she lives now, but it's a little closer to me. But she's a teacher. So yesterday when I posted all that stuff on Facebook, she seen I needed help, and she, as usual, comes to my rescue because people think I'm being aggressive, condescending. Let's see what they say, condescending. aggressive, um, just everything you can think of, you know. I'm guarantee it, and everybody's like, "I'll pray for you, Phil. I'll pray for you." I was like, do not waste your prayers on me. Don't put that curse on me of your fucking
Yep.
demigod,
I'm rubber, you're glue, bounce off me, stick on you.
right? Type thing, yes, so to speak. Oh, I heard door chimes. We're getting close.
You back?
Yay!
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. About the upper. Talk about ancient health food.
Whatever.
I need to hear something. Empire realms.
Right on. Well, you can go there. Do it.
So somebody was talking. They were like, or something, and what that word actually.
Hold on, you're
Or
cutting in
that
and out. I don't know what's going on. You're cutting in and
this
out.
means the conscious. Okay. Probably in a bad spot.
Yeah, and it's best when you're talking not to walk around a lot. I know it's gonna be hard for you. She's like a multitasker.
Yeah, that's gross. Oh, come on.
No, you still up, bub?
Can you hear
Man,
me now?
yeah, that's beautiful right there. Whatever you're doing, keep doing that.
Sitting here.
Okay.
So is the definition. Holy shit!
Huh?
Conscious life.
Nope. Nope. I
Just
heard
gonna
she
have to
moved.
wait.
You on your phone?
Yeah.
All right. Is your signal shitty?
My laptop. No.
Okay. Because you're like me when I have crappy, shitty service.
Yeah, it's actually been good. You usually spend a couple hours off your own stream.
Right? Right. I got a
No. I
go ahead, Sandy.
at least I don't have the microphone that I had earlier. I couldn't hear with crackle.
Okay.
It just this of life. You're just that's what makes this.
Help me out. Help me help her out here, Bex. What do you have a headset in?
No.
Okay. I think that's what it is. I think what's happening is it's okay. All right.
I'm gonna be home.
Okay. Thanks, no.
I'll finish my.
You're good. You're good. We'll wait. We'll wait on you. It's no big deal. We waited. How long we sit on some streams, Bex, and wait on. I've sat in the back. Oh shit! Hold on, you guys. Wow. I got cool shit on the camera. They've been flying around like crazy, Bex.
Yeah.
Yeah. One was just up on, like, it was plastered against the camera. It caught my eye. That's how huge it was. It caught my eye, and it was like the whole camera was covered. People be like, "Oh, that's nothing, Bill. We know. We know what it is."
I told
It'll come.
most
Oh yeah,
people
hold on. No, me.
got Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better. There they are.
Yeah.
A little bit. Come on, guys. People think that's bug. No, it's not bugs. Bugs don't. Bugs only show up like that when they're real close. These things are not bugs. There's an orb. Do you see that orb, Bex?
Yep.
You come right up to it. Yeah. There you go. Nobody's ever seen a fairy. That's fairy.
Say those are bugs.
Those aren't bugs.
I know. I used to watch them on my.
Yeah, you know.
You can tell the difference.
Definitely.
And me,
Yeah,
what
there ain't that many.
happened to everybody?
Uh, they had to go, had things to do. Dojo had to get, he had to go eat, shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always the one that can stay the longest because other than AK crawling, I'm in like the earliest time zone with others. Many of
Right.
us are here, not just me.
Well, that and
Where
we don't have children to eat, feed and things like that. We got
Mhm.
work and what do you got? You got work and a cat, just like me. I don't even have work. I just have the cat that I didn't want to take care of, but here I am taking care of a cat. Sure drop.
it's only 7
Here he comes.
o'clock here.
Hey, drop.
What's going on, man?
My man. Doing good, bro?
Yeah, cooling, man. Cooling out, man. Enjoying the night sky, man. Letting the moon suck off my bad energy out, wait for the sun to rise.
Right on,
It's
right
like
on.
that's why a wolf howl at the moon.
Oh, makes
That's a
sense.
cry. Yeah, that's a cry for help.
Yeah, it makes total
The
sense.
bird the birds chirp when the sun rise. That's giving thanks. When it rains, the worms crawl from underground so you can see them. And that's to feed the birds. Everything is a system, bro.
Yeah.
Everything is connected some kind of way. You know the saying they say, and I don't believe it, but because they say shit go extinct. But they say if you take one thing off the planet, that everything will collapse. Like if you take the bees, that affects this, that affects that. What's the somebody had commented on something like the dog ate the cat ate the whatever. It's all connected. You know what I mean? Without one thing, the other thing can't exist. So it's a domino effect.
Right on. I'm watering the cherry tree. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you said a cherry tree. I didn't
Yep.
know cherries was on a tree, bro.
Yes.
That's new to me.
Oh yeah. There's
The
cherry
cherry
trees.
tree.
Yep. And the blueberries are they say they're a tree, but they're really a bush.
So blueberries and grapes is a vine. Did you know it
No,
ain't really vine? It ain't vine, it's vein. And if you take like some grapes and look at the roots of the grapes, it's shaped just like veins. If you look at the roots of a tree, it's shaped just like veins. If you look at the lightning in the sky, it's shaped just like veins. That's why they say don't say my name in vain. But look, this is just some deep thought shit that I just pulled out my motherfucking ass. But it sounds good.
well, it didn't
It
stink, so it
sounds
was all right.
some fireworks. Yeah, I thought I'd come up since the it got digested a little bit. You gotta go on and pay that $10, not the $25. It's a $10 plan you can pay that it'll give you your logo and it'll give you 10 people can hit the panel.
Okay. I have to give somebody
Yeah,
$10
so
to do it for me because I don't even have a credit card.
no, that's fireworks, babe. I just told you. Oh my bad, you got it. What you say?
I said I don't even have a credit card, a debit card, or nothing. I don't even have a bank account.
Mm,
I have no driver's
you off
license, no social security card.
you off the grid, period. I feel what you're saying.
Oh, and what?
Well, you can pay with it. You can go to the store and get a prepaid credit card and
Yeah,
use
yeah,
that
yeah,
also.
definitely, definitely.
But
Green
yeah,
dot.
man,
I
get
did it.
you a cash app.
Do
Like you
what?
could have made like you could have made at least $30 today. Get you
Doing
a
what?
cash app, man.
Oh, Cash
Putting
App.
the cash app up. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll support the whole thing. I ain't supporting shit for the next 2 months though. I'm trying to get all the way back. So I ain't giving nobody $5, nothing. I ain't doing nothing till I can, bro, because it's getting tweaky right now. I don't know if you know what tweaky mean, but it's
Yeah, I
getting
do.
crazy right now. Yeah, it's life is way too expensive.
I call my buddies that are on meth. I call him Tweaky. I call him Mr. McTweakerson or Tweaky McTweakerson.
Mr. Tweakerson.
Mr. McTweakerson. Yeah, you like
Hey,
that?
Barry Phil go say, I call him Mr. McTweakerson.
Yeah,
That's what's
Tweaky
up, man.
McTweakerson. Yeah, I'm around some characters. Actually, I've been out here by myself though lately. I'm in the country. I ain't seen. I had some people come this weekend, come see me, but I don't see a shit. I'm here by myself. I got no bills. I
You in
got
the
nothing.
woods?
Fuck yeah. I'm in the woods, bro. I can walk 40 feet every night. Deer walk right by me. About between 11 and midnight on
I'm
most nights.
surrounded by woods, but I ain't in them. I know what you're
Yeah,
saying, though.
I'm a quarter mile off the road. I haven't
Do the
lived in a
deers
house.
run from you?
Do what?
Do the deers run from you when you
No,
see
no,
them?
they walk right by me.
That's
Uh-uh.
what's up.
Nope. They
There
look
you
at
go,
me.
man.
They look at me, and they're like, "Oh, it's just him." And they go out in the bean field. They eat a little bit, and then they go back the other way. Now there's here pretty soon. I, the last couple years, I got pictures of me with a little baby fawns. I saved two baby fawns a few years ago. I don't know why, but they were in the road. You ever see a baby deer? It'll lay down like you don't see me. It's like you can't see me. You can't see me. It lay down in the road. So I had to don't go trying to pick up a baby deer. Let me tell you, them little bastards tear your fucking ass up.
And the parents will too.
Yeah, and I could see the mama. She was like, she crossed the road. I seen it happen. She crossed the road, and the baby fawn come right behind her, and it couldn't. She was on the road was down in an embankment on both sides, so she jumped down. It came down behind her, but it couldn't jump up. And there was a ditch between the rise and the embankment, and it got down in the ditch, and then it hopped out back on the road, and it was sitting there. I just turned my truck. I took it and turned it sideways in the road so nobody could come or go. And I grabbed the baby deer, and luckily it didn't. It didn't. It was just wanting its mama. It didn't. It wasn't trying to defend itself. So
What's crazy that you talking about a deer? I just saw a short today, right? The deer go in the middle of the road and just stand in front of the car, right?
I
So
seen that
dude
guy got
looking
out
at
and
the deer.
yep,
Yeah, then helped the deer, and the mom made the baby go thank the human that helped it. That shit was fire to me. I'm like, damn, the animal, like, no, you go salute that man. So the deer ended up cutting him off again after he freed him. And then the baby deer went and did the squat thing you was just talking about to the
yep,
human.
yep,
I'm like, yeah, that shit was dope.
Mhm.
I just saw that shit today.
I saw that video too.
yep. I grew up in the country, so I got a lot of experience with,
What is that?
and I grew up on a farm, so I've had my arms. I've been elbow deep, well, past my elbows, up in a horse pulling out a foal that couldn't. The mama couldn't get it out, so I was helping her get it out. So
Hey, but the hardest shit you had on this stream today was that damn mind's eye when he said that Cain and Abel was the cannibal, man. That shit was dope as fuck. He kind
yeah,
of took it further than that. I wish he would have stayed right on that.
yeah. Mine's eyes always got the
But yeah,
bones.
yeah, that's where flesh eating don't come from animals. Them
Hmm.
motherfuckers. Yeah, it's a little deeper than what we think. They used to sell meat like heroin and dope. You to get meat, you had to smuggle that. Like you couldn't kill the animals back then. What is you doing? But reason why they started killing the animals is they made Egypt made the city of gold, right? Streets was gold and everything, but they tore down the gardens and the trees and everything. So now there's nothing to eat but meat and fishing. This is why they say Jesus fed them with fish. They didn't believe in killing animals, so they was going through a famine. So dude was like, whatever y'all want to call him. He like, look, bro, I understand y'all don't want to kill things that have lungs and a heartbeat and breathe like you. Let's just go to this water. The fish is for us. So people started fishing. Now, mind you, this is I don't want to say a European mind state. I want to say people that live in frozen regions, right? The only way they can eat is ice fishing. You can't grow no fucking vegetables.
Right.
So all this vegan shit, tell that to a motherfucker living in Alaska. All this vegan shit, tell them people that's living in places that can't grow food, and I'll show you a motherfucker that eat meat. So certain people, they actually grow them teeth to eat the meat because they was in a frozen region. You understand me? So if there's no oranges, collard greens, apple trees. If none of that's growing and you hungry, what you gonna do? You gonna shoot a moose, bro.
Right.
He's starving. And that's where meat eating come from. Frozen regions. That's why it's called frozen foods. You know what? I'm gonna chill. keep
No,
smoking on this good weed, man.
you're
You
good. You're
got it.
good. Hey, you should have known that there was a cherry tree. Didn't Washington cut down a cherry tree?
I just always mistake them for grapes and thought it was vines. That was my bad. I never saw a cherry tree though with cherries on it. I never
Yeah.
saw that. I saw
My
berry
uncle.
bushes.
My uncle has huge, old, really well established cherry groves. I don't know if they're called groves, but it's like a forest, his cherry orchard. It's beautiful. Like when it's in full, it bloom or full, like, uh, fruition or whatever, like it's like every, you're walking through this canopy of, like, i don't even know I don't even know how tall those trees are. Way taller than they make trees now. They're spread out. It's an old orchard, so the trees are spread out for growth to this point, actually. Like,
Right.
but cherries piss me off. They don't piss me off, but the price of them is insane. Like, that right there is like, just shows you how absurd the world is. And I get that they're like hard to pick. Like, you need to get your cherry shaker thing with a net underneath, or you have to have people hand picking, them off in pairs at a time, right? It's just not as efficient as apples, but they're like one of the most expensive fruit. I covet them when I buy them. I'm like, oh, I
I
have a few
lived in
cherries a day.
I lived in southern Alabama, and most people don't know that 95% of the world's um, pecans come from southern Alabama.
Mm.
Yep.
Hey, do
And
you know the scientists made a peanut allergy for this reason? They literally made a peanut allergy to shut down the peanut companies. So people started getting sick off the peanuts. People that can't eat peanut butter and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
They
So
yep.
really put a
bizarre.
sickness in it. Yeah, that was the control that industry. They made weed illegal because the hemp was taking over the clothes and the wood. So you can build a house out of hemp and you can build clothes out of hemp. And it was taken
Henry
away
Ford.
from the market. So they made weed illegal so you couldn't grow the hemp so they can still prosper off the trees and the cotton. Should
Yeah.
be.
Henry Ford built a car out of hemp.
You can build anything out of hemp. The
Yep.
Levi jeans is stitched with hemp. Did you know the Levi? This shit is ill, bro. The Levi logo that's on the back of the pants, not the patch. That
Right.
was the two horses tied to a man, and when the horses pull off, it snapped the man. That's what the
Mhm.
Wrangler symbol is and the Levi symbol. And it's crazy. I don't know if it's true. I just heard a motherfucker talking about it. I ain't like I researched it. But
Right.
it made a lot of sense. And, that's
Hmm.
what the Wranglers did. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then the fucked up part about it is they put a color on it and it had nothing to do with a color. People don't know the Lone Ranger was black. They don't even know that. They think the Lone Ranger, the cowboy.
There's a lot of brown cowboys, man. Most of them were brown.
No, listen, the cowboy and the Indian. That's why they put the black mask on the Lone Ranger. But the cowboy and Indian was the American Negro and the Mexican Indian. So you
Hmm.
got Tonto is the Mex. No, this is real shit. Yeah, this real shit.
I
You
believe it.
understand me? So cool. It was a different way of life over here. And once everything went to war, people was come. This was like the FEMA camp to get away from the war. This is why there's no wars in the United States. Besides Pearl Harbor, and ain't nobody dropping no bombs over here. This is base. This is the. And once we fold over here, the world is over. It's gonna go down. Once the United States and them motherfuckers bow down, they got it. This the last place they gotta conquer. There's slaves in every other continent. including this continent. But the United States, nah, nah, you ain't fighting over here. You gonna work to eat. You don't work to eat. You gonna do something illegal and go to jail. Jail over here. If you look at the amendments or whatever, um, you free from slavery long as you're not incarcerated. This why they down south they had the cotton pickers. A little bit further they had the railroads. You know the railroad they was building the railroads for free. You got the license plates. Remember the license plate? You know the license plate you get that was made 22 cents an hour in prison.
Damn.
22 cents. Bro, that's
Damn.
slavery. Do you know if it's a world war and you're locked up, they exterminate everybody in prison. You could have been in there 6 months. Got 5 days left. They're allowed to exterminate you. You're not even a property of you're nothing when you locked up. When they say your rights is taken away, bro, they ain't letting them out. If the world start ending right now, everybody locked up, they locking them in a cell or killing them. They're not gonna say y'all free to fight. Hell no.
Right?
Katrina, they kept them locked up. When Katrina hit in the United States and Louisiana, they kept them niggas locked up.
Hell, how many
It's
died? There was
crazy.
people dying in that kingdom. Remember?
Well, people gonna always die though.
Yeah, but
That's the
they're dying
money.
and they ain't moving them. They're right there. They're dead and they're just leaving the bodies there. There's like thousands of people in that kingdom.
They
Is
live
the
off the in what kingdom?
kingdom? It's called Kingdom, where the New Orleans Saints play.
Oh, that's dope. You should have said that right. Damn, that was fire. You
Yep.
should have started off with the Saints and the Kingdom. You're supposed to be like, you know what the Kingdom is and why they playing the Kingdom, and when Louisiana hit, then you will understand. Hell yeah, I might steal it, bro.
Go ahead, it's yours, buddy. Have at
I'm
it.
just fucking with you. I'm gonna pay
No,
homage when I say it.
right on, right on. Yeah, it was a big deal because they were flooding those parishes. It was all done by design. You know that.
Drew the Breeze, the regular Bush,
Yeah.
and it was Reggie Bush as the running back and Drew Brees as the quarterback when they
Quarterback.
won that.
Yep.
Yeah.
He went to
When they,
he went to Purdue University.
yeah, but when the Saints won, he was the running back. And that Katrina shit.
Yeah.
Hell
Right on.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
But that shit was sad, bro. They used that shit as a practice ground after everybody evacuated. The people that stayed, right? They sent military in there to train. It's people that say the military was popping up out the water, shooting motherfuckers just for training in case it happened nationwide. That's sad.
yeah. I was in Florida when that Hurricane Michael hit. You know, remember which one? It happened 10 2018, I think. No, let's see, 19. Yeah, it was 18. 10 10 18. Now, when it come to shore at Mexico Beach, it was 85 mile an hour. Now, if anybody knows anything about hurricanes, they know the water is what speeds them up and makes them build. By the time it hit where I was at in Chattahoochee, it was at 185 mile an hour. So it gained. Go ahead.
Do you think it's nature cleaning up, or do you think the government
I can prove the
put their
government.
hand in?
Yeah, I can
Go
prove
ahead,
the
you got
government did it because they had two land base They look like, the Doppler radar. You know what that looks like? The dome, the Doppler radar dome.
Yeah, that Doppler. Yeah, Doppler. I know what you're talking
Right.
about.
Now look up when you get done tonight or whenever you can do it right now, whatever. Look up SBX1. It's a naval ship. I track it because I want to know where it's at because I know that they're going to have a hurricane soon wherever that SBX1 is. And I can show you where the hurricane's supposed to be perfectly round. It had flat sides where that SBX1 and the two land-based ones were pushing it, steering it. There's one in the Everglades, south tip of Florida. There's one up around um, Georgia, Alabama, in that area, and they steered that. And the SBX one, it moved about and it pushed it right to us.
So how you think they created it with the chemtrails or the heart machine?
I think they created with the heart machine and the Doppler radar, and they can diffuse them with a laser because I've seen them. I've seen them shoot a laser out of the Marine base in South Carolina. There was a couple years ago. There was one coming right for South Carolina. They didn't want it to come there, and you could see the laser beam from the base shoot right through the middle of that hurricane, and they slowed it down. They
All
because
right,
it was
now
coming
Dick
right at them.
Gregory said this. Here go a Jim. Shout out to Dick Gregory.
Right
Rest
on,
in
Dick
peace.
Gregory's man.
He said every hurricane take the exact same route as the slave trade. So when they gave us the lion slave, I think the slave trade only lasted probably like 20. They say 350, which makes sense for it to be that many slaves, right? Now, you'll hear Aboriginal talk or somebody, they don't know what the fuck they talking about. They was only bringing like 100 motherfuckers, but then they was breeding them 100 motherfuckers when they got over here. So don't let them motherfuckers tell y'all nothing. They just dumb as a box of stones. No,
Yeah,
straight up, this shit went on for 350 years, and it wasn't just black people. It was any peasant. It wasn't called slaves. It was called peasants. Now,
right.
cool. Um, but Dick Gregory said every hurricane take the same route from Africa to the Americas as the ships took, and he was saying that's Mother Nature. He was saying basically that was Mother Nature following the evil, right? He said Dick Gregory also said this when they had their little congregation in 1776 and then they rung the bell to make it official. It was so much evil in the air. That's why the bell cracked. That's why you got the cracked Liberty Bell. I don't know if Dick Gregory on some shit or not. I just know he was an OG and that shit weird. So then I looked up hurricanes and they all come from Africa. They don't come from nowhere else.
That's right.
The hurricane, there's not a hurricane that goes up in California or any other coast. Every hurricane come up through Florida every single time. So to me, that's amazing. I don't know if it's uh what would you call it, vibes or auras or um a streak, but why would they come the same way? Now, a scientific point would be that's just a globe earther say because that proves the Earth spinning. They'll say that. Some people were proving on the moon cycle. Dick Gregory was saying no, the evil that took the shit they was doing back in the day is a symbol of it. So then when I look at a hurricane though, it's a flat Earth map. When I look at Doppler post a hurricane, they got the all-seeing eye in the middle. It looked just like when you cut a tree down and look inside it and look at the stump, and they got the rings around it. If you look at a hurricane, it's the exact thing of a flat Earth map. Exactly. All these people stupid. You got mere mortals trying to tell you what's going on. We humans. All we can do is say what we think. Once somebody say this is what's going on, and it ain't what's going on with humans. They don't know what's going on with them birds. You can study them all you want. You just gonna know what you study. I bet if you keep studying, you keep finding out more shit. If I find a bone in Africa, right, and I say this is the oldest bone I ever found, right? That don't mean it ain't nothing else to find. I could find something older than that. What about when the ice melt? What about when the ice mall melt? What's in that? Let's study that since we're gonna be doing this science bullshit. And then they'll say the bone is from Africa, right? But they never say that motherfucker could have been from anywhere on the planet and died in Africa. That's the part they gonna leave out. I could have been anywhere, but when I died, I was in China, right? You can't say I'm a China bone.
Right.
This is where you found me at. They all of them do it. This why I don't, that scientist shit is still a human attribute to me. It's something godly, and I don't think we'll ever figure it out. Me personally, not where I'm like 100%. I'm like 65% on a lot of things. I'm like 100. I'm 100% on like my daughter and shit like that. But anything these motherfuckers telling me, I'd never take it for 100%. I wouldn't care how dope it sound. I wouldn't care how. Nope. Mine's eye just said Cain and Abel cannibal. I'm still only 65% with that. And I
Right.
liked it. 65 is high. That's passing. When I no 69%, babe. What was it passing in school? I think it's 69%. You think you're 100%? You dumb as hell. You arrogant.
Right.
Fucking know the
Right.
shape of the earth. You can
No.
ask a nigga what is wind, right? They'll say something. Then you will say, okay, what is oxygen? All right. Then what is carbon monoxide? All right. Well, when I asked you what is wind, why you ain't say it's the combination of all of that? This where the checkmates come in at because you're a mere mortal. All right, now cool. Now I'm gonna ask you what make carbon monoxide. You're gonna be like, yeah, when we exhale. All right, cool. So cool. When you exhale in carbon monoxide, it kill you if you don't breathe in oxygen, right? But then if I don't breathe out the carbon monoxide, it'll kill the plants. So then I'm gonna ask you, if we cut down all the plants, would it be enough oxygen in the air for us to survive? A motherfucker give an answer. I'm saying none of us know. There's always plants. There's always us breathing. So everything would be speculation.
Yeah.
So that's where I get my 65 to 85 percentile from.
Do you know
Because
that
we
they
just
put
don't know.
carbon dioxide generators in greenhouses?
But it's a difference between carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. So
Right. Right.
I,
But they're saying that what the greenhouse gases are so bad that it's happening here. That the global warming's happening, and that's what they're saying it is. Right? Too many people, this, that, and the other. But
But see, if plants, if carbon dioxide were to take over, it's the plants winning, right? So like we
right,
could cut down a forest and a whole bunch of algae and a whole bunch of vines could grow like crazy somewhere to balance out the carbon dioxide oxygen exchange balance, right? If that even fucking exists. But whatever. Like, so if that is the way it is, then it just because a tree can do a much better job of keeping us shaded or keeping the soil together, it doesn't mean that there isn't somewhere that green growth pops back up, right? Like it might not be right there, but I would assume there's some kind of balance to that equation that is understated in science, because we do value those big beautiful trees more than the the morning glory that sprouts up everywhere, right? But that being said, what else was I going to say? Oh, about the trees and the oxygen. Oh, the other thing would be like if carbon dioxide is winning, right? And they're blaming it on us and our emissions, which is carbon monoxide, but you know,
Right.
that being said, it would be the trees that are winning. It'd be because we're underpopulated, right? And because the oxygen, I mean, it's not just us producing oxygen, the water produces the air, not, you know, the plants produce the oxygen. Okay, we produce the carbon dioxide. Oh, no, I see. But they breathe in the carbon dioxide. You see what I'm saying? So they're winning. It's their atmosphere that's winning when we produce too much carbon dioxide, which means that the trees would actually and plants would flourish, right? They flourish in that environment. They grow better, which then boom, kaboom, back comes the oxygen our way, right? Like, so it's
Right.
all a bunch of, it's just fear mongering when it comes
Of
to
course
that
it is.
kind of.
My point was, if there's so much carbon dioxide in the realm, why do the greenhouses have to have carbon dioxide generators to make the plants flourish more? If there's too much of it now, because they used to not have a carbon dioxide generator.
Oh, I see. Because they didn't have us. Yeah, they didn't have us. It's not like we're hanging out in the greenhouses breathing.
Right. Yep.
You know.
Yep. And what about the wintertime when the leaves are gone and the greenery's dead? What's the oxygen coming from then?
Well,
No,
the
it's still
air.
got
Yeah.
yeah, still got the roots and still got the branches. It's still alive.
Yeah,
So
but the
that
leaves are
shows
what.
me that everything had to exist at the same time. If by their teachings, if there's no living mammals and humans and shit breathing and animals breathing, the plants would be dead. And if it wasn't no plants and trees and all that, the humans would be dead.
That's
So
right.
now is carbon and oxygen a big ass money maker? Like
Yep.
who just said, yeah, that's the difference. Like who
Yeah.
tested the breath of a plant and said, yeah, that's carbon monoxide right there. I know that. You know what I'm saying? So it's still everything is a belief system, and people just
Yeah.
don't want to believe it.
Right.
Everything you gotta believe it. You gotta believe
It's
your
like,
mom is your mom. I wouldn't care if
yeah.
you look just like your mom. You still gotta believe that's your mom because you ain't remember coming out that cooter cat looking at
Yeah.
your mom like I remember when I was born. Nah,
Yeah.
you can adopt a kid right now, and that kid 3 years old, that kid would think you their biological parents if they never found out the difference.
That's
There's
Yeah.
right.
no way around it.
I always
So
said,
you gotta
hey,
believe.
Drop always said if you feed them long enough, they start looking like you. Anyway. Yeah, that's my child. I feed him long enough. He's starting to look like me.
Hell yeah, man. I got a stepson, and people used to come up to me like, yeah, he looked just like you. I'm like, damn, that's funny.
So you fed him.
No, but they take on the facial expressions, the mannerism. It'd be a lot that go into
You don't have your droop eyes, would it? That would be fucked up though. If he started, you were feeding him and his eyes started drooping.
it. Yeah,
Like
some
taking
things are still.
all your character traits. Then you would like validate my story. 100. That's funny. You know, I never even noticed
I
that
wonder
on
why.
you.
You notice how, like, everybody, I don't give a fuck who you is. Yeah, you can lie to yourself. You can't. You can lie to me. You can't lie to yourself. Everybody. Um, I can't say everybody because you got some conceited motherfuckers, but mostly motherfuckers think they ugly as fuck. Till somebody be like, you ain't ugly, but no, I don't know. I'm an ugly
Uh,
motherfucker. Put it like that.
I agree with that. I agree with that because I never thought I was a good-looking guy until I got older and women started telling me that I was. So I would have never thought it until it happened like it did. So yeah, I agree with that.
Cause look, you can have like a say a highly attractive woman or a highly attractive man, right? Them be the ones that spend the most money on themselves. It's like, motherfucker, you the most insecure motherfucker ever.
Right? Have you noticed too,
And it's
Drop,
like,
that the best-looking people make the ugliest babies, and the ugliest people make the best-looking babies?
hold on, Phil, you said the best looking people make the ugliest babies.
That's right.
No,
Most of
I
the
done
time.
saw two ugly people make some ugly babies. I don't know. It's all to me. It ain't the outer thing that make you
Well,
pretty
yeah,
or
me
ugly.
neither. Me neither. I'm just saying.
I done saw some beautiful motherfuckers and start talking out their mouth and they soul is so ugly.
Hmm.
It's like you ugly as hell.
Yeah, a lot of
Fucking
women
piece
like
of
that.
shit.
I've met a lot of women like that. Uh, hold on, I gotta say goodnight to Salama. Good night, Salama. Much love. I gotta give her a kiss on her forehead. She's like, she put the bed and I'm listening. I'm off to
That was
bed.
like 20 minutes ago.
Well, I know, but drop
I'm
come
just
up at
bugging
night.
you.
Drop come up and she understands.
Why did everybody leave, bro? What happened?
Uh, people had shit to do. They have lives to
Hey,
take care of.
actual chat. Actual chat is our avatars white? Cause it looked like they normal now, but they be white on the live. Now to fix that part, you just go to your avatar and then change the picture and change it back, and it'll come back up on the screen. But when you
Hmm.
go back and look at this live, it's gonna be like a lot of white avatars that just got a little person in the middle of it. On here, it looked right, but if you go to YouTube and look at it from another device, but the way to fix that is just click your avatar picture and click it again.
See, right now
But it,
I'm in StreamYard and Bex is white with that little character on it. But on YouTube, because I'm on YouTube on my computer because I'm doing this on my
yeah,
phone. Bex is on there.
Yeah, on my StreamYard, it shows the avatar.
right. But now go look at it on YouTube. Don't do it from the StreamYard one because StreamYard is so
Yeah, no,
sensitive, it'll
my
just kick
avatar
you
is
off.
showing on both. But
Right
I
on.
also I
No,
exited the stream at some point and came back. So
yeah, but when I was watching earlier,
yeah.
Mind's Eye Dojo,
I seen
and
that.
yeah. So when you see that, you tell them, "Hey, click your avatar picture and click it again, and then it'll bring it back so your screen don't have the three like little white things on it."
Yeah, you
Because
know
I
I'm
was
a
looking at
rookie.
my old streams not my old ones, a couple of them, man, was like that. I'm like, why the fuck the avatar ain't showing up? Then I figured it out.
Yeah, yeah, you know I'm a rookie at this shit anyway. So
hmm I'm
I'll
about to
get it.
step my game up though, for real.
Are you?
I've been just chilling. Yeah.
Hey, tell Bex what you said I should change my name to.
Uh, you should. I would just call it the White Shadow, but you can call it Phil the White Shadow
I
or
saw
amongst the White Shadow.
Amongst
that's
the
what I
White
saw.
Shadow.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Bex? Amongst the White Shadow. I don't know. White
Seem
Shadow.
like it'd be
It's
hard
catchy
to
just because
find. You want?
it blends
Okay,
your
you got
brands. I was just gonna say it blends your brands together. But are you amongst the white shadow? Are you the white shadow?
I say I am the White Shadow. That's what Drop says.
I
I'm the
would
White
just put
Shadow.
I would just put the white shadow because it's easy to find, when
Right.
somebody trying to find you. So you'll be like the white shadow. You once you say amongst the white, it's like it's too much for the
Yeah.
brain
Where
of
do
the
you
average YouTuber.
Yeah.
where
They
do you
could
feel
Amongst
just
us
like
are
type
there's
in a
predators.
white.
Go ahead,
No, I'm
Beg.
saying people that's trying to find you and sub to you, they'd be like, all right, say they ain't sub, right? But they was in here and they forgot to sub. Now they want to find you. It's easy to type in the white shadow versus feel the white shadow or amongst the white shadow or
Right.
whatever it. All I know is feel now, so that probably would be the best feel. I can find it. You know what I mean? Like Sir
Yeah.
Drop. If you type in Sir Drop, it's gonna bring up airdrop, right? I hate that. If you type in Sir Drop TV, it'll bring me up because it's basic, it's simple, and they can find you when they not subbed or even if they
Mhm.
is subbed. Like I'm subbed to Mind's Eye. I gotta go through so much to
Right.
get to his channel. I gotta go to subscriptions and everything because if I just type in his name, it's gonna bring up so much different shit. It's like, okay,
Mhm.
Mind's Eye this, Mind's Eye that, the Mind's Eye, the Pinot, and it won't never bring his page up. So I gotta go to subscription or go to notifications, scroll all the way down till I see the avatar. You know what I mean? But if you
Yeah.
get something that's original, it's easy to find. But yeah, y'all got it.
Yeah, you just go to a live stream that you know he's chatted in too, though. That can be almost as fast. I've had to do that myself, trying to find Mind's Eye channel.
I never
Hell
really, when
yeah.
I did the Amongst Us are Predators, I was never thinking about um, how hard it would be to find or to spell. I just like thought it was catchy, you know.
Yeah.
But now I'm here, like you said, Drop. It is hard to. People don't know how to spell it, you
I
know.
never even got to the Predators part. Phil amongst us, and I stopped right there, bro. I never even got to the Predator.
Right.
Mhm.
I ain't gonna lie, it's too long, too much for my brain to be trying to store. So,
All right, I'll change it to.
but no, do it. You ain't got to, bro. You could
No, I
think of
like
something
it.
yourself.
I thought about. No, it's funny you mention it because I thought about changing it because it is kind of confusing. It's kind of hard. People dig it because we are predators. But I've been actually thinking about it. I just didn't know what I wanted to change it to. White Shadow.
I would even make the avatar the white shadow too. Yeah,
Okay.
I would go screenshot it. I go to the white shadow. Screenshot it. Boom. Or I go to Google Images, type in the white shadow. Boom. Avatar that, and then change it to my avatar after I
Yeah.
popularize it.
Well, you've been around
Is
YouTube
that a
long
word?
enough.
Popularize. Hey, babe, is popularize the word?
I think it's about that.
Is that a word?
No, you got it.
Is popularize the word?
Yeah.
I would have just said made it popular.
Made it popular.
I wouldn't have said popularized, but you be trying to shorten every goddamn thing you say. So you gotta say all the words. So sometimes you gotta say all the words.
Drop. You be trying to
Well,
trying to add words together and making them. What is it you say? Well, oh shit. Instead of saying a couple or two, you're like and third and three, or how do you say it?
I don't know, bro.
Oh shit! It's like a when I hear you say it next, I'm gonna point it out. It's funnier than shit. It's a
Y'all
time or
fucking with
three
my
or something like that. I don't know.
I'm already insecure. Y'all fucking with my shit now.
No,
Okay,
it's
so
good.
cool. I need to start.
No, don't. It's
That's
you.
not
It's
what's
like your
most
brand.
popular.
It's like you branded it. It's like
I did it right
or a
that
third.
time,
That's
baby.
what you say. Something in
Yeah,
a
right.
third. This, that, and a third, or something like that.
That's right.
Oh, this, that, and the third. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Don't be insecure. Hell, I think it's fucking. I think I like it. I think it's pretty funny. Cool funny, not funny funny.
Or you could what blase blase blase. Hold on, it's another one. In time, in between time, is that it? In time, in between time.
No,
That ain't one of them.
no.
Between time,
In the meantime, in between
in the
time.
meantime, in between time. That's where you can skip a whole couple hours. In the meantime, in between time, then dude, then you know what I mean.
I dig that one. I like that. I like that. Hell yeah.
You know what? I like being old, but I hate not being young. It's a weird thing. Like I don't want to do it again, but I wish I was 19 one more time.
Shit.
See how I can.
We
With my
tear this
mind though,
motherfucker up.
I
Right. I
wouldn't
get
want
you.
my 19, the same mind. Give me this old, like, 'cause the mind gets stronger when as the body get weaker. But if I had the same mind, 19, oh man, I'll be a dictator.
Well,
Some people would say,
go
"Do I
ahead.
what?"
Do you think that something is going to happen in the future to where our bodies change? Have you thought about this?
Yeah, gradually.
No,
Yeah,
no.
gradually we change it. Are you saying like off top, like say the whole world filled up with water, would we like turn into,
No,
a
no,
fish
no.
type thing?
Bex
What
Bex
you
can
saying?
Bex can she knows what I'm saying. She can articulate it better.
Just like,
Uh,
well, do you believe in some sort of I guess afterlife or alter life after this end game, lifting once the veil's finally lifted? Do you think that there's, some destination point in this
yeah,
endeavor?
infinite too. Yeah, yeah. I think the realms is infinite. I think
Yeah.
the thing that move your human body, like the thing that make you sit up and walk around and blink and all that, I think it take on a lot of different forms in different realms. Yeah, I don't think it can be destroyed. But I also be thinking, i- this is a punishment. I don't know. It could be a gift too, but I think it's a punishment to have to be captured in a body. But it could be a privilege where it's like I'm gonna let you experience life, and
Or
then you coming back up here. So it could be a gift or a curse. I don't know,
I feel I'm
um
but
here
I
to help.
do think we ascend though. Yeah, I think we ascend or we descend. I think it's something happen when you die in it. But
Well,
you
we won't
saying in the
die.
flesh?
We won't die. We'll just boom, be in another. Like we'll still have these physical appearances, physical bodies, but we'll be in like in between a spiritual realm and a. Because I've actually seen it in an LSD trip. Like
No, I
their
could see
mom.
it a whole different form and a whole different type of flesh in a different realm. I could see that. Sort of how you get like these alien stories. I think even if the aliens was true, it still would be a human soul inside of that alien that took on a different form. Put it like I think life is life. I think a dog it's life. It's just like a human. What make the human smarter than a dog is not the flesh. But go ahead.
well, I know I wouldn't be speaking um I'm speaking solely for myself here, and how I see it is that we already were eternal, incarnate, and that's why we know we're missing something. That's why we know we're significant. That's why we know we're not what they say we are. I think unless we can actually dig up all the bones of the cemeteries of the world, we can't really know based on headstones like books and dates being printed and stuff. We can't really go beyond the oral history of what we've been told in terms of, it would be super devastating to find out that we were at one point immortal, for instance, and now we're mortal. Like, how would we reconcile that? You know, how is that how is that seen as not punishment for everyone if a whole bunch of spirits know they didn't do anything wrong, or they don't think they did anything wrong, but halfway through their life they're like, I must have done something wrong to be in this hellhole, you know? But actually, I think that it's more about a test to the spirits that are on the other end of the spectrum, right? That can be switched to that end. Like, if it's like the first exploiter tainted us all, or the first murderer tainted us all, or the first bloodsucker tainted us all. I don't know what the first, the first death tainted us all. But I think that without death, we wouldn't have had birth. We wouldn't have needed it. And I think the next stage we'd be going to, if we were coming from a place like that, would be an eternal incarnation in this avatar, if you want it, right? Like, it would never be forced on someone. You don't got to stay in it forever. You can be reborn again, but you have to, like, pick a parent or go into the random lottery, but you have to be a baby again, right? And with being a baby again, there is some level of bliss in not remembering. So, I mean, I know I'm getting super philosophical here, but it's the only way I can reconcile evil that I could never commit, right? Like, and then you got people being like, oh, well, everybody's got a bit of evil. No, but there's an evil on this planet that you can't justify, that there's no reconciliation, right? Now, I'm not saying there's no forgiveness, or like, I mean, I get that that people have to say something started somewhere, but independent of that excuse, right? You can have two people that have been through the exact same torturous abuse, and one comes out a loving, caring human being, and another person comes out an abuser, right? So I'm not talking about hitting. I'm not talking about yelling. I'm talking about the absolute worst thing that we can imagine that people could do out there, and they could do it so, like, with such vigor and reverence for themselves and their evil doings, that they can, exploit nations for generations. Like, you can't live in an eternal place incarnate where people would exploit people for, like, a Google of time, So I really believe that this incarnation is a gift, and I really believe that we will be, in a position where we can be in full, full control of how long we live in that in this avatar. And that's the only threatening thing about being here. That's the most devastating thing about being here, is the whole, like, the short duration of it, the loss that's involved with loving while you're here, anyways, I got
that also would give you a giant if like before they tamper with the stem cells, right? This, that, and the third, and mess the DNA up. Like you said, we wouldn't have to have birth if we never died. Now we never stop growing, because you gotta look at, are you a baby? You growing. If you never died, you never stop growing. So if you never stop growing, how big would you actually be? So cool. After they started, from what I heard, they tampered with the DNA and put like a some type of film around the DNA, to where when it hits this film, it start
But you
degenerating.
still, yeah, but you do stop growing. You don't keep growing. You've stopped growing years ago.
Right. That's why you stop growing, because they put a death on us. Now let's say they never tampered with Adam and Eve, and they never tampered with, like, there's like 7 different um type of humans right now, and the powers that be know, like, it might have been you talking about it. It was talking about the females that's really dudes and don't even know it, and
Yeah.
they really can't carry kids. Was that you?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, now cool. Now say they never started even messing with the DNA. then would you stop growing? Then would your brain stop growing? With because when you die, your hair and teeth keep growing. Well, not your teeth, your hair keep growing. Like if when your hair growing and you die, it grows another like 3, 4 inches or some crazy shit, some type of study. So if they never tamper with it in the first place, mummifying bodies, sucking the DNA out of the galls of the bodies. All right, so cool. They mummified the body to as the soul passes through the gauze. Then they bring the person back that died through cloning, not cloning, but stem cell research. So we're gonna take these cells and we're gonna regenerate it. This
Right.
is how you get
But
Akhenaten and
that's
Obama.
their
They
agenda.
the same, right? But they've been
That's
doing it.
you know, it's not called procreation or sexual creation. It's called sexual reproduction, which means that you're actually reproducing someone or something that was already here, right? Like in their realm, you go into a fertility clinic, you're going in for sexual reproductive therapy, right?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this backwards so you can catch the gem. This is a simple commercial, right? Um, in an instant, right? You will break fast. All right, now I'm gonna say it forward. Carnation, instant breakfast. All right, see, they put it right in our face. They gotta put it. The devil can't lie to you. You gotta deceive you. He gotta tell you the truth, and you gotta believe something different. This is the gift of God. This is all right. So cool. When they give us days of our lives, and then you listen to the intro of it, and they got these are the days of our life. And they got the hourglass. That's never mind. Yeah, got it.
Hey, there's no never mind on White Shadows. Okay?
That ain't no never mind. Yeah,
Nope.
but
Can't go there,
damn,
bro.
once you quit talking through me, I gotta shut up. It's gonna be me, bro. I wanna talk about how this fucking blunt is too skinny, and I wanna break it down and re-roll it. I fucked this all up, bro. This about to be a
Man,
waste of. I'm just fucking with you. The White Shadow.
the White Shadow. Hey, here's my belief. I believe that this realm is like a vacuum. The spirits are created up in the dark abyss. They come down, which would be going up to this realm. I believe uh, there's people here that aren't. There's the good them, the bad them, and then the divine spirit. Why do I believe that? It's because I've caught manifestations of them, and I believe the orbs are divine spirit. Okay, so it's created. It's created. We would have come up. Well, we would have went down if we're in an upside down world, which we are. Nobody can dispute that. In the sense that shit's fucked up here, but are we really in an upside down world? So some came from which I would call below, but it would really be up, like the center where Mount Meru is and all that, or in Hollow Earth. Some come here to take the ones that come from the dark abyss down, that came down, and they have the choice to be the good them or the bad them. And I do believe Jesus is their savior. He's not my savior. He's not everybody's savior, but I believe he is a savior for some. Now I don't mean savior in the sense of I'm here to save you. I died for you on the cross and all that shit. I don't believe that at all. I believe that there was a Jesus and he did walk the earth, but I believe there's many Jesus that walked the earth. I believe we're all Jesus that walked the earth. Now,
Yeah, like there's many any names. You're right.
Right.
There's
Like
many
there's
fields. You got it.
yeah. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to take the good them to the realm that we're from, which is the realm where we're 33 years old and all good looking. And have no, we don't have to eat. We take energy from, we just absorb energy. And I believe that this realm can be that. And I believe it once was, or because the Tartarian homes have no restrooms, but they have advanced technology that's out of this world. So that's my theory on it. Like a demon. There are no such things as falling stars. They're demons falling to the earth, or are they good spirits coming to the earth, or the spirits that are created in the dark abyss? They come right to the earth and they're put in bodies. That's why the demons are upset and they're coming down here because we bypass them or they bypass them, come right by them to come to Earth, where they want to be here with that spirit that was created in the dark abyss. That's my
Let me
opinion.
show you something, right? All right, cool. You see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, now cool. Let me show you the Trinity right quick, right? The reason why you see my
Hold on. Let me
shadow
make
is
it. Let
not
me make
the.
it you full screen drop. Hold on.
All right, cool. The reason you see my shadow is not the light behind me. My shadow would be here if I cut that light out. You just wouldn't see it. All right, cool. That's because that's the light inside of me, right? If the light was outside of me, you wouldn't see it. Now I'm about to show you. Now here go a light. You see the lighter?
Yep.
You can see
No,
the
I
lighter
don't see
good.
a
All right,
lighter.
now cool. You don't see this?
No, go.
What the fuck you see, bro? You see it
I
now?
I see 2/3 of you.
I don't know what you see. All right, cool. Hold on, let me step back. All right, now cool. Can you see the lighter right here?
Yep.
You see my hand wave? All right, cool. You see the lighter, right? Now, the light inside this lighter, you can see the lighter because it's inside. Now, when I flick the lighter, you're not gonna see the flame. See how you don't see the flame? You can see the flame here. See
Right.
how it don't show up on the shadow? Because
Yep.
it's its own source of light. So when that thing leave your body, you disappear and you dead. But that light still exists. You just can't see it. It still exists. So when people pass away, understand that's the lighter trying to pose a shadow. They still there. It's still a flame. It's still a flame, but you can't see it. But it's still there. That's what God is, bro. But y'all got it.
The white shadow.
The white shadow. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a way to look at things, man. We never died. Light never died. It just hit. And that,
Right. Yep.
you can't see everything. But people think God is a human, and that's where they fuck up at. Jesus actually looked up and said, "They know not what they do." Who was he talking to? Something y'all couldn't see, something he couldn't see. His whole statement was the government is not God, and that's what he died for. That's the same fight we fighting. Man,
Yep.
fuck the powers that be. That's all Jesus was saying, bro. And he
Yep.
got crucified for it. And then people crucify. Now, when I say he, it wasn't just happening in Israel. It wasn't just happening in Jerusalem. It wasn't just happening. It was across the world.
Agreed.
It was a spirit, not a man. Everybody get compelled from this spirit. And people started making money off of it, watered it down, got people teaching people dogma and all kind of things. People actually think an angel is something with wings. You're not retarded. You will never see an angel. You feel it. You think it. You talk it. You get possessed by it. The same as a demon. Something evil can possess you. just as well as something good can consume you, and you thinking it's you till you snap out of it. There's no you. It's all of us. It's no Sir Drop without y'all. It's like, say everybody died on the world except me. Can I repopulate it? Absolutely not. Am I still gonna stop at a red light if I'm the only one on the planet? Absolutely not. So now I don't exist but to me. So without what's the saying? Without no you, there's no us. That's real. We all one thing. A spark of life. The same thing move your bones, the same thing move mine. It's not I got my own thing that move mine and you have your own. No. When life die, everybody die. Everything that's alive die. And it's never gonna happen. That's the Alpha and the Omega and the infinity. That's the real Trinity. Don't let them tell you it's dick, pussy, and kid. Don't let them tell you it's God, man. Don't let them tell you none of that. It's there's no beginning. Understand that part. And there's no ending. Understand that part. So there was no point in time where life started. It always. There's no years on it. And then once you realize you never die, you understand the Omega. If you understand dirt is everything that's dead, but you need dirt to grow something else, that means that dirt ain't never dead. The dirt alive. All right, I just want you to hold a seed in your hand and grow a plant then. Just standing. That seed ain't gonna do nothing till you put it in that dead dirt. So that means that dirt ain't dead. The dirt grew the food. But when you die, you turning in everything that died turn into dirt. Why you think down south in the United States got the best soil? Because that's where the wars was fought. So much blood. It's actually called red clay. So much blood spilt in their soils from war. They grow the best motherfucking crops. Insane, man. So even when they thought that they was destroying each other, they just made the earth better. The earth calling you. Your flesh. If you look up what's the chart called? Start with an A. Slip my mind. You know, like the iodine. It got all the things. What the fuck is
Periodic
it?
table.
Yeah, I still can't say it after y'all said it. But that's your body, and that's everything from the earth.
Hey, Drop, can you see
And
this?
to eat it back. Let me see. Let me mute too, because I went kind of long. Let me see.
Can you see that?
That's the white shadow.
No, that's not the white shadow. Look at his face. See it?
That's you. What the fuck is that, bro?
Okay.
That's you.
No, listen. This was caught between Lexington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati. Okay, I'm gonna show you another picture of him. This is his face in a close-up. You see the three faces? There's a face here, and then his face. See it? Now look at this. Okay. Now I want to show you something else. Okay, there's his hand. That is that cat's hand. Now, this is the Antichrist. See how big his hands is? That is Lucifer. You see his hands? They're pointy and got sharp claws on it. Lucifer, look at him. Lucifer. What do you think of that?
I had went and pulled one of my avatars. Now look at my avatar that I made right quick,
Hold on, let
and
me
you go
change
right
this.
back
Let
to
me change this.
now you can go right back at just my
Okay.
avatar. That's
There you
ironic.
go.
I made that avatar. Yeah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll leave
That's
that
funny.
alone, man.
That's
I'll
funny.
leave. But I'm about to finish up. Man, I'm kind of buzzing, bro, and I don't like because people been calling me out on this drinking, so I gotta stay off the internet when I be buzzed. And these motherfuckers, they be
You're all good
trolling.
here. Hey, you're good here. I know what they say, but you're good here, man. I don't play that shit. You don't have to worry about it here. Okay? I've heard you.
Oh
I've
no,
heard
I
you, and
ain't
you ain't
worried
that bad.
about it.
To be honest, you ain't that
No,
bad.
no, I ain't that bad, but they on my nuts, so I don't want to cuss nobody out tomorrow. All I'm saying is this. I gotta clean my I'm about to take this shit serious, like I said, bro. First
All
of
right.
all, I'm about to quit drinking so much because the shit is I'm smarter when I drink. When I'm sober, I don't be caring about teaching nobody nothing. I be giving a fuck about these people. You know what I'm saying? So cool. You
Hold
know that
on.
Jen
Don't
got
leave
me.
yet. I got one more thing to show you.
All right.
You're gonna dig it. If it'll pull up here, yeah, it'll pull up. Here we go. Bex has seen this, so I'm seen it. Everybody's seen it. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't think you have. Go to single layout here. Turn on the camera. Let them load. Well, it's just loading fast. You're meant to see this. This shit usually don't load this fast, especially the videos. And as I speak, it don't load fast. Come on, baby. Come on. It's Soama's one of Soama's favorite videos. Come on, baby. Load up. I was taking a video of these things. Have you seen the one where it goes into a flame drop? I think you dropped. You drop.
No, I ain't drunk.
Okay,
No,
okay,
I'm in
okay. All right, all right.
talking about my damn grandson. This nigga was a saying yesterday. But go ahead, you got it.
Right on, right on. It's loading. Oh, I just wanted you to see these. Here we go. Here they come. Where's she at? I think it's these two. Here it is, right here. It's loading. Now, the reason one's white and one's red because this is the light through. That's my van pulling in. My old lady at the time was driving it. You were saying these spirits, angels aren't winged. I agree with you, but I want to know what you think this is. Come on,
I
motherfucker.
would I would I'm seeing more portals and orbs though. Like I'm seeing stuff that is not it's not tangible. Like you can't grab it. Like if you put your hand in it, it'll go right through it. Like
Yeah,
forms of light.
that's what it is. Let it load. It's still loading. It's only like 25 seconds, but I don't know why it ain't loading.
You know the gang guys don't be playing, bro. They don't let you get too many gems off in one session.
Right. I hear you. I've like this one right here, that video there. You see those things floating? There's three of them. One, two, three. They're still loading up. We'll see if it comes out.
And you could type in when you get free time, type in orbs and photographs. Like back when we had the Polaroids and the old cameras, you can take a picture and catch orbs inside the picture and shit.
Yeah.
My motherfucking
There we go. Here, I'll go back. Start it over.
That's so cool. Did you see that drop?
yeah, and it looked like they combined. Now watch them combine. See, that's when they got too bright. You know how when they say if you see God, it's too bright because it's a light beam. But see, now boom, once they come together, you saying it's your car lights, but
Yeah.
so that ain't your that white and that red is too. That ain't your car lights, bro.
Yeah, it's a brake light. It's a brake light. It's a brake light.
Oh, when they get in front of your car lights, that's
Yep.
when it turn into one big
Yep.
orb. Okay, so
Yep.
you on the other side of that.
Right.
Okay.
On my camera. This is off my camera. Look at their feet.
Man, that's the shit. That's how they get in you, man. You breathe them in, bro. They can go right in your mouth, bro.
Yeah, I
Especially
don't
if you
doubt
got
that.
some parasites. Like if you drunk as hell or did some type of drug. You ever saw somebody spazzing out, running down the street naked or something? Like, like really ziggity boo.
Yeah.
Who to say one of them things ain't one inside of them because they, them parasites open up
Watch
the
this.
portals for them to do.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead. You're fine. Yeah, that's true. I'm with you.
I don't know. Possession real to me, and I think
It
they
is.
can possess you and leave you, and you don't remember that it even happened. You understand me? To
Yep.
where
Right.
if ain't nobody around you, you wouldn't never know you was possessed. Somebody would have to tell you and remind you, like, bro, you was tripping. You're like, no, the fuck, I wasn't, and I just went to the store.
Now
You
see
would
this
have to
video?
suffer it. And you got
This
it.
video right here, drop. I took this. You see him. Boom. Then I took the one I showed you first, right after this. That one fucked me up,
What
kind of. I'm
was
like,
it? What was it
huh?
doing before you put? What was it doing to make you take the picture that you didn't that you didn't capture?
I thought I heard my name being called, but I was home alone. I looked over at the camera and these things were on. I thought it was my old lady pulling up because she went down to she took my plumbing van and went down to the convenience store. And I thought she pulled in and was hollering my name. So I go in and I look at my camera to see if she's home, and these things are on my
Hey,
camera.
bro, I'm here to tell you, you don't gotta listen, but that's what they mean by bro, you ain't protected, bro. You better you better start fucking with Jesus, bro. Listen, bro, you under attack, dude.
Nah,
I'm,
well,
bro,
Hold on.
You ain't gotta believe me. You might be strong enough where they can't penetrate. It might be your girl or whoever that was supposed to be pulling up they was after. They looking for something. They wouldn't keep being around you, bro.
Well, listen, she got that false spirit. You didn't hear me tell the story before, but she got a false spirit, and she started speaking in tongues and shit. Okay, so right after
I
that,
guarantee it.
yep, right after that, like 2 months after that. So I'm with you on
I'd have
that part.
moved, bro. I
Yeah,
would have moved. I don't have motherfuckers like I don't have evil spirits and shit that we'll move, but they'll find me again. Like it's weird, dog. Like
yeah,
they'll give you like 3, 4 years span, and then boom, they come back, and you be like, man, I thought we broke even. Like, what the fuck?
yeah. No, I got a fairy that follows me around. And I haven't seen those things anymore. That was in February of 2018. But I do have a fairy that follows me around everywhere I go. It's been in.
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you this video, right? It's on my Facebook, on my other Facebook. I'm gonna send it to you on Messenger, right? I'm in a school field, right? I'm cutting through a field, but it's a school, right? And you know the bouncing ball, like
Uh
when
huh.
you can't read on
Yep.
Sesame Street
Yep.
and the
Yep.
ball bounce over the words. Why one of them? It's pure light, right? Cool. It was bouncing a little bit, right? I made eye contact with it and it stopped, right? I'm about paranoid as the son of a bitch, right? So cool. It's just looking at me. I'm looking at that. Then it bounced again and disappeared, but I got it on camera. As it stared at me, I pulled the camera out. I pulled my phone out and started recording it. It bounced like 4 more times and disappeared, man. I don't know what that shit was. It looked just like the bouncing ball on Sesame Street, though. And it like when I made contact with it, it stopped. That's what spooked me out. I saw it doing it, but then when I stared at it, it stopped like it was looking back at me. So I just stopped in the middle of the field. Now I'm in the middle of a football field of a school, dead in the middle. I just who to say I didn't get abducted and put back in that field as time stopped and I have no recollection of it. Who
Yeah.
knows? I don't like to think like that because that shit can turn you into a weirdo if you become a fanatic about that type stuff. But
Right.
I don't know, bro. I always wonder about that day, and that's what reminded me of that because I see the light, the three lights in the back is probably street lights. I ain't for sure, but I
Well,
saw the three lights. You got it.
I'm in the country. There's no lights around.
So them three lights wasn't supposed to be there.
No. Nope. Here's
That's
one. Here's a
crazy.
good one. Here's a good one.
And they lined up like the pyramids of Giza.
Yep.
You put a light at the top of all the pyramid. Damn, that's crazy.
Yep. Here's a good one. You like this one? Oh, here it's coming. Hey, baby. This is a fairy, or one of the fairies. This is the. It's loading. It comes right here up by the camera. I don't know why it's not playing.
It wanted us to see the tiger too.
Yeah, it's fucking up now. Anyway, oh, here it is. Here we go. The internet. Yeah, I'm out in the country, so the shit takes a little while. But I got some wild shit, don't I, Bex?
Yep.
Yeah. It's hard. The shit you can't. I can't explain it. You know. I'll just stop. I can't explain it. You know. I can only what I think it is. You know. So I just wanted to show you that. I knew you hadn't seen it. So some wild stuff. You know, at the time, I thought those things I showed you, I thought they were good at first, but I'm with you now. I think they were bad.
They could have been good too. I don't know. I know they was looking for something.
Uh
I'll tell
huh.
you that.
Yep. So,
I
all
don't
right.
know if it depends on what happened after you saw them. You know, if something good happened, they was good.
No, it wasn't good. I
Like,
wasn't. I wasn't protected. I got kicked out of my house by my ex, and yeah. Oh, here it is. All right.
that bull said, "No, I wasn't good, bro." After I saw that, man, everything went left.
Here it is.
Yeah, man.
Yes. So
They
anyway,
actually, they actually been attacking me, man, lately too. Since they can't deal with me spiritually and all that,
yeah.
they start picking on people around me that I have to help out. So it still hurts me because I gotta, yeah, they picking on people. I'm gonna get away from them though, man. I be having, I don't got no bad karma, so I think, yeah, I ain't got no bad karma. I don't like, I ain't never just like killed somebody or some crazy shit. So I don't know why they. I think it's the liquor, bro. I gotta quit drinking, bro. That's why it's opening up the portal for them to fuck with me.
Yeah. I
It's
would. I would.
crazy.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. They don't call it spirits for nothing, right?
I mean, it's actually a god called the Jinn God, but what happens is, liquor is filled with parasites, right? Parasites connect to the neurons at the bottom, at the top of your neck, the bottom of your brain, right? So they only can last for the maximum 2 to 3 hours, right? But when they connect to your neurons, it's actually a form of mind control. That's what liquor is. You ever heard beer muscles? Or you get evil when you drinking, or you get silly when you do this, or the parasites is actually controlling you. It's still you, but it ain't you. And then when
Right.
you sober up, you be like, yeah, what happened? Because it
Yeah.
wasn't you. You ever saw a motherfucker pass out and then wake up the next day? Ain't nothing really bad happen or nothing. They just don't remember. They like, bro, what time did we leave? Man, we left about 11 o'clock, bro. Did I drive? Yeah, you drove us home, bro. I don't even remember driving, bro, because you was possessed. That's the it's scary, man. Now that I'm trying to,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna
Definitely.
try to quit, but I definitely know. Last time I had quit for like 60 days or whatever, and I lost all contact with the ancestors. So now it's like, is it the ancestors, or is you being deceived and you on some goddamn weird ass witchcraft shit, dude? What's
Mm.
really going on in your brain? You know what I mean? Like I say, I only stand 69% on anything, including what I'm saying.
What you
I'm
said
not.
there, what you said about the ancestors, I'm with you on that. I don't think it is the ancestors. I think they're pretending to be ancestors.
That deceiving shit.
Yep.
Deceitful.
Yep. Because you even said it to me, and you were like, I have to quit talking because of the ancestors. And you were starting to get not. You weren't violent. You were just. You could feel it coming up in you. And you're like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why
Yeah,
drop
nah.
it? So Mama told me, and then I talked to you later about it, and you're like, yeah, that's what happened. So I'm with you on that, man. Totally.
I done found myself snapping on complete strangers. And it's
Yeah, I
like
don't.
not
That's
not
no good.
not
That's no
in
good
real life
ancestor.
though. In real life I don't do it because
Why would you?
um no, I'm a to myself kind of dude, right? So I'm like kind of antisocial. Like I'm like, hey, how you doing? Everything great, this, that, and the third, and it's not gonna go past that, right? Now, in the circumference of my own home, and I'm on a panel, and somebody trolling me, they want to come because they feel like, all right, I ain't really gotta kill this motherfucker. If they come if they come and I'm just somewhere normal, I'm gonna end up doing like time in prison maybe, or you
Hmm.
know what I'm saying?
I do. I do.
Especially if I'm right. Like say I'm like going to gas station, right? Cool. I look out and I see somebody walking in my car, right? And I see him, hit the window with a spark plug, the thing shatter, right? License to carry or whatever. Come out. I'm gonna start shooting at him. I done killed a man over breaking in my car. Fuck that car. What happens is something else takes over. It's autopilot at that point. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
now I done killed a dope fiend that was busting my window to get $100 out the console, but I killed him. My stupid ass. I feel like, yeah, you shouldn't have been breaking in my car. Nigga, fuck that car. You took somebody's daddy. Took somebody. You took for what in that raggedy at that car right there that's gonna be played out in 3 years. I don't have
Right.
enough self control, so I pray that please don't nobody fuck with me, dog. Cause I'm gonna show nothing but respect, dog. But when it come to defend my angels, my demons don't got no cause. They not going. My demons protect my angels. My angels protect me. If you destroy my angels, I'ma lose love for the world. My demons gotta protect you from destroying my angels. Now my demons can destroy both of us if they do something stupid. I know it sounds kind of weird, but it
I got you.
just tap into your inner spirits and you'll be able to regulate them motherfuckers. All I know is this: I went and got baptized. That worked a lot. Y'all can say what y'all want. When I went up under that water and came back up, a lot of that shit stayed under the water, bro. That's all I can
Okay.
tell you with that. I didn't
Okay.
care what the priest was talking about. The reason why I got baptized is cause it you can just feel it, man. When you being attacked by negative spirits and they everywhere and you a good person, you can just see it. If you're a bad person, you embrace it. Me, I see it. Why the hell I just get mad at cause the light turned red?
Right. I want to talk to you one on one, Brock. You hear me? Like I said the
Yeah,
other
all
day
day.
when I called you. So one time you get time to talk, you get a half hour, an hour to talk like you have here. I want to talk to you. Just me and you.
Yeah, you got my number though, man.
I got you. I'll
But
call you on
yeah,
Messenger
just
though.
call me.
All right.
You can just call my phone too, bro.
I don't have a phone. I only use Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you the white shadow, boy. Like I said, I'll send you a telegram. I'll send you a. I'm gonna fly a pigeon over there.
There
I
you
get
go.
it,
Send me
bro.
some. Hey, send me a smoke signal. I'll get it. Okay. Bro, I got kicked
Hey,
out of my own
sometimes
home.
I think,
Hey, listen, I got kicked out of my own house and all my shit. I had to start over. All my shit got took. It's all at my house. My $500,000 property they're trying to steal from me. That was me and my dad. My brother and two sisters had me evicted from my own home. Okay? Because while I was gone, my dad put their name on it because he was mad at me. But then he died. So that's the spot I'm in.
you cool, man.
Yeah.
You
That's why I
fucking
don't have
cool.
my
You on the
shit.
internet. You on the internet. Life ain't that bad, bro.
No, no,
I
no,
know
not at all. My
motherfuckers,
life's great.
man.
My life's great.
You got people doing it. I got a cousin that just got out of jail. Did 17 years, man. I can't imagine. I can't imagine,
Yeah.
bro. It be stuff you would miss, like taking a bath. Just a bath, not a shower. You just sit in the tub. And no, man, ain't no going in the refrigerator. Mm-mm. Ain't no going to catch you no food. Ain't no growing you no food. Ain't no meeting no new people. Ain't no opposite sex around you. You can have conversations.
Oh, there he went. Bex?
Oh, hello.
Hey, he dropped
Hey.
off. His phone might have
Oh,
died. I'm going to end it. It's
okay.
7 hours. Much love.
Much love to you. Thanks for having me up.
Not
It was a
no
wonderful
worry.
day.
It was. I had a good time. A lot of shit got
Thank
talked
you.
about. I loved it.
Sure
So,
did.
all right.
Much love to No and Mark Basket and anyone else who's still in the chat.
Yeah. The bushwhackers. as Charles would call them.
And much love to, of course, everyone who is on the panel.
Yeah. I'll do my thing here.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
see you soon.
All right, girl.
Thanks
Much
again.
love. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Thanks to everybody that come up. Let's see. I'll start here at the Sandy Knight. Thank you. Mark Basket. No, of course. My man. Joe Cool. JJ. Balanced Truce. Salama. Did you go to bed? You just fall asleep? Malcolm Sheen. Jared Jaguar. Still McReal asshole. Whoever he is. Let's see. Max. Sure Drop, of course. Dojo. The realist McCoy. Bex, of course. Um, who else was up? Man, when you're thinking about it, it's hard to start thinking about people. My Cherie. Well, I know I'm forgetting somebody. Who else was up there? Let's see. Realist McCoy. Paula. I hated that happened. That whole Dojo's just passionate. No worries. Good. He's a good guy. Fucking aces guy. Paula's kind of blunt, so she comes off strong. She used to trigger me because she's like my mom. I'm like, I can't stand this lady. I love her now. I fucking love Paula. I've had that conversation with her. I called her the headhunter forever. Um, who else was up there? I'm forgetting anybody. Sorry, Charles. Yeah, I said Charles. Um, Kimba. Thank you. No. Good night, Drop. You have a good night. Tell your old lady good night. Your family, everybody in your household. Much love. And I'm out. Peace.